as MMA in classic old-school Terran fashion refuses to leave the game, despite being down literally 100 supply. But here we are. And we're gonna spend this legacy match making sure everything's working right. Because doing it live is a whole nother deal entirely. DRG, the player who's played a pro game in the last 5 years, manages to take it. The Thunderfire All-Star $50,000 Invitational, featuring some legacy matches of highlights. So we're currently watching DRG versus MMA, which is something that, well, if you remember StarCraft 2 history, was, let me put myself on the desk real quick. I'm going on the desk. I'm sorry to whoever's, I feel like that's a little disrespectful. I'm just gonna put myself in the corner. All right, we're gonna do the, I'm also here. I just, you know, I can, okay. Well, but while we won't know what they're saying, one, because they're speaking Chinese, and two, because this is the clean feed, but this is the Thunderfire SC2 Invitational. I'm actually going to bring up the bracket. I will be casting the highlight replays, and that's why this is on the second channel, which you should like and subscribe on. Wait, no, we're doing it. Intro bit. No, this is definitely. Ooh, now I'm over here. Thirsty? Oh, we're going to Winter Madness for match number. And here we go. No time to explain. We're in the game. We're doing it live. Like and subscribe. All good? You can hear the drama. You can see the drama. It's all as smooth as could be. Unfortunately, it's going to be a stream of a stream, which there's not much else we can do, but it's about the vibes, all right? That's why we do it live. And introducing in the top left corner for the first time in this decade, formerly of Team Slayers, it is MMA. And... MMA. No, I said that. And his fellow three-letter acronym, DRG, standing for Dong Ray Gu, which is where he was born. Or lives. One of the two. I'm not sure which one it is. DRG. I said that too. Thank you. But this match has a lot of history. All right? This match right here, in the 2011 Blizzard Cup, the most epic StarCraft 2 match of its time, and still one of the most epic to this day. And it has a personal connection with me, because it's why I'm married. You might be like, Winter, that's quite a stretch. No. My girlfriend in college, the first one, this was early college, I was addicted to StarCraft 2. I showed her that match in 2011. On GOM TV, and she said, why would people watch this? And she wasn't my girlfriend for much longer. And yada, 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 about a year later, I met my now wife, who is a bit more gaming-oriented. So, thank you to these two. For that. Yes. Well, if that doesn't show you my priorities, and the fact we're here to this day and I can recount for you, in this circumstance, why these two are here getting paid an inordinate amount of money to play a single best of 3. You know what? It's priceless. I should have paid it. By the way, in case you missed it, DRG is up at 1-0 because MMA did a 2-base like Marine tank all-in, and DRG smashed it. This is this is a show match that is not part of the. Let me know if the volumes are okay. This is kind of a weird setup for me, by the way. But the. Use your words. What? Did he lose the Reaper? Zzz, or he lost the Overload. You know, maybe I should pay attention to the game. We usually edit these parts of distractions out. The audience is a little loud. No, they're just hype. You're like, I don't usually hear the audience. I just hear myself cheering in my room for your amazing commentary, Winter. Well, you're just going to have to drown them out yourself. All right? You're going to have to do it yourself. That's all I can do. He did lose the Reaper. What a noob. Oh, yeah, DRG trash-talking him last game saying, you're not Innovation. Innovation beat Sue in the yesterday's matches of this. Zergling speed. It is a little bit of a different vibe since I can't control the camera and all that. These are all my excuses for everything. For the winter madness, if you would. But MMA, now once a Terran, always a Terran. Terrans, since 2011, have been going for like 2 base barracks all in. And MMA, well, what do we have? Lo and behold, it's a 2 base barracks all in. He's gonna have a bunch of Marines, Stim, and Combat Shield. And that's the whole build. Beyond does this to this day. The Zergling gets in. There's already enough Marines to let him know that shenanigans are afoot, and they're gonna have drugs, and they already have guns. So here we go. Is he gonna pull the boys? It's only 29 SCVs. And here we go. The boys are off the line and marching across the map. A spine crawler's on the way. MMA. I've noticed they trash talk in English just for everyone, because it's a Chinese tournament being rebroadcast today. So, very, very inclusive of them, of the players who've trash talked so far. And the Stim. Oh, this is not going to work. This is an absolute disaster. And for DRG, call it ambulance. Well, did I underestimate the power of Marines yet again? The transfuse. The drones are pulled. Some Zerglings coming out. Still doing an uncomfortable amount of damage. Are there any roaches on the way? Who needs a production tab when you could have not that? The roaches will help. The reinforcements are cut off. Ye old bunch of Marines. No upgrades at all. But the roaches should be able to... He stims again. Not all the Marines can stim, because they've been so badly bruised. The drones are going to have to be pulled, I think. And, well, he should get there. But we've actually, I think, got a game on our hands, because that did terrible, terrible damage. Yeah, usually while I'm casting, I'm also observing, and I'm also using my hands in order to commentate. But now, I'm not even observing. So, what do I do with these? We'll find out. All right, you gotta have high APM. It is weird, though, for sure. And I like to, instead of taking the observer cam a lot of the time, I like to kind of follow along with what I'm saying. Otherwise, it doesn't line up as well. It's the whole, you know, who would have thought that StarCraft players are control freaks? Crazy idea. 11 more roaches on the way, but MMA. The boys, come on, let's go. Where are the boys? Well, I guess there could be banelings. He did get a third command center. The Zergling counterattack into the natural. The boys will be pulled one way or another. And this time they'll be cleaned up. MMA actually sent his Marines and Marauders back for a few moments. Clearly, there are units on their way across the map. A whole bunch more Lings in production. That's not a mistake to it. Well, it might be a mistake. I'm not sure, but 20 more Lings. No upgrades for either side, but if there were to be any, they'd be MMA not too long from now. Don't think there's roach speed, nor a lair, so that kind of precludes it. And the roach count is kind of... Oh, well, this is the most awkward possible angle. Zerglings. Caught between a rock and a hard place there. And MMA. Well, okay. All right. Never underestimate dudes with drugs and guns. As MMA reminds me of home. And, well... 1-1 is going to be done. He's going to have more SCVs. If DRG does not end the game with this attack, MMA still hasn't finished his starport. The upgrades are a huge deal here. But this does have killing potential. There is no wall at the natural. He's actively avoided it. But MMA has the better economy, and he has the better prospects, which means DRG will do, or he will die. The Roaches and Ravagers. Chew Toy Depot doing its job, distracting for just a few moments, and every second counts. The Zerglings, numerous. The bio is already badly bruised, and a few Zerglings into the natural as well. Gonna kill some SCVs meanwhile, but a whole lot of Zerg being gunned down by the first wave of stims. Corrosive Bow lands in the center mass. More Lings on the way. Absolutely no response at the natural. And MMA... the bait and switch, DRG finding damage on either side. And, well, the upgrades are done. He's going to come in for another round. The medevacs are completed just in time, maybe to save the day. He picks up the Marauders into the medevac. The boys will have to be pulled yet again. There is no other chance here. There's so many Zerglings. As DRG batters down the door. The SCVs are holding for an inordinate amount of time, but the Zergling count is so damn high. And a little more long-winded than I expected with that first attack, but DRG manages to keep it together and rip the Terrans apart. Why are we doing the Terran music? DRG with the awkwardly long walk across the very... I love the stage, but also it's such a long walk. You son of a bitch. You magnificent son of a bitch. The music is so loud. Oh, we're going back. Wait. I got it. No, not there. No. Jimmy! Do it live! And here we are. So. Welcome to the Thunderfire All-Stars Invitational. Put on by... You know what? We'll just bring up the Wikipedia page. It's going to have some intense spoilers. And again, if you want to wait for me casting the replays in a more concerted fashion, well, you can do so. But you're here now, so let's just check it out. So, put on by NetEase and Thunderfire in Hangzhou, China. We got quite the setup and quite the players. So, in the first round, the very first match... Wait, Jimmy! They can't see my face here. Well, just assume. You know what I look like, thankfully. Obviously, heavy favorite herO, clean swept, no-name Serral, 3-0. And then, Zerg, not to be outdone, Solar. 3-0 Cure. And then Clem walks over Classic. But Reynor with a hard-fought match. Oh, we got the interview, of which we probably won't understand any of it, but I can take some guesses. This is Jimmy, put me back in the corner. As we have... How did it feel to play StarCraft 2 for the first time in probably 10 years? Zergs are still overpowered. I didn't like how I couldn't win with just Marines. And I think they've made a lot of bad decisions with the design. Asking if he'll build medevacs. I know there is a stream where they're actually translating, but I don't know where it is. I should probably try to find it. I did like some of herO's answers yesterday as well. Into English, then.
위에서 뭐가 떨어지는데 뭔지 모르겠더라고요. 안 보여요. 그래가지고 피하지 못하겠더라고요.
I mean, they're having fun. They both showed up. I don't even know if they get paid more for winning. It's unclear what they actually get for it. Because the prize pool doesn't include the matches for this, so I think they may get the same amount or a marginal amount more. How did you feel about crushing MMA in the same way you didn't in 2011 in the most high-profile match of Wings of Liberty? She says when you were pro there wasn't a Ravager in the game, so pretty much what I said, right? You know, playing Zerg is really hard. But I was glad I could show good games for the fans today.
怪不得我们解说席上的那位只有脂肪记忆，他没有肌肉记忆。那我们这边也想问一下佳姐，你刚刚在比赛当中给 MMA 打了个字，说你不是吕布，哎，我们想知道一下当时为什么想发这句话。
Do you think MMA still has what it takes to be a pro player, or do you think he's all washed up? DRG? I think he looks very, very clean right now, freshly washed. You're welcome, MMA.
其实看到开局就想到他好像是在模仿Innovation 的打法，但是给我的压迫感
Oh yeah, you trash talked about it.
所以我就告诉他你不是 Innovation。
啊，你不是吕布，但是确实两位选手给我们带来了非常精彩的一个比赛，也是复刻他们当年在2011年的那场对决，也是两个上演了巅峰对决。那我们这边也是有传奇选手的纪念奖章要送给他们，有请我们的工作人员上台为他们送上奖章，也希望我们现场的观众朋友们再一次把热烈的掌声送给他们。
On the Chinese translation to Korean to English, I mean we probably could do it, but. All right, they're gonna give him some medal. Look at that, that stage is sick.
好的，这也是属于我们两位传奇。
Ah, look,
传奇。
it's they both got the same one. Congratulations, you are still alive. Somebody. We're done? No, that was the Legacy match, or the Legends match. Reliving the 2011 Blizzard Cup. They had some matches. They also had Innovation versus Sue and SOS versus Scarlet. Innovation versus Sue, I think the GSL. And then SOS versus Scarlet was the IEM China. A while back, where Scarlet actually won. She didn't win this one, though. SOS took it, apparently. I didn't see the matches. I will have the replays afterwards, courtesy of these amazing organizers. Shout out to Sarutobi, unless I'm not supposed to talk about him. I don't know why I wouldn't, but the admin who does all the work, reaching out to the foreign community. But yeah. The main event is the... I'm surprised, like, Rogue and Scarlet are there, but not invited to the main invitational, but just for the Legends matches. Though they are two active players. There's one more Legends match, which is Rogue versus Oliveira, which for the life of me, I can't remember what match that's referencing. I don't remember a huge high-profile match with Rogue. It was probably a Chinese tournament. I'm actually gonna look it up because it's probably the I don't trust this music to be copyrighted. That sounded like we were about to open up our corporate PowerPoint presentation on how to get you to buy more loot boxes. Shout out to NetEase. Oh yeah, they have World of Warcraft 2026 coming out, don't they? So, we're gonna do my bracket predictions. And then they just start playing the cinematics in Chinese. Well, I think anyone who was doing a real prediction has already messed up. But herO versus Solo. So we had herO 3-0 Serral yesterday. And it didn't even look that close. But today's a new day. And it's herO. So like, my brain, on paper, that means it should be an easy walkover. I think herO 3-1. And then Clem versus Reynor. Clem versus Reynor is just, I'm gonna flip a coin. I'm gonna find a fucking coin. I got a coin somewhere. I had one that I used to use for flipping for things until I didn't. No, nothing. Alright. I'm gonna throw the Zergling in the air. And if I catch it by the top half, then Clem wins, because the Zergling is dead. If I catch it by the bottom half, it is, Reynor, because the Zergling is still alive. Clem wins! Which, probably favored, but honestly, if anyone can keep up with him. I'm gonna say... I'm just gonna do the cop-out and say 3-2. 3-1 herO over Solar, 3-2 Clem over Reynor. And then herO... No. If herO wins versus Solar, he's on. And then he's gonna do some random shit and win like 4-2 in the finals. Alright. That's my prediction. I don't care what Clem and Classic is not. Who cares? Alright, that's irrelevant to anyone versus herO. SC trailers, you know what? They say a man never really knows himself. We've never seen this cinematic before, right, guys?
锁定完毕。监狱将伴你同行，这身护甲就是你新的牢房。
I kind of like Chinese mix.
战争即将开始，它带来了功名荣耀，也带来了阴森恐怖。分类线上，自由在召唤你。来吧，好戏开场了。
What's next? What do we got next? They're probably running ads on their platform as well. Oh. Of course. Just run through the list. Wait, are they doing... No, they're doing semifinals first. Alright.
即是重寻，大军灰飞烟灭，世界在我脚下燃烧。终于，我要在这颗星球上完成我的复仇。因为我是刀锋女王。
Yeah, we better get Legacy of the Void, alright? I want to hear the Legacy of the Void Protoss. Uh-oh. I think it's it, yeah. The base is so high, it's messing up the art.
我高贵的族人们沦为难民，但是虫群无法摧毁我们的意志。因为神圣的卡拉连接着我们每个人的思想，让我们在绝望之中团结一致。
Why is building a pylon the most epic thing in the cinema? Yeah, the dubs are way better. Funny how that works.
New subscriber detected.
Is that? I bet that was a ability
今天
like in the alpha or something when they were designing the cinematic.
夺回我们的遗产。
Also, it's probably easier to animate slurping into nothing than some sort of like super psi ability. I think this is the tournament trailer. Pretty sick. We're going through all the moods. Classic. Hero. Clem. Cure. Maru. Reynor. Serral. Solar. StarCraft. And then Legends. And then, oh, okay, I can't keep up with this. I'm not as fast as I used to. Oliveira. Innovation. Nostalgia. Sue. These are sick animations, though. These are all amazing. I love the background. The yeah, the idle animation. All right. I'm sure we had plenty of time to like and subscribe. But here we go. We're going to introduce... Oh, we even have a video for this. Here we have the #1 Protoss in the world. And his Xbox 360 controller he plays on. Make a serious face, hero.
Hero!
Okay, that stage is amazing, though.
接下来要登场的就是 Hero 今天的对手 Serral。
Solar's was not as hype. Oh wait, what is this? Oh my god, the volume mixing is all over the place. I know. Interesting. It looks like a German soccer team. I know they'd hate it when I say it like that, but that uniform. I wonder why they can't have their uniforms. Why do they have the jackets over the uniforms? Probably shouldn't point that out. Pretend I said nothing. Get off your phones! They're doing the intro bit. Okay, we actually do need translations for Hero. I saw a couple people were translating. You just dunked on Serral. Do you think Solar pales in comparison and this will be a walk in the park, whereas you just had a stroll? I heard Serral. I'm working off that. Serral's actually really good, but Solar, not as much. So it's actually going to be harder because it's harder to predict.
打 Serral 的那一盘已经是把我所有的准备的战术都已经展示出来了，所以今天打 Solar 有点紧张，但是现在的心情的话还是很好的。
那现在你是我们标准组剩下的唯一一位神族选手了，有没有信心击败所有
You're like 80% right.
最好的神族选手？
Do you feel that your preparation for Protoss versus Zerg will help you more against Solar? Preparation? Could you tell me what that means? Or because Protoss is more of a mind game than it is a physical game.
首先，我很庆幸我是剩下的唯一一个神族。
The translation. I used all the tactics already beating Serral, but I still feel pretty good.
加油加油！好的，那我们这边也是采访一下 Sola。其实，在去年的 EWC 上，你是3-0过 herO 选手的，但是昨天 herO 选手
Now Solar,
确实在
herO
对
just
阵到
dunked
Serral
on
的这个
Serral.
PVG 表现
You
真的
beat
非常
Cure, which is not
出色。
nearly as
你有做好应对
impressive.
吗？
Do you feel that you are going to follow in Serral's footsteps, or do you have something special planned?
어제 세랄 선수랑 하는 그 경기 보면서 오늘 준비를 어떻게 하셨나요?
어제 경기 보니까 확실히 프로토스 선수 중에서
Protoss
제일 잘하는
has always been too strong,
그리고
and now I'm allowed to say it since Serral lost. So just know if I win, it's amazing, and if I lose,
首先的话，
it's
其
because
实看到
Protoss.
昨天那场比赛
This is
之后
unfair to
觉得
Solar.
herO 选手确实
Solar's always
会
been a
是
bit of a
现在
balance fighter,
现役中的
but
领
that's
先的
because
选手
he's a normal
今
human.
天的比赛的话也会非常精彩，请大家期待一下。
非常期待两位选手给我们带来精彩的对决了。那么也是把画面交给我们最专业的解说席。
All right, now let's actually play the games instead of these awkward interviews. Let's go. We're back to the desk. We got a sick color scheme here. I forgot my tie. All three of these players are pros, by the way. Or at least have been near the top level. So they actually have a panel of effectively, at least all of them have been in the top 20 at some point. And definitely like the top 5 in China, so. So they're all better than me by a large margin, relatively. So they've got a full panel. But you speak English, and so do I, so here we are. Well, I speak 2 languages, English and American, which, well, you'll have to suffer through. Y'all. I wonder if they coordinated the glasses versus no glasses to balance it out. I do think that herO will win, but there's a very real chance Solar turns it because, one, herO sometimes just does random shit. And also, yesterday he beat Serral. And today is a different day. herO being the best Diamond League player in the world. Let me bring up this clip from yesterday where herO shows us, as always, his expert wall-off skills. Okay, we're gonna turn that down. Let me put... in case... we finally have it on tape. Whether or not herO, there's a method to his madness, or it's just madness. Shout out to Pig here. Well, we have it on candid camera from Pig. Or, I mean, from, yesterday.
herO's camera. herO's actually not checking. That Overlord could be running away into the dead space right now. He's trying to figure out the wall off. He's trying to figure out the wall off. We got the first person view of herO. Bring up the pylon on the building grid just to be like, how am I going to close this? You can see him in real time figuring it out. herO is such a friggin' funny guy.
You know Pig did not want to say that word, but he's doing an official cast.
What is that? You can hear the Chinese commentators laughing as well. Oh my god, he's just gonna full wall and kill the pylon. The thing is that with that pylon...
One more.
herO's actually not checking. That Overlord could be running
Watch
away into
this.
the dead space
Right
now.
there. Uh-huh. Oh, his strategies are so meticulously planned. Does this pylon fit here? Okay. You know what? Does this wall beat Serral? The answer? Yes. All right. So, we'll see if it's good enough to beat Solar. These cameras are sick. I love the color scheme. They did a great job at the stage, I will say. It looks amazing. it's very easy for a stage like this to look ridiculous, I think. Because there's only 2 people on it. It's like the size of a basketball court, but look at that keyboard. I love the color. He even has a Zerg-themed keyboard. Wow. I'm surprised herO's using one as well. Well, here we go. herO bans Mothership and Celestial Enclave, which is like the opposite of what I'd expect a Protoss to ban. Classic. Not Classic's out. Solar bans 10,000 feet of Winter Madness, which are the... Oh my god. We're doing the intro. We're doing it live. Here we go. The semifinals of the Thunderfire All-Stars tournament. Invitational. $50,000 on the line. And only 4 players remain. Here's one of them. In the top left of Ruby Rock, in the blue, the #1 Protoss in the world, the smiling assassin, the Mad King.
herO.
That. And in the bottom right corner, Serral's greatest stunt double, but today he has to take the center stage. And there you go. There you have it. A best of 5. herO defeated Serral 3-0, so even winning a single game would put Solar ahead of him in so many ways. But starting things off, the first probe, making life already difficult for Solar. Not able to take the net. Whoa. T-Imba, Z-Imba, herO. Yep. They had a little whiteboard so he could balance line actively, which is smart to prepare for that. The first probe, I'm going to be flirting with the mineral patches, as it so often does. And I noticed that Solar very intensely locked in early, whereas herO, just chilling. All right, having a good time. But, you know, that's the herO special. Against Serral, he did 3 almost random seeming all-ins, and we're led to believe that he actually prepared, which, okay, but if you say so, herO. But we'll see if he breaks out the same strategies, if he's capable of doing so, or if a new herO shows up today, because you never know if you're gonna get the Diamond League disaster or literally the #1 Protoss in the world. But por qué no los dos? It could be both. Solar does not have a good record against herO lately. Occasionally, it feels like herO kind of just throws a match against him, but by and large, herO has kind of destroyed Solar, especially in the most high-profile matches. Again, we've got to go back to that consistent inconsistency. The Stargate, not even herO can get away from the Stargate meta, really. You got to get an Oracle. That's it. That was the end of the list. But an Oracle defends you against effectively every single thing the Zerg can throw at you. For the first 3 to 5 minutes of the game, it really depends on how greedy and how forward they're being. But with no reliable anti-air besides Queens, good luck. First Adept actually finds the Zergling. Shades all the way across the map, and there's only 24 drones right now for Solar. That early game, and losing maybe... No! Ugh! Solar loses one of the drones early on, and a Void Ray behind. A curious choice, but it's very important to minimize losses here, as every single drone is painful. Every drone you build, every set of Zerglings is not a drone. That larva management in the early game. And that is why you block the Natchery. That is why you force them into the third, to make life uncomfortable. The constant harassment from both the ground and the air, and sometimes combined, but the double Adepts shading in. We're going to the herO action cam, where we see that he figures out where his Nexus is supposed to go. The Void Ray being microed out, arguably using hotkeys. see he's using the high contrast texture settings there too. I mean, that makes sense. Most players do. It looks pretty good, I think. Slapping some gates down. The Void Ray. Already got one of the Overlords, but there's more out there. Overlord manages to evade it by going the other direction. But Solar at only 34 drones, which this is certainly not a booming start. He's actually fighting the Adepts in their little nooks and crannies next to the minerals, which is not a particularly efficient process. The Oracle comes to try to save them. A bit late. herO comes into his house and murders his Overlord and then just leaves. And of course it's going to be Glaives, because why wouldn't it be Glaives? Just throw some Glaive Adepts in there. Why not? A spicy start for the spiciest player in the game. herO, stop dancing your Overlord. What? Why? Why? Slide to the left. So, oh, here come the Queens. And it's going to be a Queen Zergling all in. And there's nothing in the wall. Of course, the Zerglings get in. Now, are there enough Zerglings to matter? That first Overlord taking some damage. The fact that he's going Glaives, I think, puts him in a better spot. There's not going to be Roaches, only a few Queens. It's actually pretty likely that herO can defend his third, and therefore the game. The Queens are on the way, but the depth count is already so damn up. Brenda, I think we made a mistake. Well, get off my quick. Well, the Oracle, a bit of a consolation prize as the Queens amble back to whatever creep there is. Unfortunately for Solar, he lost a lot of the opportunity to drone up during all this. At least he gets back to the creep, but the Queen's already taking critical damage. Transfuse, but the Adepts are on the chase. There's 6 Roaches in production, but they're a long way off. The Adepts sliding in. We see a few Zerglings get in past the wall, which is just, you know, the herO special. But herO's just fighting. And Solar's already down 10 drones. herO doesn't even need to do more damage right now. But I'm sure he'll commit to it, because why not? Shades all the way through. herO lost 9 probes to like 4 Zerglings. And counting. 10 probes. Because of course he did. herO, ever the sportsman, making the game seem fair. Fighting the Roaches heads up. More Adepts in the main. More Adepts in the third. More Adepts than your body can handle. The drone count, he's only lost 4 drones so far. A Void Ray being produced yet again. As herO navigates the narrow path to not outright killing Solar, but instead leaving himself in kind of an awkward position when it comes to dealing with the counterattack. So... well, Solar is all in again. herO's aware of that. He just slaps down a second Stargate. He didn't go charge nor blink. He's just still building Adepts. The Queens can come back as almost none of them, if not none of them, went down. More pylon. It's just a bunch. Yeah, Solar is all in again. Unfortunately, the Queens caught on the edge of the creep. There might be time for a transfuse, but oof. Just assassinates one of the Queens. And again, as always, the game seems to revolve around the herO school of Protoss who don't build good. And the Void Rays light up and burninating through the Roaches. That extra, and the Zerglings get into the main because the Adept is only metaphorically in position to deal with them. So, yep, the Zerglings just ransacking the main base because of course they are. But that does leave them out of the front. Corrosive Bile hits Adepts and Cannons. As again, herO navigating the incredibly narrow path to not actually holding this attack. Eating almost every single Corrosive Bile in much the way Protoss usually can't eat anything. But the probes are pulled off the line. The Adepts are shading on top. The Oracles are burning through the Queens. Corrosive Bile hits everyone involved. herO has lost 40 probes. Oh my! And still, despite his best efforts, herO, I think, holds. And herO is in the lead. Put the fucking... number 1 Protoss in the world. I'd like to pardon my French, as I know Clem isn't up yet, but... we're just gonna get mass Oracle because herO feels like it. Solar is still all in. herO lost so many probes, the game is still going. If herO had figured out how to hold position as Adept in the correct spot... oh, now he's just got 5 Oracles, because why not? And 2... wait, does he... 7 Oracles and 2 Void Rays. And I don't think there's enough anti-air, unless... well, these are Oracles versus Corrosive Bile, which has been quite a quandary for herO before. He's just gonna burn through. Corrosive Bile's missed the mark. The queens are just dead. herO running him around in circles. Fucking laser beams. Nope, we're doing it again. Lighting everything up. And herO wins. And there you have it. Another clean execution from the Smiling Assassin. Managing to go into the losing all your Adepts, losing all your probes, losing all your Adepts again, losing all your probes again, into winning the game. I said calculation. I don't know if that's a reference, but it seems to apply. Calculated, indeed. herO's done the math. All right, he crunched the numbers, but he's really bad at math. herO, instead of the conventional wisdom of going for like charge or blink, he's like, what if I slapped down another Stargate? I started pumping out Oracles, all right? You get an Oracle, and you get an Oracle, and you get an Oracle. And guess what, herO? You get win in game number 1. Congratulations. Solar flailing around, getting whiplash, and so dizzy by the end he hurt himself in his own confusion. Is this really a pro match? No, it's herO. And here we go. (1-0). herO undefeated in this tournament so far. And so, I mean, you don't mess with success. Oh my god, that zoom was way too much. Jeez. I'm gonna hit him in the... directly into his eyes. That's what I call a blink. Maybe if we go fast enough, we can see how his brain ticks. Well, herO off to a strong start with a build that I don't think will ever be replicated. The key part of that build was making sure he didn't get supply blocked by losing 40 of his probes to Zerglings that never should have gotten in his base. So if you guys want to jot that one down, all right, like I'm taking notes as well, you can see. So there you go. Now we see. Maybe that's why herO just gives up on walling, because it doesn't matter any... Hey! Now Kith. Wait, you can't. Maybe that's why they're so angry. Yes. All right. We're doing it live. Yes, professional. Give or take. I don't usually have the generic in-game music on, and the sound balancing is a little off, but... I would take this time usually to analyze herO's build, which would be more time than herO took, I assume, to do the same. Unfortunately, Solar with the... I feel like you can't do that. Alright, that's my analysis. You can't do that. You can't play a conservative style where you just try to sit back and defend. It didn't work for Serral. I don't think it's going to work for Solar. You're just going to get poked and prodded until he like pokes your eyes out. Where the simple fact is if you take any damage to the Adepts and Oracles, you're already behind in workers with worse tech. So what do you have going for you? A half-hearted all-in, apparently. But that is not certain. That is not the ideal follow-up. What we see is players either getting obscenely greedy, going for like a third hatch blind, and relying on 4 to 6 Zerglings to defend all the Adepts, or hitting a like a melee attack timing. That's, I think, the most success thus far. But just kind of building enough roaches and hoping you'll be able to get the counterattack is not the most reliable. If any build can kill 40 probes and still lose, I don't think it's good enough. That's my professional amateur opinion. He's rallying the Oracle to kill the Overlord, but he didn't build a Stalker, so he doesn't have anti-air. I think he realized that and redirected. Oh wait, I lied. Maybe I should have object permanence. Good job, herO. A Stalker. Head forced it into position. No. Oh. I want him to... I think he considered for a split second I saw him select the gate. I think he considered canceling it for a split second and then realized that was very dumb. I wouldn't put it past him. Alright, the Zerglings. The third base already on the way. The Oracle threads the knitting needles. It's just spores, and this time around, ooh, stasis. Drone accepts the mandated work break. Another Oracle. Gonna light it up, I think. Well, yeah, he's got out. Gets one. The other one dodges into a spore. Oracle coming in, but there's no spore over here. Gets another one. As the prophecy foretold, 2 drones dead. Oracle bruised. And we move on with our lives. Wait, there's Moracles. What a deplorable build out of herO. He's got the Shady Bunch headed out as well. We got 3. The triumvirate of Oracles is on the way. The Adepts are, well, they can't decide what they want, but... The Oracles. The Oracles! The Oracles! Okay. Unfortunately, we're locked into whatever they're observing here. Thinking about it. And that one queen, a little bit on the wrong side of the hatchery, and a lot of it dead. Another drone, maybe another queen. Doesn't want to bother. Layer's already done. Overlord speed is on the way. And lo and behold, Solar's going for a German taxi build. It's going to be the queens dropping across the map. Now, wait, did he build a It's Foracles? Why not? Just keep building them. And 4 queens are not enough to deal. Like, they need to have more than their equal. No, oh, he's going to see it. This is awkward. Technically could drop out. This really needed to show up unannounced, but he's screaming it from the rooftops and out of the Overlord right now. Not that there's going to be much to defend. Well, shield battery out of the way. So this is a more flavorful version of the previous attempt. The thing is, with a lair, you can drop creep, and that gives you the opportunity to transfuse. So that's something. That's what he's relying on here, but some cannons on the way. herO, remember to wall in. Yeah, the crowd goes wild. As well they should for this moment. One queen gets incinerated. The Oracle's just slaughtered, and wow, herO, sickest micro. Slightly sidesteps the corrosive bile. He managed to wall off. And herO, well, he's up 14 workers. Solar, yeah, well, this also didn't work. So, yeah, he's just keep building Moracles. Why not? GG. herO. 2-0. Just like that. herO is 1 game from the grand finals. Solar with an even more desperate build that failed even more dramatically. As herO, you see the difference there was herO managed to put his Stalker in the wall. And a Stalker is, and this is a direct quote, dummy thick. So, the Stalker is much more reliable at sitting in the wall instead of slightly off to the side, letting all the Zerglings in. And that was the massive adaptation that allowed herO to take this game even more easily. So, big development for herO on the civil architecture front. And now herO is undefeated in this tournament. 3-0 Serral, 2-0 Solar. There is a non-zero chance that herO will go through this entire tournament undefeated. What happens if Reynor beats Clem? And yes, now it's time for the throwaway build. As you know. Well, this is a very high-profile tournament. I don't know if herO will do his usual I really don't care at all build. But it is not rare that herO, when he goes up 2-0, does something so dumb even for him that it makes no sense. Because he's an entertainer. Alright? But we are in person. I feel like that's more limited to online. Like, in person, on this massive stage with only 2 people there. That looks amazing, though, still. Why isn't anyone playing macro? How do you play macro when you've lost half a dozen drones and he's got 5 oracles hunting down your queens? If you figure it out, why don't you let the top 2 Zerg players in the world know? I'm sure they'd love to yesterday. Why not simply macro? Is it possible to learn anything from herO? Self-confidence? What is that? That's... Well, he's gonna do this wall. I feel like herO's making that face because he knows he fucked up the wall. Already. I think that's all. It doesn't really matter, though, does it? He's like... When you do the, Yeah, that's off. This is the Chinese commentators observing. There's no reason to be tilting the camera like that unless there's a particular inconsistency. Uh-huh. You don't say. Oh yeah, not even close. Like, he tests it. Put another one in the hall of, I guess fame doesn't really work. The herO school of Protoss who can't build good. Like, the Forrest Gumpian Protoss school of, filthy tricks. With your spirit guide, herO. Solar's gonna see it and be like, I can't believe I fucking am gonna lose to this guy 3-0. I can't believe this shit. Solar over here trying to min-max every single larva while herO's trying to min-max how much time he can spend looking at his phone. The Zerglings not even able to kill the probe. A moral victory there. Immoral victory, one way or another. Why don't they have the heart rate monitors today? They had it yesterday. herO's 74. All right, 69. Solar, 123. I don't think they're accurate at all the way they use them, but it was way worse in the EWC, where it's like, these players are sitting at a resting heart rate of 140. It's like, I don't think so. I hope not. I don't. Is the tourney live? It is. China is on a perfect time for me. How convenient. This is midday Sunday for China. Hero's just going to take a third because I guess you don't need to wall off when you have oracles. He didn't even finish the wall. He just doesn't have one. He didn't build another gate or pylon down there. It's just not walled. Like, I know. That's his secret, all right? Just don't worry about the little things, like a bunch of Zerglings in your base. The Adepts just kind of walk in. Great Evo block. But there's 3 Adepts, which means 2 of them. Does he cancel? No, he gets in. Gonna kill some drones. Gets 2. Keeping them all busy. He's just gonna keep building oracles, of course. It's worked so far. Oh, look, another one. Solar's down 5 drones. He's building some more, though. And the thing is, because oracles exist, he cannot take a third. Or, I mean, he can take a third, rather. herO, did you wall that? Did he? No, there's no wall. Just go around, bro. Just go in. Look at this fucking donkey. Look at this #1 Protoss in the world. herO, you saw it! It wasn't a wall. Is this bait? Is he rage baiting me or is he baiting the Zerglings? He's like, now I get to kill all the Zerglings and it only cost me 3 probes. I'm a genius. I know. Look. The Zerglings are too busy asking whether or not they could, rather than whether or not they should. So we've spent all this time making guides and tutorials and doing a bunch of geometry on how to wall off his Protoss, whereas herO said, why not? And you're like, why not what, herO? And he said, that was the end of my sentence. Why not? There you go. The old pylon shutting the door after the Zerglings get in situation. And we got oracles. Yep, we got some oracles here. Yeah. Wait, this is the herO action cam. Wow, this map looks crazy on those graphics settings. Looks like herO's got Predator vision or something with the way he's got the graphics set up. It looks like he's in a different reality, which makes a lot of sense. That wall-off areas may be larger than they appear. The oracles just burning through the Zerglings. Did he just build a second Twilight? I think that was supposed to be a Templar Archives. There you go. Spire is on the way. 6 more gates. Charge +1. So there will be a Warp Prism and 8 gates by the time the Spire's done. He's just going to go for the charge lot all in. Did he spot the Spire? The gases at the 3rd should really give this away. We'll know if he starts... You know, herO does... Even if he thinks it's mutas, that doesn't mean... But he saw the gases at the 3rd. Then again, that means herO would have to think ahead and realize. But the best defense... He's getting a second Robo. Which is not great against mutas, because Robos build exactly 0 anti-air units. So... Solar has enough for 7 mutas, which is just enough to not be a critical threat to any sort of direct attack. I think the Adepts are just going to casually see the Spire. How convenient. Yeah, you saw it. Anyways, now there's 4 Oracles over here. I'm just going to kill some drones. Alright, he's building Phoenix's second Stargate. He got a little bit of warning. Yeah, Phoenix is on the way. You need 3 or 4 before I'd be particularly confident against the mutas. He goes with 1 so far, which is not as many. But the mutas, they know the Phoenixes are there, so... Is he actually going to try... Well, it's Phoenix at the moment. Ah, Archon drop defense. Because, you know, why not? Sick. Juggling the Archons. Ah, you thought I was slow. But it was you all along. The Phoenix is dancing. herO with the most slapdash, like, MacGyver defense here. I got 2 Phoenixes. I got 2 Archons. I got a Warp Prism. And I got a stick of bubblegum and a box of scraps. Well, congratulations, you've defended. Well, he's gonna see the mutas, and phoenixes aren't bad against Roach Ravager either. So if he knocks the mutas out of the sky, he can just go lifting up all the Ravagers. And he still has the oracles as well. So there's actually no real he's hunting down the mutas. How about the queens? Sure. Yep, up. Brenda, you're flying again! Ah, Well, the thing about that is now he's gonna lose some of the phoenixes to the mutas because he was lifting up. Solar's maxed out, which means his army should be better. Right? Yeah. Oh, there are Zerglings in the main base, by the way. Obviously, duh. Why wouldn't there be Zerglings in the main? So, they're just gonna kill all the probes. That's what's happening there. herO just realized. And Solar, by all metrics here, is in a great spot. He's maxed out. He's got the right army to beat this. +2 attack is about to complete for herO, which is kind of a huge deal. 5 seconds out. The probes, every single probe in the main base died, because of course it did. And now the Oracle's still going to work. Corrosive Bow is helpful. He's just lifting up whatever he can, lights up the Oracles. He's going to kill some of the queens, splits away. Yeah, there's still Zerglings in the main. And can he die? Is he capable of dying? All right, the Phoenixes just sitting there because they have nothing else to be doing right now. Juggle some of the Immortals. There's still a Zergling in the main. To this day. And, well, the Phoenixes are slowly regaining energy as he juggles the Immortals out. All right, a Clown Fiesta here this game. And, nope, not dead. All right, hero's still in the game. And he has a bunch of Phoenixes, which do have an intense amount of... Oh, my God. The Zergling lived for, like, a full 3 minutes. Now, the Phoenixes, they might not realize that Hydras are on the way. herO is in a horrible position. Solar has 73 drones. He's got 4 bases. He's got Hydras. So, and there's not nearly enough energy on these Phoenixes. So, it's bad. It's really bad for herO. But he's not dead, and he still has Phoenixes. He's not going to bother lifting the Hydras when he's got Roaches right here. And honestly, it's not guaranteed he can kill the Hydras. herO's going to go forward, which is a disaster. He's got Storm on the way, acknowledging that he may actually need a more complex army. So, if herO did not let the 20 Zerglings in and let him kill every single probe in his main base, every single one, every single probe, then he might be in a playable position. But right now, we're back in the herO special, where Solar is maxed out with the sheer biomass of this army. And it should... Oh, he manages to wall off in time. We even got picture-in-picture of that because somebody's just sitting on... They have the camera on herO's wall, just waiting. Well, that sheer amount of DPS here is so damn high, but the storms are incredible. Unfortunately, they're about 10 seconds too late. And herO can bleed. He dies. The fact that, well, so, rarely are things so clear-cut as maybe don't let a bunch of Zerglings in your base. But I'm quite confident if he didn't let a bunch of Zerglings in his base, he holds the main attack, he has a similar economy and a better army composition. But he let a bunch of Zerglings in his main base. So this time around, that was one of the worst walls from herO. So the beauty to me is when he started, he sent his probe out, the messed up part of the wall. Like the part he didn't have walled. And then he never walled it off. Until Zerglings got it. He was like, oh no, we're going to get so many balance complaints if I don't lose a game. I doubt he's thinking that. None of them would affect herO. Well, here we go. So many action shots and tracking shots. The smiley. Now he's sending out the probe. Beginning of the game. So he's gonna try to block the base. Solar usually does an extractor cancel. To get the quickest hatch. Oh my. Solar's doing a 14 hatch. Literally the quickest you can get a hatch while building any drones. No Overlord, no extractor cancel. Literally just 14 out of 14. So cutting almost everything in order to get that hatchery. That's how important that was to him. It will hamstring his economy to an extent, but, you know, losing a bunch of drones because your third base is your second also is bad. So herO sends out the probe early. I think, therefore I am, but the Overlord spotted the probe and he probably would have done an extractor trick or two otherwise. Okay. Maybe we can settle down a bit. herO with his obligatory... Does that count as the it's so dumb that it's even dumb for herO that I described before Game 3? Unfortunately, it wasn't an entertaining dumb. It was just, oh, look, he didn't wall off for the 7th time this series. But it was the most impactful of them all, so... And you're like, Winter, there's only been 3 games. Did I stutter? Well, the probe trying to annoy the drones on the minerals and bounce them off a bit. Overlord will... No, that's fucked again. What is this? No, it's wrong. It's not a wall. There's a gap in the same spot. Number 1 Protoss in the world. It's not really close. He blocks the 3rd. Filthy. Disgusting. Effective. He saw the drone commit. Why don't we ever get Solar's cam, alright? herO. He's like, you know what? Actually, I'm kind of feeling it. Gets in, tries to body block, misses the shot. herO, you're not walled. herO! I was like, well, I wouldn't have hold position at Adept anyways. What? Oh my god. Oh, this is... She's like, you know what's more important than walling me off? Walling him out of a 3rd base. Oh my, the drone going for the... Oh my god! I'm glad we get the herO action cam for this. It's like, as long as I ruin your day, it doesn't matter how much I screw up mine. They're just gonna run in the base. Like, unless that doodad actually blocks. I really don't think it does, but I've been wrong before. 20 Zerglings in the base this early would be devastating. 8, not so much. There's a chance it's a wall, but I need to see it tested. What? Why is there an Adept back? All right, that's 2 drones. That's 3 drones. Solar's down 6 workers. 7 workers. And now what? Well, Twilight Forge. The third base. herO's third is at the same time as Solar's. A lair has started. We're already... This fucking guy. I didn't... I see that. We all see that pylon, right? I know. He's gonna get 4 more drones, because of course he is. Why not get a couple more in the main? Just for good measure. 5 drones. Yeah, the Oracle gonna light up the creep tumors. Because of course he is. Ah, some adepts gonna get caught. They're on a move command, so not even attacking themselves, but charge and +1. It's gonna be the German taxi build again. It's gonna be the queen drop. Overlord speed's on the way. Solar. Yeah. Oh, he just shades through. He's gonna spot the roaches coming out. Losing oracles right before the queen all-in is not ideal. We got a Twilight on the way. The shade actually cancels, still just ransacking the main base. So this was supposed to be solar all-inning, but instead herO's still building probes. herO, the only way he could die here is by... He's still building 3 probes at a time. He's at 63 to 46 probes. A transfuse on a drone. Eventually the queens will deal with it. He has absolutely no respect, just autopilot. It's called the German taxi build after Lambo, the German Zerg player who came up with it the first time. Popularized. And because it's a fun name, so we latched onto it. And here we go. The taxi is carrying the queens across the map. The adepts are gonna kill. I don't think killing drones is that important though right now. Yep, we get to the walling cam. Back to the wall. Maybe flip the cameras. Flip the cameras. Well, whatever. We can look at the bottom. Here we go. The queens. There is some creep with the overlords. That immortal in place. And herO has a very awkward amount of... He technically has Storm on the way. I don't know if he has any Templar. He just energy recharged the shield battery, so he can't warp in storms. There is a second pylon, very thankfully, at that natural location, as herO predicted all this. He looked through 8,000 universes and said, the one where I lose my immortal to corrosive bile and I wall off poorly, that's the one that I want to be in. Warps in some more charge lots. The Zerglings are thinning out pretty quickly. The corrosive bile's off the mark. Solar running out of units. Yep, gonna lose some more zealots. herO treading the very narrow path to not crushing this. But treading that path with the... Oh, knocks out some charge lots with corrosive bile. But another wave comes in. And remember, herO has literally... Yep, that's it. herO wins. 3-1. Who predicted 3-1? Raise your hand. Thank you, thank you. All right, I'm here all night. Look at herO. He's like, yikes, that was pretty rough. But all this I planned. I predicted herO 3-1 because I thought he'd crush it, but he'd also go way too far in at least one game. And here we are. The wall off, perfect. All right, you think pylons are vulnerable, but they're just bait. herO with his trademark double fist pump. Solar. Give him the handshake. And herO walks, spends another 15 seconds walking back across the stage. Ah, yes. herO again, navigating his way through a treacherous path of looking like he makes any sense into one of actually winning. Oh, herO. Back at it again. So now, herO will face the winner of Clem versus Reynor, which the Zergling predicted Clem. But we'll see. As, well, how many people attend the stadium? They filled it up. You got some... Ah! I'm not ready. They're not cluing me in on these camera changes. Yep. herO has to work out the mouse hand he uses, because we both know he's not using the keyboard very often. Another disaster piece. Not a single game going over like the 12-minute mark. The only game that went to 200 supply, I think Solar won. Yeah, we're gonna go to the, oh no, we're gonna... herO, tell us about your genius strategies. Alright, tell us all about your civil engineering degree. Tell us about how you design your wall off so bespoke. Thank you, Pupper. Was that harder or easier than playing against Serral, who you also crushed?
우선 3대1로 승리한 걸 축하드리고요. 저희 첫 경기 때 그 저글링 러시가 들어왔을 때 좀 불리한 상황에서도 예언자를 뽑아갖고 방어를 하셨잖아요. 그때 그 불리한 상황에서 역전으로 이기게 된 그때는 어떤 생각하고 이런 방어를 했는지 얘기해 주세요.
사실 그런 위기가 없어도 되는.
I mean, it went really well. I thought it was going badly, but things just seemed to work out for me.
막아도 저글링이 들어오더라고요. 그래서 적잖이 당황했지만 제가
Yeah, so I built an oracle, and then I built another oracle, and then I built another oracle. And that just kind of ended. We gotta...
川狗的话是，其实堵住了路口，那个小狗还是会冲进来的。当时是有一点震惊，但是后面我已经就是空军部队已经是我比较有那个优势的，所以后面可以拿到那个翻盘的一个局势点。
Are you scared? More scared of Clem or Reynor? Probably Clem. Oh, I'm skipping forward.
Your dedication will be rewarded.
Jimmy? 중에서도 약간 저글링 멀티 견제를 많이 하셨는데 그
일단 그 빌드는 저를 위한 헌정 빌드라고 생각할 정도로 민수가 저를 잘 알기 때문에 그런 플레이를 했는데 오늘 경기력이 마음에 안 드는 게 민수가 노린 대로 다
He plays for T1? Yes, he is the only StarCraft player on T1. They had a StarCraft team till 2016. Then, out of the blue, they picked up herO in, like, October.
然后对于我自己的状态来说的话，今天感觉有点不是很满意，因为防御做的不是很好。接下来的比赛
That's how good herO is, alright? He brings an entire high-profile esports team back to StarCraft for himself only. Single elimination, kind of brutal? Yes, but it's an invitational. The idea is this is essentially just a bunch of show matches.
누가 결승에 올라왔으면 좋겠을까요?
I think they asked whether Clem or Reynor.
일단은 원래는
And he's really thinking.
저그전을 원하긴 하는데 너무 많이 하다 보니까 클렘 선수랑 하는 것도 나쁘지 않을 것 같습니다.
Clem's probably scared. Like that was the most thinking he's done this whole day.
所以决赛希望可以是 Clem 选手晋级。
哇哦，那我们的决赛小黑肉的对手究竟是谁，也是会在下一场比赛里面为大家揭晓。那我们最后再一次把掌声送给我们的小黑肉，恭喜他拿下了刚刚这一局比赛的胜利。
Next up is Clem versus Reynor. Congratulations, herO. Wait, no, sorry, wrong way.
哇哦，谢谢现场的观众朋友们给到的欢呼跟掌声。那我们也是休息一下，精彩的比赛还在继续。
He's saying he wants to fight Clem? Of course. Ah, you see here, heroes. What if I just shade a bunch of adepts into the base build? And then here's the, what if I shade a bunch of adepts into your face build? And here's the, I let all the Zerglings in my base build. Yeah. What's the story? Some upstart Chinese event? Yeah, NetEase. Also, the Chinese server is back for StarCraft 2. They reached an agreement, I think, last year, and it's now available again. I don't know if this is like a promotion for it, but... Hero's like, now you see here when I... this fucking... This in a nutshell. This is where you jump the shark. Where... Not only did the first wall off look dicey, even Solar just assumed he had walled off correctly. Until it was proven he didn't by herO's own probe. Like, if herO hadn't betrayed himself with the probe, I don't know if Solar would have actually gone in the base. But the probe's like, hey, there's a path here. Don't mind if I do. Yeah, in case you hadn't noticed, this is more like a watch party than a official cast. As we'll save that for replay casting so I can cast it full quality while controlling the camera. Oh no, this questionable music. I'm not convinced. I'm not gonna get copy striked, so. Yeah, we've got World of Warcraft's... Wait. No, Clem versus Reynor. And then we're doing the Rogue versus Oliveira match. Which Rogue should walk over, but we'll see. And then herO versus my favorite, TBD. The winner of... The winner of Clem versus Reynor. Oh, it's time. Wait, what is this? This is the new Diablos. I haven't seen the cinematic. No, this is the new StarCraft. Terran after playing for 15 years. Okay, Mephisto, I think, Can we play first person now? Looks pretty sick. Ah. My final form, a Nidus Worm. Wait. They said Wardy said replays on the Chinese server were broken. They said they'd have them. But either way, we have this, so. That they were fixed in the last week or so, but. Ah, yes. Kerrigan's. Is your prediction to cheese first? I don't think they'll cheese. They haven't been. I think they both feel favored in the mid game, which is kind of a weird place to be. Like, we might see a timing or something, but not like a Proxy Rax or Hatch. So who knows?
你好，凯日根，我一直在等你。
我很惊讶，你居然没逃跑。
逃跑？亲爱的，恐怕你彻底搞错了。
Oh, that's where the artifact went. Spoilers! It did seem like quite a big plot device.
真的以为我没有做任何保护措施，
Be right back, one more.
就把你这动物放进来了吧？很显然，你是我最大的失败。现在我必须亲手把你杀了。别做梦了！
你要为你所做的一切付出代价，阿克托尔斯。
我把你变成了个怪物，泰瑞根。
你把我们都变成了怪物。再见，杰姆。谢谢你。
不客气，亲爱的。后会有期。
我现在看清了我真正的敌人，他在虚空中等待着我，拥有着我无法想象的力量。为了对抗他，我放弃了所有的一切，我的人性，我的身份，还有我爱的男人，但我不会独自去面对他的。
But they were all of them deceived, for another enemy was made, forged in the fires of poor writing rooms. There we go. Everybody clap along. These are some of the sickest graphics, though. I want these. Some real... Is it starting? What does it look like? I mean, this could just keep going. It just keeps going for 10 minutes. I wouldn't even be men. Too many cooks.
Hello， 各位现场以及屏幕前的观众朋友们，欢迎回来！这里是《星际争霸2国际明星邀请赛》的比赛直播现场。那标准组的第2场对决马上就要开始了，让我们首先有请
And we're back with the only interview we're going to be able to fully understand, at least in some fashion tonight. There's Clem. This nerd has ruined Terran for everyone else, and Protoss for many of them. And he'll continue to do so. And you can't stop him. Now come spend a solid 15 seconds walking out onto this massive stage.
接下来我们要有请他今天的对手雷诺登台亮相。
Oh my. He might be poorly named after the main character of this game, but then he decided the Zerg were right all along. The Italian Stallion. We're just gonna... I like how they were probably doing the portraits, and they're like, we'll just use this as part of the intro. That'll work better. How big is that stadium? I think somebody said 3,000. SC2 is still quite big in China, which is why it was a big deal that they had the disagreements over the servers. Alright.
So Clem, you said before that as long as you can beat the classic, you can win the champion. You just forget about Reynor, right? Yesterday, he said that he's gonna show you something. So how do you feel about it?
He said he was gonna show me something?
Show you who's the boss here.
I mean, we're gonna see about that. We played like 15 tournament games in the past week or so, and it went pretty even. So I'm just gonna expect this one to kind of go similar. But yeah, we'll see.
He won pretty much all of them. The tournaments, not all the games. It's about even, but Clem came out on the better end most of them.
这个胜率就是5-5开的，基本上，所以他今天就是到时候再看用比赛说话。
哦，用比赛说话。好的，那我
They
们
couldn't
也
get
是
a
想
friend.
问一下雷诺
These
选
two
手，
speak
其实
better
你和
English than I
选
do.
手有一个共同点，你们在很多比赛里面都会使用多个种族来进行比赛。那想问一下，为什么你跟 Clem 选手都选择了神族为你们的副族呢？
So Reynor, you and Clem, you both played Protoss sometimes in the tournaments. Why is that? Why is Protoss not the other race?
Well, Protoss is the best and the easiest race.
I wonder how much of the crowd speaks English.
雷诺选手说他觉得神族是
Thank you, Reynor, for being clear.
最简单的种族。
屁阴不阴吧？好的，非常感谢2位选手赛前的简短采访。那现在也是有请2位选手到你们的对战席就座，我们的大赛马上开始。把画面交给我们最专业的解说。
Was that the whole interview? That's all you had to say to Reynor? It's like, what do you guys think about Protoss? And they say, fuck Protoss, and then that's it. That's everything. Oliveira's on the desk. Like, that's all Reynor has to say. Did they do like a weird handshake thing at the back or something? Or... I mean, even the host led a P-Imba chant, so... Not really chant, but a cheer. So... of all things. Oliveira's playing after this, by the way. I mean, these are all pros, but... Oliveira's playing against Rogue in the Legends match next. Why is Winter so small? It's because these guys are such titans. I don't know why I'm waiting to understand what they're saying. I do enjoy how the entire interview was. Reynor said he'll show you something. And Clem's like, oh, okay. And then, what do you guys think about Protoss? Protoss is easy and overpowered. And then, all right, let's go. That's it. Interview. I do think 3-2. We'll see which way it goes. Clem 3-1 in Classic is a good sign for him, though. He struggles against Classic. Then again, that was yesterday. Today's a new day. So. Even the commentators are sweaty. It's probably the massive lights on their face. What are your thoughts on Protoss, Oliveira? As a former professional Terran. Here we go. Reynor got his Kleenexes out so he can clean up afterwards. That sounded weird, but Clem has a 68% win rate against Zerg, looking to improve those numbers. Reynor only 63% against Terra. I like the backlight on the Clem's keyboard. Not that any of this is relevant, not like they ever look at their keyboards, but, you know, for dramatic effect. Also interesting, they both have just the matte white. They both have, is that 10 keyless? I think so. Which makes sense if all you're doing is playing StarCraft, alright? You want to have as little space between you and the mouse. Like, yeah. Numpads are for boomers. Well, I'm gonna put on my slightly more actual commentator hat because I think this match will actually be strategy oriented as opposed to herO flailing around and winning. But who knows? But I do think we have a better chance of seeing something that resembles... Oh, he's taking the rings off! He hasn't claimed them yet. Is Reynor married? I seriously doubt it. I mean, those are style choices. Is the final is today. After this will be Rogue versus Oliveira in a best of 3 as a legacy match, like a Legends match. And then the final of winner of this versus herO. Here we go. Thank you for tuning in for one of my only live casts, as China's on vampire time for the US, so convenient. And I will be casting the highlights in a more official and higher video quality when we get the replays later on. But here we go. The semifinals of the Thunderfire SC2 All-Stars Invitational. With all your favorite players and herO. Now the semifinals between Clem and Reynor. And now the semifinals between Clem and... Oh, yeah, we got... And now the semifinals. And now we're in. In the top left of Ruby Rock. the Frenchman from Team Liquid, the best Terran in the world.
Clem.
And up against him, one of the only who can keep up with him, the Italian stallion, the Zerg in the red.
Reynor.
Hopefully, you've had a good day so far. And hopefully it's about to get just a little bit better. It's time to like, subscribe, and get started. Clem versus Reynor. Reynor, Z Imba. Clem, Imba. Just in general. We got Protoss and we got balance in all things. But maybe not this game, according to some of the players and most of the crowd. As over the last few weeks, as they mentioned, they've played in like 4 or 5 major tournament matches, including the finals of Big Games, Craft Cup, which I already have up on the YouTubes as the best finals of 2026. Technically correct. We'll see how long it holds up. Maybe this. Well, this is a semi-final, so it doesn't really count, but we'll see if it holds up as another incredible match. They're almost dead even in games this year. I think Clem has a slight edge, but only very slight, and honestly, every series feels like it just goes back and forth. Clem has an advantage if he's able to get the jump. All right, if he goes Hellion, Banshee, and he kills. Now, like most, if you kill off half a dozen drones, you don't lose anything, you're usually in a pretty good spot. But if Reynor is able to box out the early aggression and get that mid-game economy, it does seem like Zerg players have figured out how to use the stronger Baneling, the rebuffed Baneling, because I would like to rebuff the idea it was buffed. It was reverted to what it was before. The nerf was reverted. Am I a Zerg apologist? No. But people call me that on occasion. They can call me what they want. Except on my phone, because I'm a millennial. I don't answer calls. Let's not be ridiculous. Reaper jumps into the main, but the third base already laid down as Reynor cutting out some of the gas early on in order to make sure he has the minerals for the third. And getting that third hatch before the Reaper could do anything about it. Picks off a Zergling. The crowd goes wild. First blood goes to Clem, which is worth 50 gold, I believe. Another Queen Brenda bounced out of the way. The music is so loud, but we're going to turn it up so we get all the sounds. Let me know if everything sounds good, even if you're well into the future. Third command center. Is that a second factory? Clem's taking us to McDonald's. All right, wait a second. Settle in. Inspired by Gumi Bro, I'm sure, but a second factory hidden at the back of the main. It's going to be mech, or at least a spicy opener. It looks like Blue Flame Hellions. More than likely. And then we'll see past that point. 2 factories is not a full commitment, but it certainly trends in that direction. But it's clearly something he's trying, and Maru used to great effect against Reynor himself as well. So, Reynor has a tendency to cut those corners. And sometimes when you cut too many corners, you leave yourself without an edge. 3 Hellions, an Infernal Pre-Igniter, Blue Flame on the way. Cutting out any amount of creep tumors will be a huge deal to limit speed and vision. And Reynor does not have an Overlord really close enough. We'll see if Clem's success, as long as he doesn't rally out that third Hellion, he needs to not go by that Overlord. He needs to hide any additional Hellions and sell the idea that he's going for Banshee or really anything else. Because if he gives it away too early, then Reynor will be able to set up. Literally, this needs to hit and incinerate a third of the economy immediately. It's a big commitment. It's medium risk to high reward. And right now, Reynor does not have a Roach Horn. He's not building any additional lings. He doesn't have a wall. The Zerglings are trying to counterattack. Blue Flame is closing in, and it's going to be more of a Bio-Curious experience. He has more barracks on the way. The Stim, third command center's floating over. But those Hellions are banking up, and now he's going to send them out. Blue Flame nearly completed. There is no Roach Horn. Zerglings are clearly not the ideal counter here, but the Zerglings get in one way or another. And Clem, the door's open. Oh, herO took the controls. Not again. herO, get off the stage. It's happening again. What? I think, well, 6 SCVs dead will mitigate the potential losses, but here come the Hellions, burninating into the mineral line. The Queen's on the wrong side of history. The drones are vulnerable, incinerating half a dozen to start, but wait, there's more. All the drones so far that he's been able to get a hold of torched immediately. That Queen needs to hold the ramp. The Zergling's coming out, but the damage was done on the other side. Clem does have a third base. He might try to dart into the third. A lot of the Hellions being cut apart, but Zerglings are not the counter you need. The Blue Flame Hellions are the direct option to deal with them. And overall, if those Zerglings didn't get into the main, then I think Clem is in a decisively winning position. But guess what? Woulda, coulda, shoulda. 13 drones dead, but Clem is still down 10. And because he went for the 2 factory, he delayed the rest of his tech. He just started his starport 6 minutes into the game, which I said dramatically because that's quite late. And surprise! The Baneling slam at the top of the ramp, and Clem is beaten back. He tucks his metaphorical tail between his legs, and he heads right back home. It's a disaster for the Frenchman. It went from tentative to terrible, as now Reynor has full control of the map. He has 4 bases. He's got 10 drones in production. That's confidence. And Baneling speed on the way. The layer's already complete. Give me the Hydra Den. Will he actually... Wait, has he read this correctly? If he knows this is just barracks, he could go straight up to Hive. Hydra Den's a safer choice, but not necessarily a better one. Because if it's just Marines and more Hellions. He's just continually building Hellions. And maybe Hellbats with them. But it's all in flux right now, but Reynor definitely has the advantage. He's building 2 more hatches, including a macro hatch. He's got the 3 o'clock position. 1-1 upgrades. Melee attack. Carapace. 1-1 for Clem as well. It's going to be quicker. Hydralisk Den is halfway there. And Reynor is fully confirmed at this point what unit composition he's dealing with. Actually, hard supply blocked at 115. Clem has the supply advantage, especially in army. But there's no armory, so that means no Hellbats. Still going to be hard to engage into this army. 1-1 well-timed as Clem stimming, stutter-stepping, gutting down the Queens like only a Frenchman can, and the Hellions still covering. But the Banelings are not light units. They don't take extra damage, it's just they don't have a lot of HP. The Baneling's still dancing around. Reynor needs to hold on to this base to maintain that economic lead. Still dancing back, in and out of the line of fire in the most literal sense. The Baneling's closing in. A couple more Hellions go down. Armory still not done. Clem pushed back for now. The Hellions taking the wrong path. The creep receded all the way back to the hatch. But wait, there's more. 78 drones. We got 12 Hydras in production. No Hydra upgrades, though, which could be relevant eventually. But right now, it's about the battle for the hatchery. The Queens slapping the transfuses into the front line. The Hellbats are on the field, but that actually makes them a little more vulnerable to the Banes. Easily tanks it. Clem burning through. The Queen's nearly out of energy. The Banelings with big hits. Another round comes through. The Hydra's on the back. 1-1 about to complete seconds after this critical engagement. But it's enough, and Clem is forced to turn around. Reynor takes a 20 supply lead. Another medevac is taken out, and Clem actually turns around to fight the Hydras. And I think we'll regret that immediately. Does Reynor realize he doesn't have any Hydra upgrades? Does he need them? Yes. Hydra speed is very important. It's very sad to watch Hydras without speed. But enough Zerglings in front means they don't take the focused fire of the Marines, and now there's a Marauder there just for flavor. +1 ranged attacking Carapace. No infestation pit for Reynor. And Clem is keeping the pressure on. But the fact that the critical mass of Hydras is coming together, we're talking 10, 15, 20 is pushing it. Actually, 20 is kind of unwieldy because they trip over each other, but especially without range. But having 10, 15 Hydras means you have a very good opportunity to knock out these smaller groups of units that Clem has a tendency to split off. So, let's see if this works. Close enough. The creep is receding. But for now, yeah, the drop is coming in, and the Hellbats, not much to match this, but on the other side, Banelings on the wrong side of the hatchery, and Clem using it against him. Some drones will die, but a couple Banelings rolling in, targets down, Hydra's now in position. Did he queue up the ranged attack? I don't believe so. Knocks out the Marauder, slices through the Hellbats. Great target fire by Clem, but that seems redundant. The Hydra's fighting heads up, which, for now, good enough. Did he cancel ranged attack in favor of melee? Interesting. +2/2 for both sides. Clem will have a slight advantage, though not as decisive as the +1. The fourth base going to be delayed yet again. Zerglings get the wrapper out of the bow, which is already badly bruised. Hellbats doing what they can, but it's not good enough. Meanwhile, Zerglings denying the fourth base. +2/2 finishing up. But Clem is down 40 supply. The sheer biomass of the Hydras is maybe too much. And Clem not going to die so easily. He's actually added a lot of Marauders in, which is a curious choice against this many Hydralisks. The Marauder Hellbat composition is a unique one. The Zerglings find the counterattack. Hive is on the way, but still a long way from completion. Banelings rolling in towards the third. Clem has a wall, but he's looking the wrong way! And now he's not looking at all. It's a disaster. The economy obliterated. 21 SCVs dead. And it's gone from bad to much, much worse. Clem down to 38 workers against 93 drones. An economic disaster. The Hydras are fighting heads up on the field. The army supplies are about even. 2-2 done. The Hydras, the lines are holding on either side. But Reynor can reinforce more easily, juggling Hellbats to the front, but no amount of clowning will solve this problem. And I think he's done it. Clem is still going to fight it out, but there's a lurker den on the way. The hive nearly complete. Only one building has died in this entire game. Classic. A single sensor tower, as they've just been murdering each other on the field, but that's it. Clem, looking frantic, losing one after another of these units. Brawling it out, but GG. Reynor, game number 1. The Zerglings got in. Today's a day of Zerglings getting into the base. And when the Zerglings get in, your chances of winning drastically go down. If those Zerglings don't get in and all the damage is mostly concentrated on Reynor's side of the map, he's in a much worse spot to deal with the follow-up attack. Thank you. And he's in a much worse spot. Well, in general. But the Zerglings distracting and doing any economic damage is 100% what kept Reynor going. And now, he carried that all the way through. It was touch and go for a while, but then the Banelings touched the Marines, and Reynor going to game 2 with a lead. Oh, and of course the Banelings on the high ground. That was quite a move. Anticipating the attack directly up as Clem a little desperate, and he punished him for it. Surprised we didn't just jump in. We're doing it live, all right? Like we so little do. Clem already halfway through his water. Gotta stay hydrated, especially with all those Hellbats. Those zooms are way too fast. Way too fast. Wow. Here we go. Game 2 in the bottom left, in the blue, from Team Liquid. It is
Clem.
And with a dominant performance, outstripping Clem's macro, we have the Italian stallion. It is
Reynor.
now. Clem did that same build. For some reason, the supply depot looks tilted in that area, which is hilarious. But, what is that? Is that a drone? Does she have a drone? A light-up drone? I want a drone. Check out my Dronely fans for. Well, Clem did that same strategy last weekend at Big Gabe's Cup on that same map, and he also lost. It was a little more long-winded, but the Hellbats. Well, the opener was different, but the composition was similar with the Marine Marauder Hellbat. Hellbats still just they don't scale well. Once the Hydra and Baneling count is high enough, they're just not very good. They're unwieldy. They can't stim this patch, so a questionable choice. But if it works, it works, and when it doesn't, it looks pretty rough. But is that a third? Wow, 3 CC. Clem CC first, and a third before gas. Obscene greed. Three hatch before, or 3 CC before gas. Reynor will see the command center timing and know. He can't know about the second one, and honestly, it's not implied. It's definitely more greedy than your average build. But until he gets Zerglings in, or if he was willing to commit the first Overlord, which he's not. In fact, I don't think he saw the Overlord, because flying units have slightly more vision than things on the ground, for the most part. Allowing Reynor to see the command center without the command center seeing him. Also used a lot for spot and proxy racks and all that. Speed is on the way, but Reynor with a third hatch, which would be considered pretty quick if we didn't see the other command center in production. Factory on the way. I doubt we'll see the Blue Flame opener again. And honestly, I'm sure Reynor feeling very good. Wait, he's got 4 gases. That's a lot. All right, that is more than you need for... Yeah, well... Fool me once. And I will get fooled again. Second factory. Third factory. Well... The problem was he didn't double down. Clem taking us back to McDonald's, and this obviously is a mech build. 2 factories is an idea. 3 factories is a lifestyle. As he is going mass mech Terran. It looks like a Hell Clone opener this time around. Something a little more sturdy in the mid-game. But could easily transition into just that Siege Tank Thor. There is an Overlord speed upgrade and a quick lair. Well, Overlord speed to Scout, which is quite an investment, but I think it's going to pay off almost immediately. Seeing this before half the factories are done or producing is massive for Reynor. Just knowing it exists. He gets 1 Overlord in, he'll see multiple factories. He already sees the gas at the natural, that they're not all mine. He saw 2 factories. He needs to see the rest of them, but the Overlord's flinging in now. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. The Overlord, we'll see all of it. He knows. Mass factory, third base. We'll see Reynor's... Oh, Clem was in a position he was going to wall off his own units. One of us. We got Hell Clones on the way. Roach speed in production. It's gonna be roaches. A direct counter. They usually want some Zerg. A roach drop. Why not throw it in there? Anything to distract. And he already has Overlord speed done, making Dropper Lords a much more economical endeavor. More roaches on the way. Reynor's at only 61 drones. He has taken this very seriously. That is not the massive economy we saw in the previous game, but instead, oh, the Barracks Lord may actually spot this, somewhat inconveniently for Reynor. But clearly, as you can tell, he didn't see it. So sneaky. And could end up doing an inordinate amount of damage because Clem rallying the Hell Clones across the map. He's going to have the upgrades done. Fourth base will likely be taken out. He's not using the lock. I wonder if he disabled the lock-ons. Oh. Or he just right-clicked on it. They don't auto-lock on to buildings. You have to manually do so. Took me 2 seconds to remember that, but 2 more seconds than I should have. And there was no reason to waste it. 4 Hellions running by. Blue Flame is completed, but they just go right into the main. Happen right on by. The Queen, stop right there! 4 drones. But wait. The Roach drop is a bit of a nothing lord here. And Reynor's busy microing the Roaches, and neither player really looking at the Hellions in Reynor's base. Some Zerglings somehow are burrowed in the third. I guess he just ran them in and dunked them down, and now the Roaches on either side, but Reynor doesn't have a supply advantage. That means the Roaches really need to rely on the element of surprise, which is one of the most unstable ones in the whole periodic table. And the Hell Clones on either side. Yeah. That's no. This is not an ideal scenario for the Italian Zerg. He needs infestors. Now would be good, but as soon as possible would be the next best. There you go, 2 in production. He needs to hold him down because that's the only chance of knocking him out. Burrow's on the way. Burrow move to add a bit more. I don't even know if there's an engineering bay for Clem, so he might not even be able to build turrets at the moment. Though he probably... Oh, he has one. He has one. He's building a Raven. The lengths we must go to get Clem to build a Raven. But here we are. Treading new ground. Which is a thing you do with ground, all right? Don't question it. The Roach is very angry about the Hellions getting close. Hive is on the way. And we're only 8 minutes in. Like, there's still a single Zergling. Some of the SCVs are actually not mining correctly there. Baneling Nest and double... Wait, Reynor has no upgrades at all. Clem only has +1 armor because most of this unit composition is reliant on the additional damage it does with the mag field or the lock-ons or the blue flame. So, very minimal upgrades as Brawling on the field. Fungal's pretty good. Raven doesn't have enough for anti-armor missile. And, well, Reynor, as soon as he turns tail, then the Cyclones lock on and start getting a whole lot of damage done. There's 1 Fungal ready. Reynor's kind of running thin on units. Burrow's back. Corrosive Bile lands. He needs that Fungal. A couple more pop out. Now's the time. Throws out a second one. Corrosive Bile. Knocking down. The Hellbats out in front are adding a whole lot of damage. He has 1 more on the back line. Needs to throw it out of the key time. Did he lose the... Oh my. He lost the Infestor. Target fired. Reynor's bleeding out. Being cauterized by the Hellbats. And it was a cute move. But in the end, I don't think it's gonna matter. The Raven, a strong gust of wind might blow it away. Knocks it out. The Roaches microing back, but there's not enough Roaches to really make it a threat. The hatchery itself, and this is the 4th base. Clem has landed a 4th command center. He's burrow microing like the AI here, or even better. The numbers don't lie, and they spell disaster for Reynor. Now Clem juggling with the medevac. And, well, the Infestors come back down. Another Fungal. Might actually melt through a couple of the Cyclones, but there's nothing to follow it up. Reynor, slowly but surely, being cut down, unit by unit, as those Cyclones thrive in such situations. He will survive. But we have to ask ourselves that question. Have you liked and subscribed? And at what cost? Wow, another game where not a single building died. These two. Madness. The Hellions getting in. That hatchery right on the edge. Clem's building multiple command centers. Vipers are coming out. Reynor, by the skin of his weird Zerg teeth, is holding it together, but if you don't get the jump on the Hell Clones, it's almost impossible to regain the initiative. GG. Clem strikes back. The Clempire strikes back. Yeah, he tried. Very, very Vici. Hit the light up drone. Not this time. I like how Clem just quadrupled down. Instead of 2 factories, he went with 8. Instead of a 1 Rax expand, it was a 3 command centers before gas. And Reynor did a middle of the road build. And when somebody's when somebody's speeding down the lanes, and you're just going about it, well, they're gonna pass you. Something F1. All right. We'll see. Oliveira probably dropping some knowledge bombs right now. The roaches, the burrowed roaches, had potential, but you really still need the economy. Like, even supply with Hell Clones is clearly not good. And Reynor's struggling for it. Even though he almost pulled it here. Like, he didn't just tilt off off his ridiculously large desk here, just because Hell Clone showed up, but it was clearly a losing battle. Oh my god, somebody switched the music to the intro music. Here we go. Clearly we're starting. Can't you tell? Oh my. Clem versus Reynor all tied up. Players almost always prefer starting a new game instantly. And it's super annoying when you're trying to host a tournament. Of course, I'm sure they're the ones controlling it here, but 95% of the time, players will try to be in the next game, like before you've even finished talking about the last one. It's Clem. I think they're introing him, and then there's the voiceover. That's why there's the cheer. and then the name. Because it feels like the cheer should be after the name, but you know what? Whatever works. Is that Clem? Oh my, that new thumbnail face. That one was way too washed out. All right, Reynor. No Zerg likes dealing with that composition. It's a real pain. It feels like, oh, so he gets to hit me and I get to chase him. And then that's just going to keep happening until he either makes a mistake or I die. And yeah, that's kind of how it works with the Hell Clones once you get to a certain point. There's almost nothing that can actually hunt them. Like, the Zerglings can hunt them down, but that's why you got the Hellions. Of course, the Cyclone's quite good against roaches on their own. Reynor simply didn't have the economy early enough to put out the numbers to deal with it. He tried the little roach gambit. Didn't pay off in time. Back to a more standard opener for Clem. I'll try to work through... Yeah. Gonna work through the side rocks here. As Clem looking to block the third base with the SCV, which is infuriating, by the way. Reynor is drilling through the mineral wall. And I think he may get it in time before Clem realizes that that's happening. He sent the drones down in order to mine through the mineral wall and he gets his third base in a relatively timely manner. It pays off. Oh, here we go. Clem. There you go. Yeah, just does the rest of his build in the 2 seconds back at home. Queues up the SCVs, headed back. His graphic settings on slightly less potato than herO's were. But still quite potato. Just a fancier potato. French potato. It's really the mouse precision. For Clem, especially. Does he know about the third? He might think it's a 2-base all-in. The Brenda bounce gets 2. Any reason they have them on potato settings? They almost certainly have reduced violence and the physics off as well. Because that way you can see what's happening more easily and more quickly. They're not going to spend the time watching a Ultralisk eviscerate a Marauder or something. Or have explosions clutter their screen. Or Banelings. Like, you need to figure out what you're dealing with as quickly as possible. It used to be players would play on... And also for performance reasons it used to be, but... There should be no tournament that's having an issue with that. It's a choice. Not any sort of technical requirement. Oh, the perfect grenade. Oohs and ahs as well, there should be. Stim on the way. Clem with another factory. He's all over the place. I mean, it's mech in some fashion, but... Wait. Yeah. 2 barracks, 2 factory, the Noah's Ark build here. Okay, well, we're gonna make Hellbats work or die trying. So much of the time it's the second thing, though. Like, And he's building a tech lab on the other factory. I think he's trying to bait Reynor into roaches? Wait, what's it gonna be? Sure, though. Almost like a Brood War-esque. Bio into mech. Double medevac headed out. Lair nearly completed for it. Wow, drilling claws rush. Disgusting. I mean, beautiful. Well, I'm leaning towards the first thing, but... Baneling Nest isn't even done for Reynor. Not that it would be too much help here. The Queen's coalescing. All gathering up. One gets gunned down. Double engineering bait almost exactly the same time as the Evo chambers. So the upgrade should be at similar timings. Assuming nothing dramatic happens in the next, 30 seconds. Which, there are Marines on the field, so the possibility's there. Casual Overlord taken down. Picks up, drops right back out. But Reynor might... Oh my god. Oh. Oh, this is disgusting. This is disgustingly beautiful. He's gonna have double... I think he's just gonna dunk the medevacs on his... dunk the Widowmines on his face.
Your dedication will be rewarded.
Oh my.
Casts on YouTube get me through the day for many years. Keep up the great work, Winter.
I just don't go. This is new. And there's a very real chance Reynor takes critical damage with no chance to recover. He has 70 drones, 71 against 63 SCVs. It's not like he has a massive economic lead that can absorb such dramatic loss. Well, one, the Queens will politely yet firmly disagree with its presence. He doesn't know what's in those medevacs. But one Widowmine and on the high ground diffuses the bomb for now. Another shot, Overlord. Could be worse. And the Spore Crawler provides vision. Not sure what happened to the other medevac, but the bomb has been diffused. And so far, Clem's antics have been stalled out. There's going to be another drop. 1, 2, 3, and gets... No, it's a big whole lot of nothing. Absolute flub, but wait, no! It's always the one you forget about. The Little Mine is taken out. It could have been worse. He noticed at the last second. And the Banelings crash into the Marines. And just like that, any sort of opportunity evaporates. 1-1 upgrades finishing. Which ones? Yes. Both sides with attack and armor. The Widow Mines, an existential threat to everyone involved, try to drag out the shots. The Banelings do so. Interesting choice to use the Banes for that. The Zerglings dragging the hits in. Clem retargeting actively. Almost eats a Widow... That's how I feel with Widow Mines sometimes. But no Overseers. He's going to bring the Spore Crawler up for detection, which is technically one way to do things. But here come the Marines again. The Widow Mines are recharging. He needs detection. If those Widow Mines recharge and get another volley, but it doesn't look like... Oh, but wait, there's more! The Minecraft build will continue until morale improves. As 10 drones dead. Another Widow Mine. A massive grenade from the Reaper still at this stage of the game. The Queen's trying to drive it back, but Reynor scrambling to defend, but reinforcements are on the way. No concussive shells. The Queen's mostly getting away for now. Not all the Widow Mines have been cleared up, though. Several of them still... menacing the field, the medevacs, splits. Some decent hits, not great, not terrible. A few more Widow Mines burrowed down, and he's still spamming it. And the hatchery to the north side going to be taken down. The drop comes back for more, and there's still a mine. Oh no, that's a big one. He gets the hatch, he gets another chunk of Lings and Banes, and the tax on the APM here. He's lost 19 Widow Mines, he's still pumping them out 3 at a time. 2-2 upgrades on the way for Clem. +1 ranged attack and Carapace for Reynor. He's got a Hive and a Lurker Den on the way, but Reynor clearly not in the driver's seat right now. A drop in the main, an attack on the left. The Queen's trying to hold it down. Reynor splitting off. 9 drones dead. He still has 80 of them. Banelings rolling through, but the Hellbat sacrifices itself for the greater good. Another drop back up to the 12 o'clock base. The medevac is driven away, pinned back. Clem still has the supply lead, despite the fact Reynor's been able to hold the line for now. Another Queen. The medevac over to the left side will boost away just in time, and the Knitting Needle's not able to catch up. Banelings closing in. Clem slurps it up, of course, just in time. 179 to 172 supply across the board. Both sides. Similar upgrades, but that Hive and Lurker tech is finishing, and there's not even a hint of a Ghost Academy, neither in production nor on the field. And down goes a medevac. A dangerous path. Clem still, he plummets to a 15 supply, 20 supply lead. Ghost Academy's halfway done. 2-2 upgrades completed for both sides. Again, +1 range, but similar exchange. No! Oh, the Zorganity! Another massive drop. 15 drones dead. The Lurkers, he just stims and spreads right through them. And Clem opens up a 40 supply lead. Reynor shaking his head. As well he should. Just before he's able to bring the Lurkers together, Clem is tearing him apart. The Queen's caught on the side. The transfuse is a little late. The Lurkers are going to need to hold it together, but Ghosts are in production. Clem not slacking on the tech progression. Another mine drop. Clem with more drops than a Skrillex album right now, and forces out yet another pull away. 87 drones for Reynor. He keeps rebuilding. For every one he loses, it seems like he builds 2 more, but that's a lot of larvae he's not using on his army. The Banelings are gunned down easily. The hatchery at less than half HP. The Lurker's coming up. It does have range complete. A couple more medevacs and a few more Marines and Marauders are left behind. They'll expect some of us in the wreckage, brothers. Another drop to the left. Reynor holding. But he hasn't been able... Neither side going for any further upgrades, despite Hive and despite 2-2. As every single resource is going to the army on the field. Reynor is starting to build up the Lurker count, but the Ghosts are there to counter it. One mediocre fight for either side could tilt the game dramatically, but most of the fights are on Reynor's side of things, making it very difficult to mass transfuse, but he pulled over to the right side, and now on the left, the army, the Widow Mines will slam home, and the army itself, the Baneling's not closing in, the Lurker's not intimidating enough, and Reynor's army, The lurkers are easily stimmed down. The hatchery taken out. The hydras tagged by the marauders and chased down as well. And the drop got the job done. And now there's another drop to the north side. The Marines and Marauders almost completely dead from the stims and everything else. The hatchery will be pulled back together for now. Picks up and heads to the natural, but it's all falling apart for Reynor. And Clem has taken exactly 0 damage on his side of the map for the last 10 minutes. Or the entire game, actually, now that I think about it. I don't know if Reynor has passed the halfway mark at all. 195 to 165 supply. The Marines, the Marauders, the Mines, the Medevacs, and the Magos on their way forward. But a few lurkers in position. He's got the scan, lines up some of the shots, but there's not enough ghosts to reliably interrupt them. Drop in the main. Spore Queller helping to take it out. But there's just not enough here for Reynor. He doesn't have the numbers. And a few more lurkers lined up. Knocked down Clem 2-1. Clem powers through. Reynor not as hyped about that one, but Clem holding it together. A knife edge could have cut either way. The mass Widowmine drop. Something. It's certainly something. And it felt like it wasn't working right up until it did, but that's Widowmines in a nutshell. All it takes is one, and then the ball starts rolling downhill, and you can Katamari your way to victory. It's not so much the Widowmines doing damage themselves, though that is plausible. It is the attention it drags. Just 1 or 2 Widowmines in the wrong spot can draw your attention and require several seconds to respond. Seconds that Clem is already stimming to your other base. So it's by the time you've dealt with the first wave, the second and third are already on the way. Clem breaking out 3 different styles. Let no one say Clem plays the same style every time. You're like, but he just built a bunch of ghosts and mines. Yeah, but the details do matter. And the details are why Reynor was unable to respond to it quickly. The timing and the magnitude of the Widowmine drop and the follow-up with it is what kept him off balance. If he had just gone Widowmines off of a normally timed factory and started rattling them out, it's a lot easier to deal with than, surprise, there's 10 Drilling Claws mines scattered all throughout the field. All before you get to Hive. So. Reynor is not thirsty. He's thirsty for blood. He was offered another water. Clem will accept a second water, as he's already run out of his first one. Team Liquid, they call it. I mean, for a reason. He may have spilled some of it, but that's fine. All right, we're going into Winter Madness. With plenty of time to like and subscribe before these players get locked into the match. Here we go. Now, yeah, you really know it's starting. Oh. Faster. More. Give me more, sir. And now's the time where we find out, is Clem going to commit? That first SCV makes a supply depot. Let's not get crazy. Clem is 110% water to sustain his flow state.
Reynor.
And here we go. Everyone's introduced. We know who they are. We know what they do. The Zergling, who we asked who would win beforehand through chance, said Clem, 3-2. All right, that was the Zergling's choice. I flipped it instead of a coin because I don't have a coin because it's 2026, but I do have a Zergling. And so far, the Zergling has spoken true. But, yes, this map with the Liberator spot. Oh my. That is literally untouchable. Might be 3-1. Yeah. Reynor's been playing really well. Clem has successfully taken him off guard. Which, if you listen to YouTube comments, is something Clem doesn't. You know, I feel like this is the biggest stage of the year so far. Literally and figuratively. Like, have you seen that stage? Anyways. So, if there was ever a time, these two have played already, like, 3 major tournaments, or medium to major tournaments, finals, as well as, like, 6 high-level matches this year, in 2 weeks. So, if there was ever a time to save it and break it out, though, and these are things that Clem hasn't really done. Clem is innovating, whereas Reynor is reacting. And it's not good enough. Not against this. Don't do it. He was thinking about the edgy, but he bought time for the Reaper. And the drone! It was close. But, I mean, that drone can't do anything now because the Reaper's going to stick around and bully it. Reynor looked very good versus Maru. Yeah, but Maru is... Let me check my notes. Not Clem. So here we are. More wisdom if you like and subscribe. Churlish and insubordinate. Get off my lawn! You... Ah! Brenda, are you okay? No! I don't... Oh. Sorry. I blacked out for... Triple team by the Queens, and the Zerglings get by, so Reynor, that's something. The third base was severely delayed, which is more important than picking off the Reaper, more important than getting a couple SCVs. But it's something. 8 more lings. That third base every second without the larva, without the injects, without the creep spread. Makes it a little bit easier for the Reapers and the Hellions, and, well, 1 Reaper, Hellions, and Banshee to get the damage done. Or at least keep control of the situation so Clem can follow it up with the inevitable. I was gonna say inevitable medevac timing, but this series it has not been inevitable. He's gone mech, he's gone mech into bio, he's gone bio into mech. And now, just the stand. All right, we have 1-1-1. The Destiny Cloud Fizz built. The Barracks Factory, the Starport. Cloak is on the way. More Queens and a second Barracks now sets the path. It's going to be bio this time around. The most standard build so far. Lair starts for Reynor. 14 more lings is quite an investment. He may be traumatized. Maybe a bit of a strong phrase, but from the earlier Hellion build. And is making sure he doesn't cut any corners on that front. A Clem with the double NG Bay. Wow, very clean on this map especially. The look on his graphic setting. I mean, of all the people to know what settings. Microing. Putting the wall together. Build together. Hellions together. Just simply rotate through every part of the map 3 times a second, and you can keep control of the entire Zerg as well. That's all you gotta do. There you go. Hellions, Banshees, production. Hellions. Well, that really undercuts my whole statement, doesn't it? The Zerglings get in! It's a disaster for Clem! Look at all the places but the ones that mattered most. And 5 SCVs dead. As Clem got caught That flow state working against him. 9 SCVs will pay the price. Reynor up 20 workers with the very well-timed run by. That's always been a weak point for Clem. He's so active on the edges of the creep, on the other side of the map. He sometimes neglects the home front. But Reynor made sure to give it the attention it deserves. And Reynor opens up that is a big deal. Not just a medium deal, a big deal. Capital B, just the B. Get up! The Hellions are going to try to run by, which is pretty desperate, though surprisingly, a few more lings are coming out, maybe just in time to mitigate this. And if he could get, yep, could be a lot worse here. The fact is, Reynor has the upgrades at the same time. He already had the drone count. He already had the creep spread. He did not sacrifice any core parts of his Zerg build in order to get this done. Instead, he probably would have been happy with just getting a few Hellions. But he got 10 SCVs. And now he's got his 4th base rather comfortably. Now all he has to do is choose when and where he actually fights. Because Clem will keep the pressure on. But Reynor will have a decision. Does he just keep droning up and get to Hive? Or does he hit the mid-game timing? Obviously, he has to defend the medevacs, but it's the difference between getting like 87 drones and getting an infestation pit and just spamming Hydra's, Lings, and Banes. 2 Hydra dents. That's how important they are. Which, you know, you could make an argument for double upgrades, but I think he forgot he built the first one because they're so staggered. Oh no, 100 gas. The end of the world. I think he canceled it. He realized. But the Zerglings will hunt it down. A double drop still keeping the pressure on. Clem always has a tendency, well, he focused so much on the build. It's part of why he took so much damage, but he has his production online. The supplies are dead even. And Reynor builds another round, but 1-1 completed. Reynor's not too far behind. I gotta stress that. And it is stressful. Everybody's stressed right now. And if you're not stressed, well, I'm glad my voice is so relaxing. Wake up! 1-1 completed for Reynor. Target fires a single Bane and then decides that's a few too many. The Queen's on the left side, holding it together. The transfuses until the Zerglings can get in position. And, well, they don't have combat shield, but apparently they don't need it, as those drugs and guns are more than enough. 3 Widow Mines at a time, though. No drilling claws on the way yet. That implies he has a tech lab factory. Target fire stutter stepping back. The combat shield is actually, I think he maybe forgot it for a bit. Infestation pit begins. We got +1 ranged attack, +2 carapace. Clem just started +2 attack. His armor should be shortly behind. But Reynor will be taking an upgrade advantage of sorts, assuming he can survive to that point. And the fact that Clem doesn't have drilling claws on the way is a big deal. No capitals. Maybe italicized, but that might be Reynor's forte. Meanwhile, siege tanks finding shots. The Marines, whoa, oh no! But while Clem was doing his perfect micro on the left, Reynor bashed through the drop on the right. But wow, holding his ground and knocked down every single Baneling. He's gonna get the hatchery. The micro just carved him out a hatchery. A dozen Banelings and not a single one touches the Marines. A decent engagement for Clem. He needs a little more of that, but not too much. Reynor does have a hive on the way. Clem realizes the lack of drilling claws. The medevacs were caught in transit. A couple get taken down. Meanwhile, another drop rolled. The siege tanks, the Widow Mines will burrow, but again, no drilling claws. Means they're easier to deal with in almost every way. The Widow Mines being dragged out by the Zerglings. Splits and stems. The Zerglings going every which way. The Hydras will deal with it. That lack of drilling claws, but a single Banshee. He has the cloak still, and this is more than enough Hydras, Lings, and Banes to close in. He has to pick up and get out. The Banshee still doing damage. Oh my, would you stop? The Banshee, the only thing between Clem and total oblivion here, as it so often is. But the Hive is seconds away. No Ghost Academy. 86 to 66 workers. +2 carapace is now done for Reynor, giving him an upgrade advantage at a very key time. Takes down the Widow Mine because of the lack of drilling claws means it doesn't burrow quickly enough. He's able to rip it apart before it's in the ground. Burrow is now done as well. Burrow Bane's a strong option, especially against a relatively low economy Terran. 68 SCVs. He should only have 3, maybe 4 orbitals at this time. And Reynor a little supply blocked awkwardly, drawing in the Widow Mine hits it. They work both ways. The Widow Mine smash into the Marines as well. Down goes the Banshee. He brought an Overseer this time, but an attack over to the right side. And again, Reynor's there to defend. He deflects on the right. He beats him back on the left. And now the Ghost Academy is on the way, but Reynor has retained the momentum. He has the economy. He has the upgrades. But he still needs to find a way to do damage to Clem. Usually lurkers are the choice. The Bane mines are scattered. See if they're enough. Lurker range is now nearly complete. The first Ghost just entered production, so the lurkers are an existential threat. But that doesn't mean Clem can't handle them with just the M&M. There's a Bane Mine behind where you'd be fighting. He could push him back into it potentially. Another Bane Mine in position. And he just goes for it. Cuts out the side. 20 supply lead. And now Clem, the floor beneath his feet, is potentially disastrous. And not just because of the Widow Mines working again. The target fire is impeccable. More Banelings. But the thing is, the Hydras have more range than the Lings themselves. And can bring down the medevacs in turn. Reynor is maxed out. High-tech lurkers already burrowed down. Clem scrambling for as many ghosts as he can get. 3-3 upgrades only halfway there. Widow Mine hits a lurker. Lurker upset about it, but will live to be upset about it. Lurker burrow speed now completing. 10 Banelings on the way. 20 Banelings on the way. Lurkers eviscerating the Marauders. Only a single one will survive with a horrible story to tell. Another drop just splits off, deals with the Widow Mine, and Clem. The last gasp of pressure. Reynor has survived the Crucible. And now the turntables have turned, and DJ Reynor is going to be slamming the base. The lurkers headed across the map on either side. Lurkers on the left and lurkers on the right, and not nearly enough ghosts in the middle. The Widow Mines will slam home, but the base is easily taken out down the center. Reynor actually bleeding out a lot of units in the process. A split and stim will take out a couple more lurkers. Liberator's almost uncontested, but Reynor's already refilling. +3 attack still not done. He's cutting off the reinforcements. The Liberators, 3 bases being hit simultaneously. 62 more Zerglings. There's nothing to really stop this. Barely enough to stall it out. The Liberator panicking to try to get the damage done. But it's too much. The ghosts are dead before they even come out of the second base. And I think Reynor is going to be dragging us violently to game number 5. Clem, the lurkers are underneath. He doesn't have the scans anymore. And he has no way to stop them. Reynor strikes back yet again. The Zergling, so far, the predictions completely accurate. The Zergling never lies. 2-2. Game number 5. The winner of this moves on to face herO in the grand finals. I think Clem has a better chance, but the way herO's playing right now, honestly, the greatest opponent would probably be herO. Well, we're going all the way yet again. The Thunderfire All-Stars Invitational. The biggest tournament of 2026 so far. The biggest stage. Still a pun, still funny. Please clap and like and subscribe. And you'll be able to find, if you're watching on the YouTubes, just know you're not on the Winterstarcraft channel. You're on the Winter Gaming TV channel, which you may not have subscribed to yet. I've got an idea for you. people get fooled by the algorithm sometimes. Quite a break. I thought we were going to jump right in. I thought they'd be ready to go, but we'll see. Reynor, back at it. Team Liquid's Clem, making sure he stays with his team and promotes Liquid. Has drank 1.5 water bottles. Ah, yes, the classic. Drink water, but don't swallow it for about 5 minutes of the game. That's a Korean move. If you've ever watched Brood War. Here we go! Thank you. Oh my god! Every time. Why is that? Just tone it down. Gonna just hit him. The camera's just gonna hit him in the face. I don't know. Terran versus Clem versus Reynor. 2-2. Mothership is game number 5. Clem! That's what I said. And striking back.
Reynor.
Here we go. It all gets decided here. The Zergling predicted Clem 3-2. I happen to agree with its assessment. It's a 3-player map. Reynor is sending his Overlord the wrong direction. Not that he could know that, not that that's a mistake, it's just how it works. I think the positioning of the bases is okay for Reynor. I think it's worse to have the Terran be in that top right corner, where they can move out into your outlying bases and drop your main. But we'll see. If there was ever a time to maybe think about the mutas, of course, I'm sure both sides will be thinking about it pretty hard. But what a match so far. By far the closest series of the tournament. Maybe besides Reynor versus Maru. Oh my god, the dramatic. Calm down, Protoss music. We're scouting. My god. Honestly, every game so far has come down to the early tempo advantage. Some actual damage, but between Reynor getting the run-bys, the 2 games Reynor won, he got Zerglings in the face. The 2 games Clem won, he prevented that. It's pretty simple. Like, so far, if Reynor has been able to undercut the early game build with the oldest trick in the book, then he's been able to maintain some momentum long enough to take home the victory. But Clem is very dangerous if he's allowed to go about his build. And he's still dangerous even if he isn't. Just manageably so. A drone. Dead! An inauspicious start for the Zerg. Losing a drone to the first Reaper feels bad, man. And it's a real emotional damage. And it's not a small chunk of your economy. A medium chunk. Three CC before Starport. Not super quick. Not the intense greed we saw in Old Republic, but still on the greedy side of things. Reynor got his 3rd hatchery very quickly as well. The Zergling speed severely delayed, but it still will be the first choice of upgrade. Gonna make sure I'm all caught up here. We're doing it live. How convenient that midday in China is a perfect time for me to stream. So hopefully you're enjoying the live experience, as I am a vampire. And welcome to my lair. Wait, not yet. We'll see if he opts for it, though. The Reaper. Still going. The Hellions run by into the natural. Good split on the drones, but 4, 5. He knows the circling speed was delayed because of the timing of the hatchery. Not great, not terrible. I mean, 2 Hellions and a Reaper, not a huge price to pay. I'm gonna call that one a draw. A bit of mining time lost as well, but 2 barracks behind. Clem following it up once again with the bio play. We've had enough with the mech. All right, he got his games in. Pulled home 1 victory. What? What did he even shoot at? What? Nothing took damage, unless they don't have damaged health bars. I think they do. Is there a Zergling? Is that Critter? Anyways. Well, Lair's on the way. How many gases will Reynor have before it completes? Double engineering bay and mass barracks for Clem. It's gonna be a whole bunch of Marines. That Lair is very quick. There's no Evos yet for Reynor, but he hasn't added on gas, so I'm wondering where he's going with it now. Because it's unlikely to be... He has 1 gas. Like, at this stage, is wild. Like an Ultralisk rush? Like, pure Ultra rush? What are you doing? His upgrades are going to be so far behind. Here comes the Clem action cam. As he just murders the queens. He may even... Wait, he's just fighting the Spore! He's like, what if I just killed the Spore? Yeah, that works. Yep, that's also something you can do. A scan in the main. I think that was an infestation pit that he just clicked on. Meanwhile, here come the Hellions. Gonna try to run by. Not having as much success, but the Banshee's already doing quite well. No, an Evo chamber. Hydrogen? We don't actually know because we were in Clem's cam for the whole thing. No? Either way, Reynor taking a lot of drone damage and not getting much in return here. I guess it was an Evo chamber. Yeah, double Evo. I'm dumb. I thought it was a hatchery, one of a macro hatch. Mass Hydra. As the queens will gather to try to drive the Banshees back, but unfortunately the Hatchery Owners Association does not have a plan for dealing with flying units. Which is unfortunate, but predictable. Oh, there goes 1. But here come the Marines already. Reynor trying to rush out Mass Hydra, but the key point, he did absolutely no damage to Clem's side of the map. Clem has been allowed to go about his build untouched. And now the pressure is on. Reynor has certainly been touched. And we're moving on from that. But for now, has enough back at home to defend. The Hydras are building up. And Clem has been entirely reliant on the Widow Mines for several games in a row, and this game is no exception. Infestation pit just starting. There's the Drilling Claws. Somehow the Banshee's still finding damage. 7 kills so far. Double drops on either side. The double-double. Making it very difficult to deal with. As without Hydra speed and without creep, there's no way to really chase this down. I'm trying to make sure at least one of those is permanent. Hydra speed will eventually complete the Zerglings, but he just ping cushions the Widow Mines. Hive has begun. Clearly what Reynor was angling for from the start. And if he can get there without taking critical economic damage. Big asterisk. The Marines slurped up into the medevacs and darts away again. Badly bruised 1, but Everything's still alive. Lurker den on the way right alongside the lair. Takes the same amount of time, or the hive, same amount of time to complete as well. The Marines surrounded, the Widowmines targeted, taken down. The Hydras with a great concave, fighting heads up and putting the Marine heads down. Drilling Claws now completed, but Reynor holding it together here. Clem does have a 4th command center on location. He's got 67 SCVs. He hasn't built some for a while. 3 more racks on the way to join the 2 factories. Ghost Academy in production. And this game looks like it's going to be even more dramatic than the last. I don't think Clem is going to be able to break through even with the 2-2, especially with the Lurkers coming up. But at the same time, Clem will have a good enough economy to progress into the next tier of tech. So, unless he gets caught at this exact moment. Oh, Reynor draws the Widowmine hit in! And just in time to help break the Marines. The Overseer helping out in the most dramatic fashion. He transfuses another one to try to drag the hit in, and he will do so. Minimizes the damage, but wait, there's more. The Widowmines are recharging on either side. Reynor's supply block from losing these Overlords, which is devastating. He's going to take down 2 more mines just before they recharge, which is massive right now. 4 ghosts at a time. Lurker range is on the way, but I don't think there are any Lurkers on or underneath the field. A Nidus network in production. The first Lurker will be built. +2 ranged attack and +2 carapace. The Nidus will be targeted, restarted immediately. The Medivacs in a precarious position, and by that I mean one of them is dead. Meanwhile, the Lurkers are building, not quite completed yet. Overseer moving in, Widowmine taken down. Reynor holds, Clem down 40 supply. He's overextending himself. It might be digging too deep and too greedily as he's fighting heads up against the Hydras and the carapace. +2 carapace about to complete. I don't know, I meant Lurkers when I said carapace, but the Nidus network on the way. Not the time. Why would you do this now? Jimmy's fault. He was touching the keyboard again. +3 infantry weapons and armor. Now on the way for Clem, but the supply has dipped precariously. He's got mass ghost in production, and so far, Reynor has not been able to exploit the supply gap like he might like to. That was a sentence. But Clem fighting from behind here, which sometimes the most dangerous and sometimes just painful. The Lurker count is growing. Reynor shows no indication. He doesn't have any melee attack upgrades. He does not have Adrenal Glands. He is effectively all in on Hydra Lurker, which is an interesting place to be and uniquely vulnerable to things like Mass Ghost, but also very powerful against things like Mass Ghost. It really depends on the angle. The Widowmines thinning out the Zerglings, which are almost entirely there just to box out for this composition. And Reynor gonna try to go right down the center, but the Terrans collapsing from either side. Nidus and the Natural not being responded to, and Reynor's threatening the front at the same time. Clem can't afford to split too much off. The Mass Ghost is in position, but there's no detection with this army. Does he have Cloak? If he does, it could be disastrous. I don't think he does, though. Hasn't had the opportunity. That means the Ghosts will have to line up their shots in plain sight. 3-3 is about to complete. Clem is holding on. The Nidus was shut down. 5 more Lurkers on the way. Adrenal Glands for no melee attack Zerglings. I mean, it's something, right? It's the best single damage upgrade. That the Ghosts will arc out and line up their shots. And Reynor starting to lose a lot of the momentum he gained through the mid-game. Another volley of Widowmines will get some big hits. But he gets into the third base where plenty of SCVs are modding and another set of Lurkers at the 4 o'clock position. Multiple bases and going right through the fire. And a Nidus and the Natural being uncontested. 11 SCVs dead. He has to lift the third. Reynor finally found the angle. And the Nidus screams into existence. And the Lurkers were burrowed down to the Natural. Clem forced to retreat, but he's been set on both sides by the Zerg. Takes it down, but another Nidus. The Lurker's being taken out. Are there even scans ready? He may be out of them. Another orbital command is in the air, but he has no detection. He can't shoot the Lurkers because he can't see them. It's an absolute disaster for Clem. A classic mistake, and it may cost Clem everything. Reynor is knocking on the door and Clem doesn't have an answer. The Nidus in the main is taken down. Finally gets a scan, but he's holding the door. The last bastion of economy is overrun. And Reynor, Clem is locked into his base. He cannot get out. They are coming. But the planetary, it's holding, and Clem saves it. What a save! At the last possible second, however many HP in the single digits. Clem gonna ferry some of the units over. I'm surprised he didn't try this earlier. But an orbital command is burning to the north, may eventually be taking down another Nidus in the main. Oh, that's not even an orbital, but he's gonna try. Lines up some shots, takes out another lurker, goes for the lurker eggs. There's another one burrowing down. Reynor actually dropping in supply, but still no scans! And for once, the lack of detection will favor the Zerg. It's a disaster. Clem is supply blocked from losing command centers. We've arrived! The Queens arriving through the Nidus to pull it all together. And Reynor has the economy, he has the production. And Clem, it's close to needing a miracle at this point. He may have one more chance to break out, but there's just no... He's going for the base trade of sorts. Might be able to just go through the Nidus. A desperation move indeed. But he's coming back through the Nidus with the Queens as something to deal with this, but that might not be enough. And this is exactly the move. Clem needed something to change the equation, and so far. Meanwhile, the planetary is dying. It's dead. Clem looks back. It's gone. The SCVs are running through. Nowhere to mine from. Reynor deals with the counterattack. And Clem may be ripped to shreds. I say, yet another Nidus. And Reynor still has the economy. He still has the production. The upgrades are really bad, but the Terran army, well, that's the saving grace for Clem right now. The upgrades. Somehow Clem breaks out. He's working off of every single scan, and they're running out. He doesn't have the detection. He can't stop the lurkers. And Reynor slices through into the grand finals. He's done by that much. It looked rough, but he held the line. The Mass Hydra Lurker. Yeah, well, gotta shake his hand out before he shakes Clem's. Clem, with a smile, but still. Reynor holds it together. The Zergling. You got me with that. You said you. I thought it knew all along. For the entertainment value. Well, one of the most dramatic. Every series between them. But now what this means is herO will have not one, not two, but 3 Protoss versus Zerg in a row. Can he take down all 3 of the top 10 of the top 3 Zergs in the world? Back to back to back. Serral 3-0, herO 3-1. Or I mean, no, Solar 3-1. What happened to Serral versus herO? herO happened. And last but not least, Reynor enters the arena. Did he wall? Yeah, that's funny. Well, First, though, Oliveira has to get off the caster desk and go play his match. Because we have a StarCraft Legends show match of Rogue versus Oliveira. Coming up, a best of 3 before the finals. We've had those scattered in. DRG beat MMA earlier. SOS beat Scarlet yesterday. Innovation over Sue. Reynor. Reynor's gonna trash talk. I mean, that's all he did in the first interview was say Protoss was easy in Imba. That was his entire contribution to the pregame, so. 里面其实是 Clem 选手先拿到的赛点，你在他拿到赛点的时候是如何调整自己的心态，最终拿下了这个波5的总胜利。
So actually, Clem got the match point first, right? How did you adjust your mentality?
Well, it looks like I don't really like easy series, so I always gotta go to match point. That's what I used to do when I won the World Championship as well. So I guess maybe it's a good sign.
雷诺说他其实不喜欢赢得太简单啊，所以他的
I think they interpreted it as an insult, but that was actually some self-deprecation there.
卡托维兹冠军的一个，当时也是这么一个情况。
But it could be interpreted as an insult. Like I was just holding back.
我也是想问一下，雷诺在第一把的时候，你的对手 Clem 是选择了一个蓝火火车的战术，这个战术其实不太常见。你当时看到他放这个战术的时候，你心里想的是怎么应对呢
？So on map 1, Clem played a blue flame opening, right? When you saw it, what's your thought?
Well, I didn't expect him to do something cheeky on that map because I think it's a good terrain map. So I was very surprised. I feel like I'm good in this kind of scenario where it's messy and I have to find the right play, but fortunately I did.
所以其实他第一时间看到的时候是有点意外，因为他觉得第一张
地图就是人数比较好打，
所以他没太想到就是 Clem 会用一个就是非常规的打法啊。不过他觉得自己非常擅长处理
He's calming down, but yeah, that was pretty intense.
所以他也很开心，最后那一局他拿下。
那其实今天我们看到 Clem 的战术有蛮多把都是针对你的狗毒豹来进行这个战术针对的，但是我们看到你在第4把依然在对面很针对你狗毒豹的打法下，你还是选择了狗毒豹，你是对自己的操作有信心，还是今天就想跟 Clem 硬碰硬
？So basically for the first 3 maps, Clem was trying to counter the Link Bang playstyle. Like map 1 is it was split blue flame. Map 3 was like fast mine drops, right? So you still decided to play Link Bang on the map.
Because roaches suck. He's gonna say roaches suck. All right. This is his opportunity to say roaches suck.
Standard Link Bang game into a macro game.
The overall plan for the series was just to get 2 lurkers, just without taking too much damage, and I think that's the best way to get there. I'm not very good with roaches, so yeah, I just went for it.
所以雷诺说，其实。
Also, these questions are on point. Though maybe translated a little weirdly, but they're good questions.
所以他没想太多，这就是他计划，就是狗毒豹，并且他觉得他不是特别擅长用蟑螂的打法啊，所以
He basically said roaches suck, but he said it in a. He trash talks before the series, but he's humble afterwards. I guess you don't need to trash talk anymore. The results speak for themselves.
我想问一下，总决赛你要面对到的对手是小herO。小herO在之前已经淘汰了2位非常顶尖的虫族选手，一位 Serral， 一位 Solar。现在你是最后的。
herO murdered Serral. He murdered Solar. How are you gonna stop him from murdering you? And Reynor's gonna be like, I don't know. Protoss is too strong.
So you're gonna play herO in the finals. He's already defeated 2 very good Zerg players. Are you confident to defeat Protoss, defeat Ire in the finals?
Yes.
Yes.
He stopped himself from saying anything. 100%. Diplomatic Reynor here. He's like, I won. I shouldn't be shit talking now. And it was more fun before, but now I actually have to. No way. He just said, yeah. Get out of here. All right. Yes. Would you like to elaborate? No. I don't. No. This is not a yes or no question. Yes. Well, now we see whether herO is able to pirouette his way into another championship, or if he ends up tripping over his own shoelaces. herO, who didn't manage to wall off a single game against Solar, yet it really didn't matter any of them. Letting Zerglings at his base every single time. We'll see. We didn't really see any of... We saw, like, a few seconds of Reynor's action cam. They kept going to Clem's. I want to see more. I wish there was a stream of just the player cams. GSL used to have that, but they got, like, 43 viewers total on it, so... because people all say they want to watch that, but then don't. Because trying to keep up with Clem and Reynor in the long term is just a dizzying. Well, yeah. We still have Rogue versus Oliveira first, so... Yeah. I don't usually cast tournaments live, not necessarily because I don't want to, but because most of them are not held at 2 a.m. Eastern Time / 8 a.m. Europe. But I guess China is right on point for me. Which is the normal stream time. I thought it'd be a little silly. Oh my god, did you see that? That target fire. Still didn't matter in the end, but... Jeez. I thought it would break. The Hydra Lurker? It looked like Clem was breaking out, and then Reynor found the contain. He slipped by on either side. And Clem just ran out of scans. Which is a weird place to be, but it was super effective. Actually crazy. herO versus Reynor is after, yeah, the best of 3. Which, so far, the Legends matches have all been 2-0 in, like, 20 minutes, so... Because... Well, I feel like Rogue may drag it out. And Oliveira is the closest to... Of the former... Well, it's SOS versus Scarlet, but it's SOS versus Scarlet, so it was gonna be... It was gonna be short, either way. Oh, yeah. Quite a series. I feel like herO versus Reynor is not going to be as good. Though, Reynor is better... So the thing is, Reynor is better placed than any other Zerg player to take advantage of the tomfoolery that herO does. The shitty walls that aren't walls, even herO not noticing. The lack of defense on counterattack, the multi-prong. That is Reynor's strong suit. Probably better than Serral and Solar. Is the early game counterattacks and micro. So, if anyone has a chance, I think Reynor actually has a better one, in that stage of the game at least. Anyways, enjoy this. I'll be right back. Get some more water myself. Joining Team Liquid.
如今，我们的创世者Zalnaga回来了，但回归是为了拯救，还是毁灭？
我就知道，最终你会来的。
你的出现亵渎了这里 ，Kerrigan。
你能听到吗 ，Serral？群星间的低语，星系会随他们的到来而燃烧。
也许。但你看不到了。
拜托，我们的恩怨微不足道。一场势不可挡的风暴正在袭来，这场湮灭，我们应该共同面对。
休想！
命运无法改变，末日正在临近。当它降临时，我会欣然接受。
预言尚未可知，希望永不湮灭。
让我一个人安静一下。
战士们担心他们的领袖。
我们是古老而高贵的种族，如今我们所剩无几，而明天又将出生入死。
如果您怀疑我们的实力，
我并不怀疑你们的实力，老朋友。我在怀疑我的动机。我怕我的战士们也心存怀疑。
还有什么能比夺回家园更加重要？
艾尔代表过去，但它是否代表将来？
它代表着传承。
万世之战也发生在艾尔。我们同是操戈，像野兽，把艾尔淹没在自己同胞的鲜血中。我们并不希望传承这样的灾难，
但也因为这样的灾难，伟大的卡斯启发了我们的心智。他为我们带来了卡拉的光辉，我们的心灵。我们的思想合而为一，卡拉让我们团结一致，从失败中崛起。是我们把艾尔建设成科技的道标，星系的骄傲。
但在卡拉的光辉之下，在我们的命运之中，我们又一次对同胞举起了武器。
你是说黑暗圣堂武士？
是的，他们离经叛道，切断了与卡拉的联系，而我们将他们视为异端，想要把他们赶尽杀绝。我们抛弃了团结和统一，像在万世之战时那样，在内耗中日渐衰弱。于是，我们付出了代价。我们彼此间的怀疑，葬送了艾尔。
家园分崩离析，族人饱受凌辱，
太多人的鲜血流在了这里。而这一次，还会有更多，只因我们还坚持着可能已经过时的理念。
我无法认同这种说法。此时此刻，我们所有的族人众志成城，驱逐黑暗圣堂武士确实是个错误。但今天，因为您的领导，我们并肩作战。明天，战士们挥洒的热血是为了。
This is like the visual novel thing before Legacy of the Void. Whispers of Oblivion, I think.
我这么说是因为我将是第一批冲上战场，和虫子们交
I
战。
forget if it's in the game or if it's just
是阿昆德拉。
was promotional.
毛之刃。
阿昆德拉，那意味着牺牲。
It's the history of the zealot in the cinematic, like the one that leads the charge with the one eye. That's how you can pick him out. And how he ended up in such a dramatic scenario, as opposed to just looking badass.
让我坚信这一点。
再一次团结所有的心灵。 只要有像你这样的战士，
来吧，阿塔米斯，带我们回家。
I like the choice to have this event, though they're probably running ads on their platform right now. Nice of them to give us the clean feed here, without like the other commentators over it.
为艾尔而战。
And this leads in to the beginning of Legacy of the Void.
Your dedication will be rewarded.
Thank you, thank you. But the sickest intros. And the weirdest sound bound. This really feels like the minute and a half of the start of a sports-based reality show. Which I guess it kind of is. So... we had to give Oliveira time to go from the casting desk to the playing desk. Because he was casting the last series of Clem versus Reynor. You think Oliveira has a chance? Yes, actually. Because Rogue may just fuck around. I have no idea. I didn't see if they get an extra prize for winning. Like, there's no prize listed for winning the matches. I don't know if they're just like, show up and play some good games. Then again, It feels like Oliveira probably hasn't touched the game for like 2 years, so.
我们邀请他的对手奥利维拉。
Does Pult not play anymore? No, Pult hasn't played for about 12 years. He became the League of Legends coach for T1, who won several world championships. And I think he's doing something else now, but... So, yeah, it's been a bit. What is that? Oh, yes.
让我们以最热烈的掌声欢迎奥利维拉。
He made it all the way down there. What the fuck? Did you hear that? Somebody... Oliveira, some very big fans.
选手其实你一直以来是一个以战术智慧见长的选手，而奥利维拉选手
I wonder if Rogue's gonna trash talk, and also we're not gonna get the English translation unless somebody gives it, because we need Korean and Chinese translation, which is why we have the translator on the left.
일단 이병렬 선수는 전략적인 그런 전술을 많이 사용하고 있는데 반면 올리베이라 선수는 약간 공격형 선수잖아요.
You used to bully Oliveira in almost every match you played together. Do you think that'll continue today?
경기에서 어떤 재밌는 포인트가 있을지 한번 얘기해 주실 수 있을까요?
일단 올리베이라 선수가 피지컬이
He used to be pretty good.
선수라서
I don't think so now.
어떨지 잘 모르겠지만 그래도
But you never know. He does play Terran.
괜찮아가지고 재밌는 피지컬 싸움이 될 것 같아요.
首先李培南选手的操作以及实力是非常强的，但是我也不是很差，所以
Actually, I'm not 100%. I assume he's playing Terran. Yeah, he has the logo. He played a little Protoss before he retired, but I think that was just whatever.
没办法，现在其实已经退役很久了，但是最近康复了一下。对。
我听说你最近
Double the pride, twice the fall. Do you understand Korean? I understand pro gamers.
唯一一把马上就截图发在群里跟我们说我赢了 Serral。
是有这么回事啊，但是
Yeah, does Serral give you any tips?
其实我这次没带鼠标键盘，我的好兄弟毅然决然的决定把他的鼠标键盘给我了，所以我现在属于 Serral 附体了。
是的，我们刚刚其实看到 Serral 还帮李培南调试了一下剑术，因为李培南的剑术
The Reynor strategy of talking trash before the match and then being humble afterwards. I think that's where we're going with this.
飞蛇不可以拉坐下来的坦克了。你作为前职业选手，对于这个改动有什么看法呢？
挺好的呀，对于人众来说肯定好。
The amusing part is Rogue has no idea what he's saying either. Like, Rogue's just standing there and reacting to the crowd, just like us. Rogue is in the exact same situation. I got it.
考虑付出吗？
现在没法回答了。现在没法回答这个问题。
Assuming Rogue doesn't speak Chinese, which I think is a safe assumption.
给我们带来精彩的表演，来请这边的两位选手。
Yeah, the translator not translating for him now.
好，那Rogue选手这边先就坐一下，我们李培南选手先稍等一下。我们今天在现场给你安排
Oliveira's using Serral's mouse and keyboard. Well, that's
现场为你加油。
intimate.
猜他是谁？
Does that do the skills transfer?
朋友们猜一下他是谁？让我们掌声有请登场。
I assume this is okay. Well, you've heard of AI. Introducing.
哇，欢迎那也是曾经我们都知道。
I have no idea who this is.
年的时候都是你带着他作为他的临时监护人，带他出国打比赛。
I don't see him on like the caster list or anything. Staff?
像是李培南的父亲，
No.
然后现在看着自己的儿子已经茁壮成长，站在这么大的舞台上了，心里有什么感触？跟我们分享一下。
I have no idea. He seems like a big deal.
是吧？我感觉是真的长大了，真的长大了，非常欣慰啊。然后，其实我一直在关注着他的成长。我相信在座的每一个人，他不仅是我的骄傲，
He used to be his manager.
对不对
Also former pro.
他是我们中国星际的骄傲。好的，那其实我们星际国服回归以来多了非常多的新观众，所以要不要给我们的新观众来讲一
That's
下
a pretty sick.
争霸的故事？
好。
That is pretty sick.
我觉得
that
如果
flag
大家
there.
不认识我是一个好事儿，因为都是新观众，说明对，我觉得青春对于我就是星际对于我来说啊，就是我的青春和我的这个整个的梦想。
Is Rogue still just standing there? I think he went to his PC.
从20岁到30岁，全部都付诸给了星际，星际也帮我圆了我的电竞的梦想。
Which it makes it less awkward.
去打比赛，去
But it would be funny to pan over, and then they finally nod to Rogue like,
最让我感动的还是
well, he's gone, I
观众
assume.
的支持，大家为了我们的去欢呼、去喝彩。然后我觉得
It's not entirely. What if he's just slightly out of the shot? Like he's still standing up there. Let's just choose to believe
就
that.
包括国服从关闭再到现在回归，再包括现在这一次比赛的一些小插曲。
Yes.
但是我觉得最让我感动的就是。
Oh, trying to prove me wrong, I see. No, he's just slightly more each time.
各位还有线上的观众们，大家一直陪伴着星际，现在国服也回归了，然后会越来越好。我希望大家能够打一辈子的星际，做一辈子的朋友。谢谢大家。
哇，我们现在所有在场的以及屏幕前的，还有我们所有
I think apparently he's like the manager, or was the manager for Oliveira's team, or something like that. He's definitely got like manager vibes. A former pro, but he doesn't even have a logo, so
当时卡托
very
维茨夺冠
former.
的时刻，我们想知道那个夜晚，你也跟我们一样熬夜守在屏幕前看牛牛哥哥夺冠吗？
这个说来很惭愧，当时没有看比赛，但我觉得是因为我在打职业，我打了得有6、7年。
Also,
看着李培南
I think we're actually ahead of schedule on the tournament, so
我
they're
一直觉得有些事情
breaking this
我
out.
们必须得认命。
I'm pretty sure this match is actually supposed to start in like 30 minutes, like according to the schedule. So they're not rushing right now. Probably because herO beat Solar in like 40 minutes.
我也觉得很遗憾。我觉得他真正的告诉了我们，我们应该去相信奇迹。从那之后，我其实看了很多次这个比赛，我就回顾了一下，看第一次我看到了他夺冠，我真的觉得就是特别的高兴，特别的激动。看第二次，我会把自己带入，想象啊。
I've got my lumbar support infester. Should be Maru, like most good infestors.
我们要相信每一个人都能创造奇迹，大家要为了梦想勇敢去追求，这就是我们的现实的印证。好。
哇，谢谢李培南，你也是圆了我们。
I mean, Oliveira being the world champion is probably the biggest upset in world championship history. That was the best run I think anyone's ever had in any tournament in StarCraft 2. It wasn't like he was completely out of the question. It was like he was someone who could beat, what was it, Maru, Reynor, and herO. But he did it back to back to back, which is was unthinkable.
观众聚集在这里，我们一起为他加油，好不好？一会儿我来说 Oliveira， 然后大家说加油，好不好？来，1、2、3 ，Oliveira， 加油 ！Oliveira， 加油！
It's gonna be really embarrassing if he gets wrecked by Rogue here. But remember the good times. That was the epitome of Maru choking.
退役选手，新影城82的退役选手奥利维拉。
안녕하세요. 팀 팔콘 소속.
They didn't have this for the other one, did they? I'm a Zerg player from Team Falcons.
还是挺兴奋的吧？就虽然这次不是以正赛的选手角度来参加，算是幕后或者其他台前的一种身份，不一样的感觉吧。真的是感觉没有压力，然后彻彻底底的能参与到这份活动。
Hey, that's cool, right?
너무 감사드리고.
Rogue is giving the pro gamer answers.
하지만 그래도 올리베이라 선수가 되게 잘하는 선수였기 때문에 정말 재밌는 경기가.
This is the worst. This is the most.
저도 재밌는 경기.
Shut up, Rogue. Stop it. Stop talking. It's almost worse. He's a good player. I wish him luck. I want to show good games. That was the cookie cutter Korean interview. The stage is big.
재밌을 것 같고 그래도 오랜만에 이제 옛날에 같이 게임했던 형들.
Very happy to see my old friends. You can tell in my face. Ecstatic.
없었고 그냥 올리베이라 선수가 지금은 은퇴했지만 워낙 탑급 선수였기 때문에 절대 그래도 은퇴했다고 방심하지 않고 빌드 위주로 준비했던 것 같습니다.
我对这次比赛
I'm a little surprised Rogue wasn't invited, but it was just like top 8. So. 50-50. He doesn't practice as much. I'd believe that. Who will win the championship? Serral? Too bad. Too bad about that.
就是 Serral 是唯一一个可能是我职业生涯中没有赢过的一个选手。
Oliveira never beat Serral.
难忘吧？要是真的仔细回想一下，从最开始到波兰丢行李箱，然后找到了，算是可能暗示一下。然后到小组赛马上要被淘汰了，结果又打回来了，然后又从12强一路到夺冠，到现在来说都挺梦幻的。但是我觉得也不能拿一直过去的事情去肯定自己吧。
StarCraft 2 is a game that holds great significance to me, because I dedicated my childhood to it. My entire childhood. A lot of people don't play anymore. After I won a champion, many people might play for me. It's actually the best RTS. Name 2 others. It's too advanced. I feel in the future any game can surpass it. Yeah, well... His condition hasn't been very good since leaving the team. I want to improve my grades and regain the passion I had. Oh, you're talking about yourself. In more competitions to enrich myself. Rogue is out here, the boilerplate. This is the most generic Korean interview I've ever seen. Oliveira's given real answers. Wow, that was a horrible interview with Rogue, but Oliveira's was good. Like, that was, it was like so bad, I think it rolled over into good again. All these 3 are at least semi-active pros on the desk right now. I'm trying to think of an equivalent, but I actually don't know. Wait, is this the SC boys? All of the, wait, what are the SC boys? I want to get it right. Why do I not? It's 2 of them. F91, Xiaoxi, and Zhou. They're apparently comedians, yes, apparently. This is the tasteosis of China. By the way, this is of the announcer packs in the game. I'm just pointing to one of them in this case, but the SC boy has sold more than any announcer pack, including tasteosis. At least it did back when people gave a shit. So, by a large margin too. Of the caster ones, it was still Diva at #1 by a large margin as well. But of the actual people. So, yeah, they're effectively the tasteosis of China. They are the reason there's still like a major set of Chinese organizations. I can't understand a word they say, but I can respect all of it. And honestly, right now, of the mid-tier tournaments, they put on at least a solid third of them. So... And almost all the tournaments are international, like international competition, not just like Chinese. As you can tell. Oliveira. 2023, I am Katowice. Rogue 2020. Times 15, what, S-tier tournaments? Yeah, that's why Rogue is listed in those GOAT conversations. He's won 20 GSLs, WCS, World Championships. The biggest tournaments on the biggest stages. Not that recently, though. But overall, up until the last few years, probably rivaled anyone else, if not surpassed, in winning the biggest stage. But here we go! The music has begun! Wait, I need to pull out Oliveira's card. I have it in the old deck. It was deprecated, but... No, not that one. There we are. Yes. Remember a time? Well, welcome back to some professional StarCraft 2 with two legends of StarCraft 2 history. Oliveira and Rogue, if you didn't quite catch it, in a best of 3 Terran versus Zerg showdown for the Thunderfire All-Stars Invitational. Reliving that fateful match from several years ago where they, I believe Rogue ended up winning outright. Not the World Championship, but either way, hopefully you've had a good day so far. Hopefully it's about to get just a little bit better. If you haven't yet liked and subscribed, you've got plenty of time to do so, as it looks like they aren't cheesing each other to start. But that may not hold. Rogue with the most non-committal interview beforehand. Oliveira said, no pressure. Everybody knows I'm retired. Like, if I do well, that's great. If I don't do well, that's expected. Rogue, on the other hand, it would be a bit embarrassing to lose, because Rogue is currently an active pro who, you just saw him beat Gumiho if you were watching YouTube the day we're watching this, so he's got a little bit of pride maybe on the line, but I don't think he cares very much if he loses either. That's just the vibe, right? They're paying me either way. I'm honestly not sure if they get an extra prize for winning this, or if they just get the prize for showing up, but somebody needs to stop opening like a bag of popcorn right next to wherever the microphone on the crowd is. I mean, get your popcorn out, get your pizza rolls. We got a macro game to start. Like, what is that crinkling? No, first Reaper. Gotta poke and prod. And the basics never leave you. It doesn't matter. I'm sure Oliveira's played at least some games over the last week or two. More than likely. He is using Serral's mouse and keyboard, apparently. How generous. Serral's not going to need it, so. Couple command centers on the way. And he just watched. Both these players just watched Clem versus Reynor, so if you needed some inspiration, you just got a bunch of it. I wonder if Oliveira will actually... Well, he's already got 3 CC, which puts him past most of the Terrans we've seen in these legacy matches. Willing to play out a bit of a longer game. Rogue is the most willing to play out a longer game of probably any person in StarCraft 2. With his oversight committee tactics. The Reaper gives the Queens the runaround. Classic Brenda bounce, but does not find the creep tumor. Gonna be a 1-1-1. We've seen it before, we'll see it again. But this time, give us the fusion core. No, I doubt it. Oh, the Zerglings get the Reaper. Looking the wrong way at the wrong time. A Viking first. You know, if he's really a man of the people, he's really... Hyper She's not quite as exciting, but still. Starting with Banshee speed. Definitely a bit off-center. Banshee speed upgrades significantly quicker in the newest patch than it did before. Which is hilarious, I know. I jest, but we're all joking here. Plus, an evolution chamber already on the way. Viking will knock down the first Ovi. What is it gonna be? Carapace upgrade first? Rogue. Actually, hard supply blocked with no overlords on the way, which is subpar. Going to slow down everything for a while. That first Viking coming as a rude surprise. Another overlord going to be taken down as well. This will open up a lot more of a timing for Oliveira to get damage done. Just simply not having those overlords for a while is very annoying for the Zerg and potentially devastating. Wasn't that funny? I don't know. This is just people listening to my cast normally, right? That would be weird. Lair's on the way. Third Overlord taken down as the Viking pillaging throughout the countryside. Huh. Losing 3 Ovies this early. Rogue having a bit of a rough and tumble start despite not losing anything but Overlords. There are certainly better things to sacrifice, but the Overlords taken down. Now the Hyper Shees are heading out. No cloak. But if you fly fast enough, you don't need it. We can't outrun Queen and Spore Crawler projectiles, but you can outrun the units themselves and potentially find an opportunity to get critical damage done before the Queens can amble over and deal with it. So... Infestation Pit. 6-minute Infestation Pit on the way. And here we go. We get to watch Oliveira micro Banshees. Didn't quite nail all the shots, but there's no spores. He's adding him now, but there's no cloak on the way. So far, good damage. Look at that little swerve there. Spore Crawler in position. Micro's back. Don't know if that's the Viking coming in or something, but he's going to find even more damage. Just lets it go. And Rogue in a bit of a troublesome start. But again, he has 4 bases. He's going to have a hive. Oliveira might have a timing. And that was his specialty. Yeah, I know. 9 drones dead, and both Banshees survive. So, about as good a start as you could hope for. And he can follow that up with the 1-1. The siege tank's on the way. There's already a hive. And there we are. The timing attack specialist. Oliveira with a very dangerous timing coming together and continuing to knock out the creep. The Marines are coming forward. Rogue will have 1-1. Banelings. Burrow just finished. I think he caught a glimpse of the Bane Mine if he was looking that way. It's unclear whether he was. Unfortunately, it's a little bit off center. And Rogue at this timing doesn't have that many lings. 1 queen goes down. Make that 1. For now, more than enough lings and plenty of queens to box out. Hive, 3/4 of the way there. +2 infantry weapons and armor on the way. Oliveira, 64 SCVs. Doesn't seem to have much of an intention of adding more. The Bane Mines in place to split their damage per... Oh, you can't let the Zerglings in! How many times do we have to establish this simple fact? Oh, and Banelings in the 3rd base. As just when it looked like Oliveira was pulling it together, Rogue rips it apart. But he must survive the counterattack. He's all in. Already the economy has been obliterated. The Banelings are rolling through. Great splits from Oliveira. More Banelings from the north side. But the Terran army holds a crumble. Wait, there's more. There's too many. There are just too many. And Oliveira overrun. Rogue picks his timing. And, well, he's not dead yet. There's still some Zerglings on the other side. Viking hits the deck. More Zerglings coming back. The Medivacs will be taken out as well. Boosts away. The Banshees actually survived, which, well, that was bad. Unfortunately, over half of Oliveira's SCVs and 3/4 of his army were torn asunder. And now the army supplies are still kind of close. 2/2 upgrades are closing in. +2 Carapace is all Rogue will have to work with. But that's so many Banelings. The Ultralisk Cavern begins. I don't think we're going to make it there one way or another. There's a dream here, but the upgrades are not quite... +2 is about to finish, +2 armor. He's cutting off some of the reinforcements. There'll be armor for both sides. It's just Marines. Can he target fire 25 Banelings? He's going to try. The siege tank finds some decent hits. Doesn't pick up all the Marines, and GG. Rogue. It goes from tentative to terrifying in about 10 seconds flat. Rogue, the executioner, just chops off his head. And despite the Zerg victory, we're gonna blast the Terran theme. And I feel like the crowd is not as hyped for Rogue winning. Oh my. As they were for Oliveira existing. Which, let's be fair. Jeez. The ties, though, really tied it all together. We have corporate casual here on the desk. I mean, we didn't coordinate beforehand. I didn't get the memo. I couldn't read it. So, I forgot my tie. They all forgot their jackets, though, so. I know, it was hilarious. Thank you. Ah! Nobody ever clues me in on this. Oliveira has an entire jacket on the table. Rogue has a huge mouse pad just for his mouse. I got Oliveira set up more night. But still, there was hope there until Rogue completely dismantled it. But there was a dream. Then again, there we go. In the bottom left, the Executioner. We have Rogue. And of course, in the top right, another former world champion. You can tell who's favored by the crowd. Celestial Enclave, a spicier map. The worker-only path, as we're showcasing. What in the... What am I... Who's... Do I want to know? Is that a cow... Hell yeah, brother! Yeehaw! Yippee-ki-yay! That guy in full cowboy cosplay. I'm... Well, I do declare. So far, Rogue living up to expectations. It feels like every one of these showcase matches has felt... It looks kind of close until the player who's clearly more active. The exception being SOS versus Scarlet, which both players are still active. And it's SOS, so... Unfortunate. Command center on the way. No form of cheese. Just your standard macro play. The SCV taking the worker-only path in. This is the test of whether Oliveira even knows what that is, because he's retired past when we started adding those. I feel like this is the only map that's actually used. Well, we had a couple tentative maps, but never on the map pool. Officially. At the ladder map pool. Drone getting bullied. Oliveira unable to pick it off. Gonna go for another one, the Queen. Politely yet firmly disagree. Already the third command center. The back base only has 5 mineral patches and a single gas, so not as lucrative, but still usually worth taking if you're safe to do so. Overlord has seen nothing but the command center, which, you know, just hanging out. Not like you're gonna... What are you gonna do? Build a third hatchery, get speed, and go queens? Shocker. Actually, the gas is quite delayed for Rogue. really focusing on getting those hatches out and building up the queen count. So hold the speed, more queens, maybe even a 4th hatch. Roach Warren thought about it and thought twice. Interesting. I really wanted to see the battlecruisers. Oliveira had been known to do battlecruiser rushes in his day. I don't think battlecruisers are significantly worse. I guess the Spire is a little bit quicker. And with Banelings, in my opinion, humble and modest, as you know, the Baneling nerf revert, having 5 more HP, is what buffed the Spire more than the actual Spire buff. The ability... The effectiveness of Banelings being higher is a pretty direct buff to air compositions, which, while Banelings were so flimsy and the Spire took longer, it made it almost impossible to get there realistically. Now, it's a fake. He's faking the interference matrix. Will he transfer that into Cloak? Well, Rogue isn't even bothering. This fake is being lost on everyone. Because, unless he's actually just going to get a Raven to interference matrix queens, which you can do. Should you? Lair's on the way, though. Is he just gonna finish it? You're supposed to cancel that. Did he misclick? We're definitely 5, 4, 3. Shame. What's that about? That was the wrong button. You're not supposed to complete it. What are you doing? I know, right? I think he misclicked. So, maybe the hotkeys... He's building Banshees. It was probably supposed to be Speed or Cloak. I don't think he was just trying to fake it. He may be very surprised when his Banshees don't have either of those upgrades in a while yet, but it's a little too late to get the other one. And yeah, I don't even think it was a fake. I just think it was a misclick. Because the Overlord was... Like, you can't fake it. You've already killed the Overlord with the Viking. There's no point in faking it. There's nothing to see your fake. Just gonna be mass roaches out of Rogue. No shame, no mercy. Viking racked up 2 kills thus far. Hydra is dead, Infestation Pit. Almost no pressure on Rogue. Easily driving back the Hellions. Another round. Gonna be caught. Oh, nice block at the last second. The drone's on the run, but there's a hard wall here, the Queen. Mischievous and deceitful. Those Hellions trying to run by. The Banshees, conspicuously a lack of speed. 11 drones dead is something. And the Queens, well, they don't need Cloak if the Queens don't shoot back. He's racking up the damage. Adding it to the tally. Rogue is shrugging it off with his drone production. He's at 77 still, plummeting upwards. It is cutting into any attack timing. Every larva used for a drone is a larva not used for Hydraslings. No Banelings, but also that's not a very direct process either. Very efficient. Thing is, though, Rogue is growing dramatically. And Oliveira has done very little to slow that down. 1-1 is about to complete for the Marines and Marauders. No combat shield. The most classic mistake of Terran. Not interference matrix being done for no reason, but no combat shield. And that's a huge deal against Roach Hydra. That's absolutely massive. I think Rogue noticed. And that's part of why this army is just being picked apart. 10 HP on every single one. He starts it now. Ooh, that's a bad one. The upgrades are quite a kerfuffle here so far. And Rogue just slaps it away with ease. The medevacs racing each other with mistimed boosts. Rogue is perfectly happy. I think he has a hive already. Yep, 2 Vipers say yes. So, Oliveira gonna try again. Still no combat shield, but the double drop in the back will at least delay the pocket base. Roach is catching the tanks on the field. Knock out a full medevac. And the Executioner has no mercy. Okay, that's just gratuitous. Heading back. I think he's like, I should draw this out a little. Get the Vipers. Get the Lurker Den. We're gonna pretend he couldn't just kill him there. Marines picked up. 2-2 upgrades are actually going to be a little quicker for Rogue. Combat shield is finally done, as we actively are pointing out. Unfortunately, we had to. Hydra Lunge on the way. Just throwing everything in there. Viper's nearly full on energy. And at that point, there's going to be no reason not to go forward. Unless he's just willing to be sporting about it. Rogue gets 200. $33 Roaches, 19 Hydras, and a couple full energy Vipers. Oliveira has similar army supply. He's gonna have similar upgrades. But those 2 Vipers might be able to win the game on their own. Well, what he doesn't know can certainly hurt him. The map was dark and full of Terrans. And Oliveira hitting maybe the only timing that he possibly could. You get Blinding Cloud on the front line, Blinding Cloud on the back line. Can't see anything. Marines running directly into the line of fire. You can't abduct siege tanks anymore, but you can keep them in the dark. And the Roaches and Hydras are just grinding through. All this moments before the +2 armor upgrade, and it looked a bit dicey for a moment. But it doesn't anymore. Rogue at 190. Oliveira, 135. There's no ghosts on the way. Rogue comfortably slapping down yet another attack. And there's almost nothing left to wait for. He's got Lurker range done, Adrenal Glands finishing. Rogue is just chilling. Liberator showing off they technically have an anti-air attack. Blinding Cloud on the siege tanks. Gonna pull some back to deal with the counter. Rogue refills. And
he's dead, Jim.
well, I mean, eventually he'll clean up the Roach Hydra. $13 more Hydras on the way. But without any ghosts, the long-term prospects are not incredible. Good concave. Rogue will eat quite a lot of damage before the fight really starts. But look at the supply. Over and over, Rogue takes hits, and over he refills to 200 before the battle's over. And over. And I'm so over. Over. Jimmy, can we edit? No? Do it live. Well, the Roach Hydra again. Bearing down on the Terran base. The Changelings are spotting the high ground. Getting nice and cozy with the siege tanks. Rogue banking up. He's gonna come in. Can yank out the Liberators. Drags him out of the fray. Blinds the siege tanks. Dismantles the defense. But, well, no. It's all over. And the crowd goes mild. Rogue. Waltz is over. Across the somewhat uncomfortably large stage. And now walks all the way back. wringing his hands like he didn't just win. And unfortunately, yet not unexpectedly, Oliveira does not survive. Next up is the grand finals. It's going to be herO versus Reynor, where if herO wins this, he will have taken down all 3 of the top 3 Zergs. Serral, 3-0. Solar, 3-1. Reynor is the last Zerg to stand in his way. I'm ready for Rogue to tell us how he was excited to show good games and he's happy he won, and how Oliveira is still a good player. But we're not going to get that translation because we don't have live translation of the Korean, so... But you could just assume. The finals is best of 7. Why do all the announcers look like divorced office workers? Hey. They've never worked in an office. Those were former pro gamers, okay? And I took all the suit jackets. Also, that's SC Boy, the organization, the casters, the taste-hostess of China. These 2 out of 3. I think they've been rotating out other casters as well, especially for the high-level stuff. I think Boy might not apply as much anymore, but when was SC Boy founded?
赛后采访环节呢，是想先问一下 Rogue 选手啊，因为其实李培南选手已经退役很久了
2014
很久没有在正式的赛场上面交手了，那也是想问一下，一直以来跟李培南
Old Boy is a widespread Chinese pop song which communicates the men have grown up, so they are old, but they still want to achieve their ambitions or dreams. SC Boys borrows the name to express their love of StarCraft and their youth spent with it. Ah, just like me, for real, for real. We're all SC Boys on this blessed day.
피지컬이 굉장히 좋은 선수고 되게 공격적이라서 저는 이제 항상 수비를 해야 하는 입장이었던 것 같았어요.
Feel like they should just hand him the
李培南
microphone.
选手的操作是非常强的，而且是一个机动性很强的一个选手，而且所以跟他交手的时候呢，会经常做一些防御型的操作。
确实，今天几把比赛可以看到他发挥的非常出色。那我们这边也是
Can we see the playoff bracket?
选手啊，第2把盾牌是旺生了吗？
确实是旺生了，就感觉确实好久没打了吧，很多细节都。
herO beats Serral 3-0, beats Solar 3-1, and now, lucky for him, he gets Reynor lined up next.
然后第2把吧，就明显感觉。
Another Zerg on the chopping block.
第1把其实女妖战术前。
Reynor struggles through Maru and Clem.
后面就是换家是个转折点是吗？
对，其实我。
And indeed it was.
但是我那2个隐形女妖过去慢了，就截慢了吧。
就是我们感觉你的这个鼠标键盘是问 Serral 接的，然后战术跟地图是问的 Clem， 为什么不找你的好兄弟雷诺
Reynor Clem or
那我问的这2个兄弟都输了。
How do you feel about no Terrans? Protoss Simba.
因为确实很久没有打比赛了，尤其是网易给了这么一个机会，一个在大舞台，挺开心的吧？对，因为我一会儿还要去解说决赛，所以我觉得气氛没有必要那么压抑，因为本身就是表演赛嘛，希望大家也好好欣赏后边的决赛吧。
是的，2位选手都给我们带来非常精彩的表演赛，我们再一次把掌声跟欢呼声给到 Rogue， 给到奥利维拉。好的，那我们这边的话也是有传奇选手的奖章要给到2位选手，来有请我们的工作人员为他们送上来。
Are we gonna give them both their medals? This is what makes me think that this was all, like, it is just a show match. Wait, before they had 2 people to give out the medals.
好的，那我们的李培南选手，
Now just one, but they both get the same medal.
现在你也拥有了一个黑带子。
It's like, yes, you get a medal. Sick. Oh, it just has the logos on it.
好的，非常感谢两位选手给我们带来精彩的表演赛。我们稍事休息一下。
Solid
马上开始。
chocolate. Is it cake? It could be. Rogue, translation for Rogue. Oliveira is an aggressive player, so I think about defense. Well, not much defense out of those games, lol. Yeah, it looked strong at the very start, and then it all fell apart. And then the second game was a little sad. Yeah, Rogue is currently ranked like 15th in the world. Oliveira hasn't played pro in about 2 years now, so. Well, a little bit. It's like a year and a half, but still. Rogue, I don't think Rogue could have looked less excited for this whole experience than he did. Like, between the interview, all of the interviews, the match itself, he's like, I had to fly here. Serral suffered his biggest drop yesterday, in the history of his career, I think. And there's a real risk, well, not anymore. If Clem had beat Reynor, there may have been a real risk of Serral dropping from #1. Meanwhile, herO stocks are back up, everybody. It's a volatile stock, but invest in herO today. Some days it pays off, some days you pay it, but somebody's gonna get paid. herO is up and up. All right, buy herO today somehow. I assume you have to go to some like dark website where you buy a shit coin in order to translate it into Protoss currency, but it doesn't matter. herO stonks 100%. Serral done. Solar dead. Reynor up next. All right. So we'll see. Bye. To all the Zergs, I said after herO showed up and he embarrassed them. herO has 0 plan, 0 wall-offs, and 0 fucks. But guess what? He may have 1 championship at the end. So, TBD. They say a man never really knows himself until his freedom's been taken away. I love Chinese Manx. How well do you know yourself? Sometimes, the fact that herO took out Solar like he did, there's a very real chance that Reynor just picks him apart because of the way that herO plays. I think there's a non-zero chance that Reynor goes like 4-0, 4-1. My prediction is herO 4-2, by the way. But I'm firmly acknowledging the chance that he just completely falls apart. Because Reynor is the fastest Zerg player at least, to take advantage of those weaknesses in a way that not Serral nor Solar could. Like, he just doesn't, he can't, you think he spent the last 2 hours figuring out how to wall off? I doubt it. And why would he? The results speak for themselves. Literally, in the 4 games against Solar, he successfully walled off normally once. And even then, he didn't have the Adept on hold position. Every single game Zerglings got in, one way or another. He just didn't care. In case you weren't here for earlier today, it was not a demonstration of perfect Protoss. It was a demonstration of heroic Protoss. Here we are again. I've got a full list for this.
监狱将伴你同行，这身护甲就是你新的牢房。别误会，战争即将开始，它带来了功名荣耀，也带来了阴森恐怖。分类先生，自由在召唤你。
来吧，好戏开场了。
Hail. Yes. But I'm gonna get my. We're gonna pull out only. I'm just gonna Control F herO in my meme folders.
虫群的到来早有预言。
Let's see what we got.
而心灵，神
Oh, that's not
长子，则奋起反抗。
The sacred archives. As the prophecy foretold, one Protoss would remain to fight for the firstborn. I'll be right back. Grand finals up next. What am I supposed to do for 5 minutes? Watch Hydras pop up out of nowhere, like every cinematic.
我就知道，最终你会来的。
你的出现亵渎了这里 ，Kerrigan。
你能听到吗 ，Serral？群星间的低语，星系会随他们的到来而燃烧。
也许。 但你看不到了。
拜托，我们的恩怨微不足道。一场势不可挡的风暴正在袭来，这场湮灭，我们应该共同面对。
休想！
命运无法改变，末日正在临近。当它降临时， 我会欣然接受。
语言尚未可知，希望永不湮灭。
Here we go. The grand finals. Thank you for enjoying it live. Unless you're watching in the future, but thank you for enjoying either way. Plenty of time to like and subscribe. Thank you to the SC2 All-Stars of Thunderfire for allowing us to be a part of it. At such a convenient time for vampires like me. It's been quite an entertaining event. Only 2 days, but 2 fun ones. And we'll have some of the highlights probably in a more normal fashion on the main channel. And remember, if you're watching the stream on YouTube, you're on the Winter Gaming TV channel, not Winterstarcraft. There is a distinction and a difference. All the streams end up over here. We're a bit more curated on the name one. But if you haven't yet subscribed, well, now's the time. And here we go.
大家好，我们激动人心的总决赛马上就要开始了。总决赛的2位选手 herO 和雷诺，经过了2天的角逐，最终
Let us introduce 2 of the most either mentally healthy or the exact opposite players in StarCraft 2.
拭目以待。接下来，让我们掌声有请2位决赛选手登场。
Wait. I have another intro, but this one's specific. I can't hear you. I didn't say anything. I'm Proton.
让我们用最热烈的掌声欢迎 herO。
Don't need to translate that one. There he is. The man, the myth, the herO. Not the Protoss we deserve, but the Protoss we need right now. A herO.
接下来我们要以热
Showing up like he's about to take his finals at community college. What a vibe. Business administration, thank you very much. Meanwhile, Reynor. Similar vibe, actually, but except he's sponsored by Red Bull. He doesn't just drink it. Actually, I'm not sure if he drinks it. And oh wait, we're not even gonna have a pre-game interview. But you're that way, that way. herO got lost for a second. Why are you? Are we not gonna have? Did we do the big intro bit beforehand? Oliveira back center stage. And there we are. Yes. I like the graphic of the face in like the little tunnel thing too. So, herO versus Reynor. herO slaughtered Serral. He embarrassed Solar. Reynor, a 3rd Zerg. And about tied for Solar in terms of versus Protoss and in ranking overall. I mean, is everything a downgrade from Serral? Reynor, barely surviving Maru, overtaking Clem. It's not that funny. But no Protoss left in the bracket to challenge him. And historically, against Reynor, it's a mixed bag. there is a, I hope the final, I hope beyond hope, because this has been a great event, and I wanted to have a great capstone. But personally, I think this finals is going to be pretty bad. Maybe in an entertaining way, maybe a painful one. And I desperately hope to be wrong. But I think either, like once again, as always, it all revolves around herO. Either herO just does these timings that Reynor cannot handle and is unprepared for, or he doesn't. And Reynor picks him apart. Zergling's there, Knight is there, run by. Nobody is better at the Zergling counters. Not Serral, not Solar. Nobody is better at exploiting gaps in the defense than Reynor. And if anyone has gaps in the defense, you know, the number one cheese that herO partakes in is Swiss, with the way he sets up his base. But it hasn't stopped him, barely slowed him down so far. And he's got one more Zerg to go. Best of 7. Reynor won their last 2 matchups. herO, well, I can bring it up. Gonna look it up specifically. Not that it matters much. It really just matters how herO is today. Honestly. According to a Ligulac. Ooh, maybe I shouldn't show these stats to the people. I won't tell you the percentages, but it says large advantage for herO. Not just advantage, but a large advantage. Again, you never know. Interesting, we didn't even do an interview. I think they already... I mean, have we not said all we had to say? I wanted to hear Reynor, like, equivocate a little bit more. Do you have confidence? Yes. Would you like to expand on that point? No. That was what Reynor said when he won the semifinals. Do you have confidence? Simple yes. Single word. So, you know, I feel like saying just yes does not lend itself to believing it. Taito's Citadel, Reynor or herO Vito's Mothership. The 3-player map. We're starting on Winter Madness. herO might have thought there was an interview, but no, we're just jumping in. Here we go. Welcome back to some professional StarCraft 2, the grand finals of the Thunderfire All-Stars SC2 Invitational. $50,000 on the line, and only 2 players have survived this far to maybe take it home. First, as I really thought we'd make our way through these live shots, but I forgot how dramatic the intro was. The #1 Protoss player in the world, the smiling assassin in the blue. It's
herO.
And of course, the former world champion, the last Zerg to have a chance to make him look mortal. The Italian stallion. It is
Reynor.
And before we get started, thank you to Thunderfire, NetEase, the SC2 All-Stars, and you for watching. And it'd be awesome if you could smash that like button, subscribe. We got the algorithm. And Jimmy, what are we at? Yes! I know. 1,778 likes on this video, on this cast. And I'll cast another one. And I'll probably do it anyways, live or otherwise. Because I don't know what else I'd do with my life. But thank you for watching, hopefully. You've had a good day so far. And hopefully it's about to get just a little bit better. Live from this incredible arena on the biggest stage, literally and figuratively, of 2026 so far in StarCraft 2. It's been quite a spectacle. But a best of 7 to end it all. Most metrics may say herO is favored going into this. But herO has never trusted the numbers before, and I certainly don't think he will now. He's had some creative builds, some bespoke wall-offs, some slapdash strategies. But also, he has looked in no way weak against Zerg. It doesn't seem to matter what he chooses. It ends up being the right decision. Let's say the opposite true for both Serral and Solar so far. Reynor has the benefit of seeing both of those matches up close and personal. He's played against herO almost as much as any other, maybe more than the other Zergs. And if anyone has a chance to undercut that sort of less than tight style and slip through the gaps, I think Reynor's the one to do it. Still, though, it's a lot to handle. The first probe comes in, not able to block the base. Will steal away some minerals. And now get a third base. Reynor, not trying any sort of early pull shenanigans, nor even early Zergling speed. Whole stock standard so far for what it is. herO's been trying the deplorable build so far. Multiple games in a row with mass Oracle, not even because it seemed like a plan, but because he kind of just kept building them and it kept working. Which, you know, I guess that counts. Void Ray. Well, I built it all up. I prepared you for the Oracle. I set the groundwork, and herO says, actually, JK bro, Void Ray first. Here we go. Why not? The Overlords, there's one, only one on the other side of the map potentially vulnerable. And herO does not seem to be interested in taking it out right as the first priority. And he's actually walled off what some might even say is correctly an Oracle to follow it up. So not completely abandoning the idea, but instead just putting it on a slight delay. And taking out those Overlords. I don't think the Zerglings, they will spot the Void Ray momentarily. And the lack of Oracle means the Zergling counterattack can just get a bunch of damage done. He starts at, that's not on center. He built the third in the wrong location. I can see it on the minimap. Right? That's wrong. He built that's off center. But you know, whatever. Close enough. Yeah, that's, it's just straight up in the wrong spot. But again, most of herO's career is close enough. And it's gotten him this far. Down goes an Overlord. We've graduated from building pylons in random locations to building Nexi. Eventually the probes will return their minerals. herO comes back, he finds the Overlord. He got that first kill. A Twilight and a Forge behind, but that really opens up all the possibilities. It doesn't really narrow it down. As herO has gone for pretty much every single progression out of the Twilight Council. We've had Glaives, we've had Charge. I assume there were Dark Templar. I didn't actually see a DT build. It might be time. There's the possibility. What he hasn't done very often is Blink. As Blink Stalkers are figured out. The Zergs have adapted. But charging forward, on the other hand, has kept many of them off guard. I can't believe he misplaced his third Nexus in game number 1 of the Grand Finals. And by I can't believe, I mean, of course he did. He walled off his natural correctly. His third base is nearly perfect. Ah, yes. Where are we? Here we are again. The Forrest Gumpian school of Protoss who win world championships over your favorite players. And Hydra done is on the way, but Charge is even closer to completion. There won't be any Hydras ready if he sends the charge lots across immediately. Though Reynor already banking up some money. He has 62 drones. herO is hiding the charge lots, which suspicious in and of itself. Here's the thing. Hydraling Bane is still pretty good against charge lots. Like, this is still a very good position to be for Reynor. 62 drones. He's not getting greedy. He's making sure he has the economy. So, on paper, we don't play this game on paper, though I hear there's a cool new tabletop coming out. On paper, this is perfectly fine for the Italian Stallion. But he did just build another round of drones. And Line of charge lots. How many Hydras are there? Oh my. And he's charging across. He held it. He held it. And now he's going forward. But that's still a lot of Hydras. +1 is done, which helps cut through those Zerglings extra quickly. Well, one less attack to do so. Throws out a few Adepts. The charge lots just slicing through everything on the front line. The Stalkers are targeting the Hydras on the back. And herO just cutting through. He's killing some drones with the Adepts. This will eventually be cleaned up, but he reset the Hydra count. He killed a few drones. Was it enough? No. But wait, there's more. Who needs a warp prism when you could just jog across with the speed? And here, Reynor's making drones. Oh no. He made another round of drones, but of course he just keeps sending it. He's never asked whether or not he should when he asked whether or not he could. And herO, another wave is cut down, and Reynor is at 72 drones. This is perfectly fine. I thought it was going to get dramatic, and it did, but not in the way I thought, which is more fun, really, to be honest. 73 drones. Lurkers. He said the plan against Clem, and successfully so, was getting to Lurkers. And I think herO will be vulnerable to the same strategy, as Reynor has survived the initial onslaught and already has a hive and a Lurker den on the way. The tech tree has progressed to dangerous levels. It's looking good. All right, I'm looking for... There's no Storm. There's not even a Robo. He does still have an Oracle, technically. Storm is on the way. Just started. Reynor has 80 drones. herO doesn't even have a 4th base. So, Reynor's in great shape. And winning game number 1, I think, would be a big confidence booster. herO is just... Reynor hasn't even tried to attack. He's just sat back, said, come on over. And so far, herO has obliged, unfortunately, to his dismay. I don't believe there's a robotics facility at all. So, detection is entirely reliant on a single Oracle, which is not the most reliable thing, especially when herO is in the driver's seat. Could easily devolve into disaster in moments. He's not seen the main base for a while yet. He may not see the Lurkers before he's already getting hit by them. And even then, it still requires the revelation. Adrenal gland's on the way. Lurker range. +1 melee. Reynor with the laundry list of Zerg upgrades. herO's just been pumping out units. He got +3. He's getting a 4th base finally. It looks like he may spot the Lurkers. He does. Wait. Yeah, he sees it. He has to see him now. He's building some more cannons. He's really living life on the edge. The Lurkers should be a deadly choice. Here comes Reynor. Nearly maxed out. All the upgrades coming together. There might be an opportunity to sandbag this attack. The Storms don't care if you're burrowed or not, if you can see them or not. As long as you know where the Lurkers are, you can deal with them. Another Oracle is on the way. Charge lots from the north. Charge lots from the west. And we're using cardinal directions because it feels more dramatic. And here we go. Charge lots, but a very well-positioned Spine Crawler will help to defend. A Fleet Beacon is on the way as well. The Lurkers are picked off on the retreat. And Reynor just pulls back to defend, trusting himself to find those opportunities again. But herO just moves forward. The Storm's going to drive the Zerg back. Zerglings trying to close in. herO maintaining a pretty healthy amount of supply despite the situation. Reynor trying to refill. The Storm's the fade away. The Zerglings looking for the flank, but Storm's there as well. The Storm front is more like a hurricane right now. Gets a couple Archon merges. Those Archons may be abandoned, but Reynor lost a lot in the process. That Archon gets sliced through, but look at the supply. herO, within 10, he actually takes the lead with a Warpin and a Mothership in production. The best defense is a good offense. And the Lurkers have been unable to close the distance. The Changelings will spot as wannabe Zealots. There's enough Templar to hold the line. The Storms are keeping him at bay. Another hatchery going to be canceled. herO just casually splits off like 25 charge lots. An entire legion is sent out. But there are no Banelings to challenge them. And without them, herO cuts down some Hydras and a whole dozen more Zerglings. The Templar are moving into position to cut off some of this. The Lurkers are in cannon range. Another Storm will soften them up, force the pullback. And herO just... The charge lots are tanking the damage. The cannons are actually helping out in the fight actively. And he has the Revelation. There's not that many units. And he's spread too thin. The Lurkers will melt. The Oracle's overhead. And herO turns it around yet again. He manages to dismantle the defenses. He draws the reinforcements back. And he picks apart the army. herO. Reynor wanted to play defense this whole time. And he's going to remain there. Unable to close the distance on the base. The major advantage, the Lurker tech, has been mitigated and overwhelmed. And herO has a same worker count. He's got a fleet beacon done. There is no spire for Reynor. The Tempest count is growing. I'm sure the mothership is somewhere. And another counterattack. herO stepping up and charging through. Another hatch goes down. The mothership has arrived. Though, wait, he has active cloaking. There's no detection. No, wait, that's not true. herO giveth and herO taketh away. The Spore Crawler gave him detection. herO loses his entire army and wins the fight somehow, as there's no anti-air to contest the mothership. The Zerglings get into the natural, because of course they do. Somehow herO has won and lost the fight simultaneously. Recalls the mothership back to defend. The main base is under attack. The Zerglings get in. herO has never found a winning position he couldn't get himself out of. Meanwhile, though, and then back into, the charge lots are walled out of their own. They're still Zerglings! Hello! herO busy losing his entire main base, but the charge lots eventually come back. He pulls some probes out of solidarity. herO decided to dive. He had the high ground. herO dives on it. Reynor's down 12 supply. He's equal on workers. He lost 2 hatcheries in that exchange. And now even more Zerglings are going to get charged down, sliced apart by the Zealots. And herO plummets to a 15 supply lead. There is no direct answer. He's got Vipers now to potentially pull the Tempest into the fray. The Queens, here come the Vipers, but feedback, that's a no. That's another no. You stop right there. The feedback is rejected or accepted, either way. The Tempests are slowly but surely shelling, and the Zerglings get into the natural. That's the Zergling run-by cam. We could just leave that up for a while. Just assume there are Zerglings in herO's base. That's a permanent fixture. $179 to 127 supply. Reynor, you can see it on his face. The concentration, but herO, on the other hand, is having a good time. Look at that. Down goes another Viper. Down go all the Lurkers. Time warp. GG. herO. In quite a topsy-turvy game. But, again, herO comes out on top. herO being very careful to drink water correctly. Protoss not used to having mouths, so clearly a difficult situation. Why is the music so loud? herO did everything wrong until he did it right. He refused to accept. It is that he does not think. And also, sometimes herO just blunders into a fight. But the dismantling of the Lurkers was some of the best. But, like, it wasn't just that. But it was everything else. It was the charge lots on either side. It was the Templar to sandbag across the map. He slowly but surely cored out the army until he could overrun it. A stroke of genius amidst a whole series of actual strokes when it comes to herO's gameplay. And when it matters most, we head to game number 2. God, that's so sad. Here we go. And then a slow pan to the trophy. herO.
herO.
Reynor, and I thought it was a good, like, it looked like a good position for Reynor. He crushed the first attack, he had the economy. That's why I keep saying, and you know I'm not just talking about this. We're doing it for one of the first times in no, not again! He's doing it again! That's the wrong spot! You did this last time! This is the only game he's lost in this tournament is on this map, because he is now... It's the wrong spot. He can't wall off like he's gonna need another, literally the exact same way. He's consistently inconsistent. You can't wall that off with 2 buildings there. Like, it doesn't work. He let the first 8 Zerglings in his base against Solar because of this very architectural quirk. But, well, we've got another opportunity. It would be just like herO to somehow pick up a drone kill. Oh my god. Okay. He's coming back. Oh yeah. Now we're going... Glad we got the herO action cam for the probe micro. Yeah, this is the most important part of the game. You know, this actually is an important part to watch what herO's doing because it's hilarious. I think they went to this because the casters are talking about the wall off and they want to see what he does. And what he wants to do is kill a drone. Because watching herO actively figure out what to do with his wall offs is like a whole hobby in and of itself. Because it's clearly not. It's so obviously not a wall. He's gonna fill it in. Like, you can't even put a gate. You need a pylon there. Right? I gotta... Or just don't wall. Alright, just reject all wisdom from the last 28 years of StarCraft. Literally more years than Reynor's been alive. herO, on the other hand, one of the oldest players in the game. 33. Alright. Surprised he isn't making funeral plans at this stage. Like, hey, wait a second, Winter, I'm 37. Well, I don't see you winning any tournament. It's like, I'm actually herO, Winter, and I'm here to commentate with you. It's like, all right, come on in. Would not be surprised. He walled off with a pylon, I think. Oh, did he just shade right onto the same spot? Why not? Oracle will protect everything. Another 10 drones on the way. The Adept trying to find its way. So this map has an indicator, so herO put his Nexus in the right spot. Oh my, that wall in is, it looks like a campaign mission. You got a pylon just slapped down next to everything. Pretty quick layer out of Reynor. There's the Twilight and Forge, but again, that doesn't mean anything. Besides, the game is progressing. I almost guarantee we're gonna get like a Tempest Rush. Get off! This is restricted! Layer space! No, can he do that? Yeah. Well, that doesn't seem very fair. Life isn't fair, Susan. I have no response to that. Sorry, I'm blacked out for a moment. Oh, a Robo this time. All right, that's fresh. Reynor looking to get in on the building your base in a slightly off-center location action. Charge and +1 on the way. It looks like a warp. It looks like he's much more committed to the timing. This second iteration. The robotics facility, a bit of a giveaway in and of itself. But the Oracle's actually finding an angle on the Queen. Did he spot the Hydra Den, and does it matter? Two separate questions. And probably the same answer. Robo Bay? That's a new one? herO trying to check off every part of the tech tree so he gets 100% achievements by the end of the tournament. And at this point, who's going to stop him? Literally, who's going to stop him? No one has. Only herO stopped himself when he failed the most horribly to wall off once against Solar. And even then. Looks like he's gonna juggle some Colossus into this clown fiesta. Colossi, sorry. Coloxin. It's gonna be disruptors just to make it even more dramatic. Even though he's baited out Hydraling. Well, herO, Colossus enters production. Make that 2 and an extended thermal lance, and mine's already there. +1 on the way, almost completed. Double Evo chamber for Reynor, who's still the triumvirate of oracles. Sure, slapped out a Templar Archives. Why not? Reynor's at 81 drones, which is good, with a big asterisk of that means he's not going for a timing that could potentially crush this before the Colossi are out. There's no infestation, but the Oracle is just running around the base, scouting everything, and there's not much to be done about it. Well, the Oracle's double back. The Queen. Oh, that's one way. Oh, herO, the smiling assassin. Does he have? He doesn't have recall, and he's. Juke Skywalker, and there's nothing to stop him, and he gets away. Oh, what a microcosm in every sense of the word of herO's gameplay. He burns his way through a Queen, sidesteps the Hydras while they're looking the other way, and manages to avoid needing a recall. And still gets out with all 3. Oh. He can't keep getting away with it. Oh, my. Keeping all 3 of them alive, just constant revelations. Though it's not much of a revelation to see Hydraslings and mains. And the Colossi have yet to be revealed. They're gonna show up moments before all of the upgrades that aren't even that useful for Reynor. Surprise! And it's a big surprise indeed. Reynor is maxed out. There's nothing left to do but try to take this head on. But 4 Colossi with fully extended thermal lances. The charge lot's just casually off to the left side, boxing out some of the army. The Banelings trying to roll through. The Archons and the Colossi. The Banelings on top of them, which mildly inconveniences all of them. He's going to warp it another round. The Oracles just die. So herO did manage to navigate the very thin path to not winning the game here, which is very nice of him to draw this out. And now, So he managed to take maximum damage to the Banelings. He split off the charge lots to die on their own. The Archons barely did anything. And the Colossi were in a terrible position. But guess what? He's still in the game. He's still got Colossi. And he's never going to give up. And he's never surrendered. In fact, I've never seen a player who stays in the game longer than herO. And, you know, for a good reason. He's going to keep things busy. Drags back some of the army. And here comes Reynor. He's on lair tech. He just started the hive. The warp prism will not die. Oh, not again. No, my God. How? How? The boy who lived. That warp prism will die unceremoniously right before the next fight starts, just like the oracles. But for now, drama. The moment herO looks away, it just decides to commit Sudoku, as it does. Banelings. And again, herO down 30 supply, gonna get aggressive. Warping in. And Reynor he still has Hydraling Bane. Those are real charge lots. It feels like they should be changelings in those numbers. But no, there's still 4 Colossi. He never actually killed them. He never had to rebuild them. There's Banelings from the back. herO, one way or another, this is going to be a cinematic experience. herO goes forward. Forward. The Banelings directly into the probes. But herO will not stop for anyone. He will rule this sector or see it burnt to ashes around him. The extended thermal lances keeping the Hydras almost a full screen away. Getting a little distracted by the hatchery. But herO is still burninating across the countryside. He's got a warp prism to reinforce. He's going to lose his entire economy. But he does have a recall. He's getting into the main, and there's nothing to stop the force fields. If he has a sentry, there's no way for Reynor to keep him out of his main. But why? But wait, there's lurkers! Sure, we're base trading. Why not? It would be nice to have those oracles now. herO just lost his 3rd and his 4th base. Reynor is losing most of his economy. The game has been thrown into chaos. But the Lord of Chaos, herO himself, is currently controlling it. 30 drones dead. The Hydra's cut off on the retreat, incinerating more of them. The Colossi still standing tall over absolutely everything. The charge lots are killing the hive. The observers are unchallenged in the sky. He's just blasting through the lurkers. And the Colossi, with dozens of kills, have stood throughout all this. The main base is completely gone. It's about to kill the spawning pool moments before Adrenal Glands. It was denied. But herO still loses his army, juggling back and forth, up and down and all around, and herO refuses to die. The Warp Prism lives. The last Colossus, like 4 HP between them. And it dies. And we're still in the game. But the charge lot's running by. The entire tech tree has been chopped down by the charge lot. He lost the spawning pool. He lost... Wait, did he lose the Hydra Den? There's still some buildings at his natural currently bleeding out. There's still a few lurkers for Reynor. It's 34 to 45 workers, but Reynor was left with 2 pretty healthy mining bases, which gives us a surprisingly even scenario. herO, so... sporting... What? There's a Tempest. Reynor has to rebuild a spawning pool. herO rebuilds his 3rd base. herO still has all of his infrastructure. Reynor has whatever he has left. He makes a wall of Evo chambers to box out the Zealots. But Immortals still exist. So it's an interesting proposition. And Tempests are being produced. And right now, Reynor couldn't even restart a lair if he wanted to. The Hydra Den could be chopped down by the charge lots, finishing what they started. And there goes the Hydra Den. And there will be no more Hydras. The anti-air consists of whatever Hydras and Spore Crawlers are currently on the field right now. He builds 2 more. And he's building... Wait, is there still a Lurker Den somewhere? Maybe it's in his 3rd. But there's like 8 Hydras. against any amount of Tempest. Oh, he locks him in. The Tempest show up. And, well, Reynor scrambling. And hero's building 2 Tempests at a time, and that's not. Hydra's only cosplay anti-air units. The Queen obliterated from afar. And the Tempest just kiting back. I don't know if there's any detection with this, and I don't know if he needs any. He's building Queens. herO may lose yet another base. He's fighting. The Oracle, where's the revelation? He doesn't see half the lurkers. More than half. herO, you can't. That's not how force fields work. herO once again navigating the narrow path to defeat from the gaping chasm of victory. Manages to whiff the revelation. He loses his 3rd. But there's just not enough anti-air to contest even 2 Tempests. Another Queen dead. 2 more Hydras picked off. He's down to 4. An Observer with the army. And there's just, well, he's targeting. herO manages to lose every single ground unit. herO really doing his damnedest to lose this game. But unfortunately for Reynor, he's just too good. Or bad. And 11 more Hydras on the way. There's 3 Tempests, which I believe is enough to one-shot Hydras with a single volley. Especially if they're already pre-bruised. I don't think Reynor's getting supply blocked anytime soon. The Spore Crawlers may take out the Observers. Are there any Lurkers left? 1 Observer down. He loses the Oracle as well. As this topsy-turvy, this is a hot mess right now. And it has been ever since the extended Thermal Lances showed up. But herO, with his ragtag band of meddling Protoss. Somehow 3 Tempests, an Immortal with 1 HP, 2 Archons, and 3 Zealots. That's what he's got. He's been on 2 bases for most of the game, though not throughout, intermittently. Reynor has lost his first 2 bases. 17 minutes. 17 minutes. And what are you gonna do? You can't hit the high ground there. The Hydra's trying to figure out what to do. There is a recall available if he needs it. Overkill on the drones. He's chasing, but here comes herO, getting himself into the only position he can't protect his Tempests. Absolutely sporting. Once again, herO may actually end up losing his Tempests because he has a compulsion to do so. And he still hasn't rebuilt his 3rd. Another Hydra at number 2 may go down. He's long distance mining. The probes keep tripping over one another. How is this not over? It's just begun. This game is 47 minutes. No, you can't scroll forward. We're casting live. Wow, this is just spiteful. That has to be on purpose. Oh! The fadeaway shot into GG combo. herO styling on him even at the end. And again, with the questionable water drinking skills. I don't... herO again. Stumbles his way down the stairs, out into the street, across the street, under a semi-truck, to the other side, where he cartwheels past a tripwire, onto a boat, jumps off the boat, finds a submarine, rides the submarine, pulls out a sword, slices a shark, and uses its blood to pass the security check to claim the championship trophy. In another typical herO victory. Well, it's only 2-0. Reynor could still come back. Game 3. Reynor. It's hard to pick out.
herO.
Whatever that means. But also, where he went wrong. But it certainly didn't go right enough.
Reynor.
Reynor not looking hyped, to say the least. That looks like me after 2 games on ladder. Not coincidental, I think. herO? I think that gate's in the semi-correct spot. There, an English chant starting. I think, who are you supporting? Let's hear it. Ah, they're warring. I think the Reynor chants were winning out, but only because he has 2 syllables in his name, maybe. It's imba for chanting. Oh. I'm pretty sure they're just calling out who's supporting what. The cheers are almost even. I think people love herO, but they don't want a 4-0. I almost guarantee you it won't be. This is the time for like a blind proxy Dark Templar rush. Okay? Like literally not even a Stargate. That's my big call. All right? Don't worry. If it's not accurate, nobody will remember. If it is, I look like a genius. So, away we go. Is that even the right spot? Did he fuck up the wall in the same way? Jimmy, edit that out. What do you mean we can't? Well, I did commit to not even a Stargate, and there's a star. That's a decoy Stargate. It's not real. It can't hurt you. Yeah, bring out the Protoss music. Let's go. Legacy of the Void soundtrack. Turn it up to 130%. As the Adept shades out at the 3-minute mark. That's the intensity. Ow. Ah. See, I was gripping the handrest too hard and my hand slipped and slammed into the desk. And let nobody say that this job isn't dangerous. And let nobody say that you shouldn't like and subscribe so I can pay for health insurance. Hell yeah, brother. Here we go. Game 3. Oracle's on the way. The Stalker is letting the Overlord know it stays our number. Oh my. The Stalker's like, actually, I'm gonna try this side. Yeah. So intensely microing against the Overlord he knows is there. But why did you go back? You think that's better? Well, alright. The Zerglings to try to box out, but the Oracle, I mean, standing guard, floating, whatever. Down it goes. And herO. Whoa, whoa. Hold position, Adept in the wall. I think we're ready to let him move to the Diamond League guide, where we learn how to use rapid fire hotkeys or something. I don't. And, wow, the slickest, as the prophecy foretold. Oracles go in, 1 in the orange, 3 drones dead, and then they're gonna go hide in the corner while the queens stare angrily at them. Twilight Council is about to complete. herO's done the charge build twice. And it's worked out with a few extra steps. Twice. Blink. So not DTs, I guess. Yet. Oh, did he spot the Roach Warren? And does he care? Two also separate questions again. The Roach Warren is much better against charge lots and significantly worse against Blink Stalkers in the long run. herO, bit of a misstep there. No, my God. Okay. He does this on purpose. All right. herO loving the edging on those oracles. And you know, whatever he's into, I guess. I just completely whiffed like 3 or 4 shots in order to get that much damage on the oracles. But here's about even on workers, so whatever it's doing, it's working. Whole bunch of Zerglings on the way. Hydralisk Den. Hasn't built any roaches, which he may regret. Here comes herO with whatever he has. Blink is not even near done, but he's threatening. He baits out another 16 lings. hero's just gonna take a 4th base, I think, after baiting out all those lings. Why not? And that Adept just jammed in. Oracles are back. Come on. Would you die already? That Oracle. Click on the Oracle. You see, this is how people feel when I'm observing. Oh my God. 8 health. 0 fucks. Hydra's on the way. herO finishing up blinking +1. That 4th base is not obscenely quick, but it's at least a little inappropriate. But what's Reynor gonna do about it? A single Oracle overhead is enough. And herO doesn't care. He blinks forward. I don't know if there was a Templar Archives. Feels like there should be, but that's by no means a guarantee. Infestation Pit is on the way. Reynor following the same script as all the games so far. herO a little bit off, but he's going to end up in a similar spot. He's going to have the charge and the blink and the gates and a surprisingly high economy while doing actually very little to Reynor's. But just keeping him busy, keeping him guessing. Only lost 2 Adepts thus far. Yeah, he has Templar Archives, but Storm is for nerds who want to use hotkeys. Archons are the real Chads, all right? Archons A-move and doesn't afraid of anything. He's even getting armor upgrades for all 10 HP of his Archons. How sick is that? I mean, I guess it's kind of good for the charge lots, but... That's it! Oh my, what am I watching? The Zergling leading the charge lots on a guided tour. herO just putting himself in a position to engage the army when it least expects it. Just sitting right in the middle of the map, which is wildly risky and also remarkably effective. Which is why I remarked on it. But when it works, it really works. And when it doesn't, well, we continue playing for like 10 more minutes. herO with some battle groups on either side. Going with the AI build. Wait, no. The AC build, sorry. Archon charge lot. No, hold the Immortals. Instead, a fleet beacon is on the way. But herO, well before it, is going to attack up to the northern side. Potentially bait Reynor into the Zerglings. It triggers the stasis for almost nothing. There's no energy on those Oracles. Meanwhile, another attack at the bottom of side. He has a recall. He might need to use it momentarily. Actually brawling it out. And the Stalkers will blink away. Reinforcements could come through. But Reynor has Lurkers in possession. He completely slices through the Archons on the other side. Why are you here? Where are you going? herO still has enough army. And there's a stasis that catches some of the lings. And even more. There's one Archon fighting the Hydras on the other side. And it will not survive the engagement. And again, herO is rebuffed. But he does have a Mothership and a Tempest on the way, and Reynor does not have a Spire in production. And without that anti-air, we're left with just Hydras to pretend to shoot at air units, which is somewhere between mediocre and just plain sad. Especially with 2 more Stargates on the way for herO. Does he even have a robotics facility? He may have just forgotten or not cared, but... Oh, what? He blunks into the lurkers. Which is that... Well, this looks bad, because I think it is, but it's still... He gets some of the lurkers. Stalker is very much not the ideal counter to them, but there's some charge lots to the north as well. They're going to be able to take out that base with these. Reynor will counterattack. herO already abandoning the base. The lurker trying to chase it down. We're going back into the base trade because why not? Stasis mid-fight may actually end up triggering. He blinks the wrong way. The charge lots. Lurker slice through a base. This army will be ripped to shreds. The spine crawler's in a great position. And now herO. The lurkers are bearing down on it, but guess what? The mothership, just in time. There's no detection. He activates the cloak, the plot device. What he can't see, he can't shoot. And oh no, just when it looked like Reynor might power through. herO with the Deus Ex mothership. Come on. Oh my. One lurker survived, and that's enough to eviscerate the probes. And herO is bruised and battered, but not yet broken. Every single probe dies to that last lurker he didn't clean up. Does herO have any... I just tried to hit the units lost tab, and it didn't do anything. I'm glad it didn't break my stream. I mean the units tab, because I seriously doubt he has any other detection. That one lurker has done more than literally the rest of the entire army. herO does not have Storm, I don't believe. He's been reliant entirely on Archons. It's 2-1, +2 ranged attack is about to finish for Reynor. Those lurkers could easily slice through. The mothership is coming back around. The cannons are barely a stopgap. The Oracle comes out. A few of the lurkers are going to be caught on the way. He doesn't even have a robo. His only detection is one Oracle. He's going to lose another base. He's going to lose more probes. And herO is losing almost everything. But the game itself, still slightly in doubt. The natural, he warps in. There's no wall. The Zergling's coming around. He gets it. The Zealot charges into the gap at the last second. The Tempest still shelling. One will be taken down. herO's economy is completely gone. The Charge Lot's desperate to do the same to Reynor. He will lose a lot of drones back at home, but eventually the Hydras and Ling should be able to reinforce. herO, the Zerglings in the main. We don't have enough cameras to show this. But trust me, there are Zerglings in the main base of herO, because that's a permanent fixture. The Zealots will eventually be whittled down. Yep, there we go. 43 probes dead. herO with barely more than he started with. And this may be a bridge too far for herO to leap across like he's the protagonist, or some might even say, the tragic hero in a movie. But he has 6 Tempests against just 19 or 20 Hydras, which might seem like a lot of Hydras. But we'll see. The time warp, and there's no detection! Again! The lack of anti-air and the lack of detection is once again enough to keep herO going. Enough that there's still an army that he needs to contest. He's down 80 supply. He's gonna take out another base. Reynor still has 2 semi-fresh mining bases, the 3rd and the 4th. And a moment of drama and hesitation. Scaring me that we were going to lose the stream at this pivotal moment. The Tempest in an awkward spot, the mothership more so. But herO finding an angle. He's firing over the top. The Tempest out of range, loses one to the Hydras. I think he just lost the Oracle, which was his only detection. There's one lurker, and again, one lurker is enough. The Hydras, there's still 6 Tempests, easily enough to pick off the Hydras one by one. And they are. There's no upgrades in the air. The mothership dramatically forward. A recall, he tried to recall on top of it. The time warp is helpful. I don't think it's helpful enough. GG! Reynor. Reynor survives. herO going out of his way. And goes a little bit too far. Again, the game all about what herO decides to do. But committing, I want one of those drone things. Committing a like 30 supply of Archon charge lot multiple times into lurkers. This was the No Robo Challenge. Brought to you by Uthermal. Like, he did not build a robo that entire game. Even with mass lurk. What an experience. Well, I'm sure Reynor is happy to pick one up. Even though... And it was a proof of concept. Again, though, kind of reliant on herO just ignoring certain parts of the tech tree, which he does sometimes. Oliveira. I wonder what he thinks of it. He's played against herO many times. No, you can't just go air. One does not simply go air against Protoss. Where are you going to get the gas for that? What happens when he walks across with 6 Archons? The lurkers are the only thing to stop the Archon time. So... you do really need the Corruptors to deal with the Tempest, but herO puts on so much pressure that if you ever try to tech switch, you just die. Like, it might feel like you're fine, and then herO kills you. That has been the story of every series with herO so far. Reynor this time fully committed to the Hydraling and Lurker. herO went for the Blink Stalkers, which are the least dramatic option in the mid-game. And it ended up coming up short. I think he was trying to metagame... Well, he may have seen the Roach one. Reynor built a Roach one. And then no Roaches. Which was the right call. Because Roaches suck. But... except in very niche scenarios like dealing with Glaive Adepts or Charge Lots. Which is definitely not out of the question for herO, but... that joke was so funny we had to mute the commentators. Alright. Just in case. That was a... I don't know why they cut out the sound. I thought we were going to go into the next game, but... oh, there's no one in herO's chair. So... herO's taking a break after that one. Maybe a tactical pause? I'm noticing now that herO has cloaked. So, yeah, that'll do it. But, I mean, they're allowed, I'm sure they're allowed to take probably a couple breaks. Probably allowed to take a break after 2 games, but herO taking a breather. I can't tell if Reynor's still there. He may have taken a break as well. It's hard to tell over the shoulder. I think he's still there. But not 100%. But the live experience. Yes, Reynor gets one, but it's very rare where herO sweeps a series. Except for Serral. That was a statement. And it did feel like he actively... It felt like a decision not to build a robo. Robos are kind of important. Some might argue. So, in not building one, he left himself vulnerable. Like one lurker. If he had cleaned up those lurkers... herO, welcome back. All right. Gets a hero's welcome, no matter what. I like how I like how excited he is every time. Like oh my god, they're cheering for me again. That's crazy. Every time he's come out, people start cheering. He's like, whoa. Then again, there's a reason he's the smiling assassin. For me. crazy. I got the panning shots. A little bit. Is it? So, I'm just gonna ruin it for everyone. Like, you like how off-center the trophy is? How it's just covering up the V? On that shot. This is a best of 7. I love those backgrounds as well. Very sick. Off center the camera is, it doesn't really matter. You know, this gave a great opportunity. Oh yeah, that's gamer hair right there. He's been wearing those headphones and that hat the entire day, and it shows. Between headphones and hat, that's, well, he'll keep the focus in game. Oh, dramatic music. What is that? Oh, so the reason they have the headphones over the top are noise canceling. If they're lucky, they're noise canceling. If they're not, it's just white noise, which is way more annoying. So that way they can't hear the stage. Even though they probably don't speak Chinese and could cheat, it's just a distraction. And sometimes the crowd can be a distraction as well. We used to have the booths where we lock them in and stuff, but everybody thought that was a bit over the top. So now we just do you got earbuds for the game sound, and then noise canceling is what most tournaments do. I think it's better. It looks a little ridiculous to go into the booth. As intense as it is. And a lot more expense to set that up than get a pair of decent headphones for noise canceling. Look at herO's color scheme on his keyboard and mouse, too. I love the orange. Is that a hard keypad? Like a hard mouse pad? I knew he was a psychopath, but it looks like it. Who uses a hard mouse pad? Oh, my. All the people gonna out themselves in the chat? I like a mouse pad that can absorb all the juices. I don't know. Oh, God. Jimmy! I know we can't edit live, but we can make exceptions. And welcome back. Reynor survives game number 3. And he's on the board as we go into game 4. herO took a bit of a break. Well, both of them took a bit of a break. herO kind of recentering after quite a hectic game.
Reynor.
And the first probe headed out to try to block the first base. And Reynor not going for the earliest hatch. He built an overlord before hatch. So, very likely that, yeah, quite a crowd. 3,000 people, I believe. And it sold out, apparently, in days from when they announced it. So, some months ago. Quite a cool arena. The probe is really playing with fire there on the draws. Ah, yes. Well, back to watch Reynor. Look at the. This is why the APM is so high. He's holding down the gather key in order to counteract the probe micro. Is he using simple command card? I mean, it's not. It doesn't. It just hides the command. That's crazy. It doesn't keep you from using the commands. He just doesn't care about the hotkeys because, of course, he doesn't. It's not like you can't use them. It's just they don't show up, which is kind of wild. But I mean, Reynor. Next overlord. Well, really, it's just the hatchery. Who clicks on the command card? Maybe herO, but make sure next time we get a herO cam, we'll see if he has the simple command card, which is actually the opposite of simple for pros, but Players don't see the game in English. I think if they cared enough, they could. But honestly, it might just be the Chinese client. And not like Reynor literally might not care. So he's probably jamming to Italian rap. And has never looked at a hotkey for the last 10 years. You can relocalize. Like, you could play on the Chinese or Korean sounds if you like. It does have to download the entire game again, which is quite annoying. Adept dancing around. It's gonna be an Oracle as herO with another relatively creative wall off, but I think a somewhat coherent one. Oh, creep tumor. Reynor. A little grimace there when he knew he messed up because you can't cancel it once you've activated it. And the first Oracle and Adept's gonna try to exploit that gap in the creep. And will do so. One drone. Actually, gonna just slide right by. He's gonna skip the appetizer for the entree. 2 drone kills. Could have been worse. Reynor boxing out for now. Third base on the way for herO. The Zerglings kind of... I think he forgot that that was a base you could take. He had several Zerglings sitting at the other third, but none here. So... herO may actually try to chase the Zerglings down. And he does. There should be enough, but... with the Oracles overhead, just the threat is enough to drive back the Zerglings. So, Forge on the way. No Twilight yet. It's implied. There it is. Burns through. And, well... the Adepts in the main. He's going to kill some more drones. And the Queens are distracted, which means he might be able to get more done with the Oracles. No. Doesn't quite. 5 kills, but for a couple Adepts at this timing, not bad. What's it gonna be, herO? Twilight is finishing up. +1 attack is on the way. He could go any direction with this. Lights up the Oracle. Typical. Just wanders into the Queens, but the Adepts are shading all the way by, and the Zerglings... they weren't quite there, but cancels the shade at the last moment. Blinking +1 yet again. Queens working on the Adepts. The shades continually keeping Reynor at bay. herO. Yeah, throw some gates down. Just throw them out there. Right in the midst of everything. The Adepts find an opportunity. Gets another couple drones. And the angle is, he can cut through those legs and find some more drone kills. And also they're pulled off the line yet again. What's happening in that top right corner? The Oracle's not trying the 4th base, but Reynor building another round of drones, which I think that one is a bit dicey. Going up to 70 drones against a herO who is building up the gateways and has blinking +1 on the way. The Adepts get caught. I say tentatively. The Oracles are on the other side. Does he have 4-Oracles? I believe he does. And he's burning right through! Another Deplorical build out of herO. I'm not being rhetorical. As was written in the Loracles, the Oracles! And Reynor going to be a bit sore. Oh, cool. He loses the hatch outright, which seems a bit unnecessary, but... Robo's on the way, shoring up the weaknesses of last game. herO's dead even on workers. Infestation Pit. Again, it looks like a rush to lurkers. At least an attempted one. But the Oracles are still menacing the Zerg. And just now our Hydra's entering production. So... the Oracles shouldn't... Oh, we're back to the Robo Bay. The Colossi, I will say, should have been a decisive build earlier. Didn't end up being quite as good as he hoped, maybe. But still dictated the pace of the game, as they almost always do. Meanwhile, the stasis at the back. Stalker's moving up. Knocks out yet another queen. And keeps the stasis from triggering. herO takes the 4th base without taking down the mineral wall, which is a bit of a bold move. Keeping the pressure on. Great stasis. Walls off everything. And wait, who's trapped in here with whom? And the Oracle's in the main base as herO carves an opportunity out for himself. And he's just, okay, we're going to go for the evolution chamber. This is a terrible idea. Going to lose every single Oracle. Besides one. Why not? herO again asking himself whether or not he could, rather than whether or not he should. But that is a constant companion in this series. The Lynx frozen. The charge about to complete. Extended thermal lance is on the way. Did he get a lurker dead? I mean, Vipers are a strong choice against the Colossi. Just the Vipers themselves. He did. Alright. Yeah. Lurker range is on the way. Colossus holds the door. Which seems like a dramatic bouncer there, but it still works, I guess. So, and a bunch of charge lots hitting the center base, while simultaneously the Stalkers are taking out the hatchery in the top right. He's actually willing to fight the Hydras. He has the numbers. The charge lot's driven back, trading with the Hydralisk. The hatchery itself gonna take a couple more volleys. The charge lot's chased away. And for now, well, 2 Vipers in production. I believe it. herO still hasn't taken down the mineral wall in between his 4th base and the rest of his bases, which is kind of important to do so. But that means there's like a 50-50 on it. He's getting some Raptors. Double Robo. And Vipers are great. The Warp Prism, dead. A good snipe. A fleet beacon is on the way. As Reynor has the technical and practical answer to what herO is asking right now. But this unit composition can be dismantled easily. If the Vipers are taken out, if the Lurkers are whittled down, then everything herO has can easily counter it. herO still didn't mine through that mineral wall. And that means his base is going to be uniquely vulnerable. He blinks to the side, takes out a Lurker, surgically dismantling the Vipers themselves. He really wants to blink on those. The Lurkers are dodging back and forth. He has Lurker range done, and now burrow speed going to be very important. The Oracle might be able to lay it down, but feedback, gets one, yanks in, but he knocks out the energy on one of the Vipers. What? Hey! Oh, they're watching the same feed. We know that for sure. Typical. Wow, the Lurker is actually slicing through. The moat is no object. Don't ask how that works. Meanwhile, Viper, no wait, not the Viper, just an Overseer loses energy, fires off a Disruptor Volley, connects, but not on too much in the center mass. And now that base is going to be isolated because herO still didn't mine out the mineral wall. herO! Geographically challenged. And there's only really, so herO's just going to go the other way. All right, base trade it is. Unfortunately, a base trade implies a trade of some sort, but unfortunately, herO not finding one. Meanwhile, the Viper's gonna hold. Feedbacks are good, but are more Archons dead? Disruptors trying to hold the back line. Zerglings are in the main, but of course they are. The Zealots actually warped in to deal with it for once. And Reynor has 83 drones. He's got money in the bank. He's got 200 supply. herO is at 3 bases, 50 probes. He's building some Tempests. This is a deadly army. About equal army supply as well, but the disruptor shots, he tries to dodge away! But a double kill. The Vipers are still an existential threat to the army. The charge lots will drag some of the supply back, but again... Well, he tries to fire off a shot, and 0 for 2, Shaq at the free throw line. Is there detection? There's a single observer. He targets it, he doesn't hit it, and that might make the difference. He's blasting through the lurkers. The concave is good, but they will be cleaned up eventually. And the Colossi are just burning through the Zerglings while everything else can You don't need to see this. The Zerglings are in the main base, of course. He recalls back. Reynor finds the opportunity to cut through. herO! Mine the mineral wall. herO, the mineral wall. herO, the mineral wall. herO, the mineral wall! His base is gone. And no cancel from herO. At least it didn't look like one. herO decided he wanted to lose this base again. He still hasn't mined through the mineral. He might not understand it. He's like, what's this wall you speak of? Wow. I don't understand. But, now the temp is shelling. The lurkers being added in. The temp is being yanked out. And this is a much more substantial counterattack for Reynor. He's picking apart the defenses. He's cutting through the economy. The production itself is under attack. There's no detection at all in the main. A revelation will help him with the lurkers. But he keeps taking 2 steps back and 1 step forward. He's running out of real estate. There is the detection. The observers will go down, but he still has a revelation. Somehow herO manages to hold. And Tempest are how. But Reynor has 10 more lurkers in the bank. Ah! Sorry, that's my commentary. As the observer needs to stop alt-tabbing. I'm glad that the crowd is watching the same. Like, we don't have a different feed. We get the full experience. Somehow. Oh, the Vipers. No feedback. He yanks a Colossus over the top. Gets a Tempest. And herO still dangerous, but he's just... And here comes some more Zerglings. And for the 17th time this game, the Zerglings get in. The probes will go out. herO's supply drops. And Reynor will begrudgingly kicking and screaming. Get a Spire. As all he needs to do. There goes another Oracle. herO. herO is also observing the cast at the same time. Yeah, that's the only thing that makes sense. herO is repowering the wall. The Vipers dangerously close. And there goes 1 Tempest, 2 Tempest. Red Tempest, no blue Tempest. He never mined the mineral wall to what he kept choosing as his 4th base. He doesn't have an answer to the Vipers. Reynor has adapted. I mean, he's now building 3 more Overseers. Because how many... Oh my, he left too many units behind. I think it's time, herO. I think it's time. But herO will fight to the bitter, bitter end. There is no storm, but he does have feedback. He knocks out the energy on the Vipers. Never surrender! herO has down 115 supply. But he's still got a Protoss army, so... Losing even more probes to the lurkers. Not that he has many mineral patches with which to mine from. Got another Oracle. And that's that. The lurkers to the north, the Hydras to the west, and the Colossi dead down the center. GG! Reynor with 2 in a row. herO hyped for him. Well, another series of questionable events will lead to another Reynor victory. The inability to keep the Zerglings out of his base, and the inability to expand to locations he could actually defend. The architectural implications of this playstyle are becoming dramatic. There's a reason he has one of the most accurate nicknames in the game. All right. Even while actively losing horribly. That's just the Protoss experience, right? Zerg and Terran, high strung. You saw Clem and Reynor after their matches, just like about to fall apart because of the adrenaline. herO, what a good time. Like, yeah, they're both still sitting down, so we should be jumping into the next one pretty quick. herO giving us a real finals. So kind of him. Is that Oliveira? Yes. He just played and lost to Rogue in the show match as well. Well, he was casting before, then he lost to Rogue, and now he's back casting. Because what happens is players, they give up on their pro career, and then they just become casters. Game 5. Eventually. I have no indication besides the... Okay. Here we go. Love that stage. 2-2. At least 2 to go. Celestial Enclave. An interesting one. Wow, there we go. I was wondering if we'd make sure to know the intro, but here we are. All time. Oh my god. herO. We see directly into his brain, but it may have looked like nothing. Game 5. All tied up. 2-2. Still, herO dictating the pace of the game, one way or another. But will we be able to turn the tide once again back towards the Protoss, or will the fall of Ire be complete? In the top right, the smiling assassin, the Mad King,
herO,
also known as herO, and of course, the Italian Stallion. We have
Reynor.
Make sure I am caught up. Yep. Not that. As long as the observers don't alt-tab. The crowd. The probes. I want those little light-up things. That'd be great prop. I could get a lot of mileage out of those. herO gonna expand. Is that a Nexus first? Yeah, why not? Sure. To the pocket base, of course, but herO just gonna slap it down. It is a the pocket base has only 5 mineral patches and 1 gas gasser. But it is a pocket base, only accessible by the front ramp or the worker path, so I'm interested to see what herO follows it up with, as maybe he just pretends to go for a 1-gate expand, like he's a Terran. I mean, just takes the base at the natural. He's gonna see a normal spawning pull timing, and Reynor did take the naturally, the more lucrative one. So enough gas for speed momentarily. herO's building a zealot. Is that a fake? Is he? But the cyber core timing. Is he that scared? I guess the Zerglings could come across in time. Also, that's not a good wall, but I don't even think a zealot can block that. Yeah, I guess when you go Nexus first, your cyber core isn't done in time. And herO would have seen it, but sure, why not? And we're starting early this game. The Zergling just kind of walks in, because of course it does. Not going to be a massive shock to Reynor. That's just, oh wow, a 3-minute Nexus. Of course it is. Twilight Council immediately. That is a suspiciously timed Twilight Council. The observers agree. That is a very quick one right there. What's it going to be? Is this Glaives, which would be boring, or DTs, which would be exciting? And Glaives would still be exciting. It's just cliche. Or both. Por qué no los dos? herO's got something he's cooking up. He does not have the gas at the natural. Or the second base, I guess. The pocket. herO has 200 gas in the bank, which is more than enough for pretty much whatever you want. Glaives. But he still has 150 gas. He just spent it on something. What did he spend it on? Another Oracle? How pedestrian. He's warping it the Oracle's gonna... I mean, the Overlord's gonna come in. There's nothing to stop it. There's no Stalkers. Or at least no Stalkers in position. He's just gonna see the Twilight. The Stasis... Wait. Okay. Actually, barely know how... You know, the fact he's warping at a depths in the main, it's a little suspicious. A Twilight already completed is even more suspicious. But herO is not stopping probe production, and he just added the rest of his gas geysers. So we're just going to be doing a hard swerve here into something else. I don't know what. I'm not entirely convinced that herO knows what either. But something else. Here come the Adepts. Roach is already on the way. I'm afraid Reynor will be fully prepared for these Glaive Adepts by the time that they arrive. Oh yeah, sure, a fucking fleet beacon. Yeah, I told you. Go back 55 minutes ago when I said there's definitely gonna be a fleet beacon rush. One of these games. And here it is. Unfortunately for herO, Reynor is rushing a Spire. And Mutas are a threat, but having access to Corruptors can be disastrous as well. If herO just goes Carriers and gets shut down completely, that would be both hilarious, predictable, and disappointing. But here comes a whole heap and helping of Adepts. 50 Shades with Glaives is the order of the day. The 4th base ain't happening. Cancels it before the last volley. And there's not that many roaches, right? There's enough. Enough. And Reynor is not banking up a Mothership Rush. Mothership Rush! That's what we're doing. Sure. Reynor's not banking up that much gas, so we can't fling out dozens of mutas. Is he going to complete it? Of course he is. Shades into the 3rd. He's getting +1 air weapons, why not? Another Shade thrown. And the Spire, he has to hard wall again. He finds some more damage. He's doing something with the Oracles. Recalls the Adepts out of there. Hero's a 4th base, by the way. 1 stasis, 2 stasis, blue stasis, red drone's frozen. And that Evolution Chamber wall, if it finishes, could be marginally annoying. There's a Tempest on the way. Stasis caught a few drones. A Tempest, he's building Phoenixes and he already has a fleet beacon. So instead of herO being the one getting countered, this is about as hard counter as you could possibly get. He's building double Stargate Phoenix. He hasn't started Phoenix range. But he could. He hasn't, but he could. All right, the threat's there. There are the mutas. The Oracles, you already recalled, so he's just... And he's cleaning out the creep. He actually just completed... What an oncologist. There's the Pulse Crystals, the Phoenix range upgrade, and this Oracle is leading him on a merry chase. It will go down eventually, but the mutas have been successfully distracted for more than long enough. Oh my god. How does he do it? He can't keep getting... And guess what? That is the most dead mute. Gets obliterated by a cannon and a Tempest. And Reynor demonstrating the efficiency of going for air units early as Zerg. And by that I mean the lack thereof. Just gets completely lambasted by everything herO has. And now Corruptors are on the way. But herO already has +1 ranged Phoenixes. They can fight the Corruptors. Stargate number 3, come on down. Cybercore number 2. Queens, be it Brenda, you're flying again. Shut up, Susan, shut. The Corruptors, he's fighting them. Why not? One at a time, he can easily take them out. En masse, they become a liability. The Stalker in position to potentially drive back the Zerglings trying to go through the wall. And now what? There's a mother... No, wait. No, herO. Oh, he's doing the Zerglings' job for them. How kind of him. He's lifting lings. He's lifting lings. A man of your talents? Carriers on the way. Another wave of... Oh, wait. He didn't actually lose the Adepts. He recalled before. A big Shade. The Zerglings in prime position. But it's still Glaved Adepts against Zerglings. Feels like herO's freeing up supply, but he's at 140, so that's just a feeling. Which is most of... herO are vibes-based Protoss. Their carriers, 6 Dropper Lords are on the way. As Reynor just going to try to overwhelm everything, but the carriers will be... should have arrived by now. I don't know where the mothership is. herO has something on the ground. Here come the Dropper Lords. The charge lots, quite effective here. He's actually target fire. He takes out the hatch. Gonna delay it further. He may actually... We got an Ultraless Cavern on the way, but he may accidentally intercept the Dropper Lords. Not quite. Lucky him. Oh my god. It's a disaster. The Dropper Lords are spotted! Oh, no. He's going to take one of them out full of units. And Reynor's Gambit is shut down before it can even start. The Corruptors are chasing. And the Phoenixes will give them an opportunity to show off the fact that they do have anti-air capability. Void Rays in production. herO. Oh. herO's got all the tools here. And the Dropper Lords, he spotted them again. But wait, no. And here we go. He's going to force the issue one way or another. There's a Stasis Ward in prime position. Oh, it creates a bit of a force field. The drops are driven out again. The Phoenix is trying to find an opportunity. Oh, the Protoss have arrived. The mothership, carriers, flux veins. But here we go. The most dramatic and potentially mediocre drop. We'll have to see. He's already warping it. And the Void Rays come back. The Phoenix is in position. And, yeah, I don't think so. And it just kind of dies. Ultralisk, Infestors, Vipers, Neural Parasite, +1 flyer attack, Chitinous Plating. A little bit of everything. The Buddhist strategy here from Reynor. But is it enough? Is this charcuterie board of Zerg options enough to stop the fully operational Golden Armada? How does herO find his way out of this victory is the question we're all waiting for. As herO has the army, he has the upgrades, he has the position, and he has a bunch of fucking Zerglings in his base. Are you kidding me? Obviously not. I never joke. The Zerglings are just gonna kill the third, but how do you stop the Armada? herO's losing probes, which frees up more supply for carriers. I mean, he's had 40 probes. This is pretty rough. Every single game, maybe in this entire tournament, the Zerglings have run in and slaughtered the economy. And almost none of those games has it mattered. There are Vipers, the Ultras underneath. He just recalls out. He takes out the two freshest bases, and he leaves Reynor with the dregs. 188 Zerglings dead. Reynor, he has the right army, but he doesn't have a bank. He's building Infestors. He's getting Neural Parasite. Lifting Ling some more. There is a very real scenario where Reynor could counteract this army. There's no Storm. There's no High Templar. There's no feedbacks for the Vipers, which means he gets right on top of everything. He's on top of the carriers, but he's just burning through the Ultralists. The armor is nothing in the face of the concentrated firepower of half a dozen Void Rays and the overwhelming power of the Archons. And match point for herO as he just stiff arms his way nearly to the entire championship. Yet again, Reynor comes up short, and herO towers over him. He took down Serral, 3-0. He took down Solar, 3-1. And there's only one more Zerg in the top 3, and he's one game away. You build too many Corruptors, you're vulnerable on the ground. You build not enough, you're vulnerable from the air. Damned if you do, and double damned if you don't. The Zerg conundrum. Well, what is the answer from Zerg? That's a good question. Let's ask Serral. Oh, wait. Okay, well, let's ask oh, wait. Let's ask Reynor. Oh, wait. So we're just gonna... That's one. That's two. The last opportunity, potentially, to like and subscribe. Thank you to the Thunderfire Invitational, SC Boys, Netties for putting it all together and letting us cast, even outside of China. It has been quite a spectacle. Quite an oh my god. There's zoom ins every time. And why is it only the one on the left? It's been the whole time. Whoever's controlling that camera is just letting them have it. Potentially the final match. As the smiling assassin, yet again. And here he is.
herO.
Believe it or not, like it or not, that's what peak Protoss looks like. 20 Zerglings in his base and 0 fucks to give. Reynor, trying to keep up. But, speed doesn't solve problems like this. I don't know you asked the answer how you beat it. I don't think there's an answer right now. This is one of, if he beats Reynor, even at this point, even if somehow Reynor wins, I think herO has established himself in a, he is the master of Protoss versus Zerg. No Zerg. And one after another. Solar after Serral, Reynor after Solar. They have seen these players go down. And the answer is still not been found. Because herO is never asking the same question. Okay? Mama always said a herO game's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. You can't prepare when herO, I feel like he's vibe coding his builds. He's got a trajectory, and then he just lets the wind take him. All right, this game will get a Void Ray first. This game an Oracle. Glaive to Depths. I'm not even convinced that's the strategy at the very start, but he's like, yeah, sure. Like, but you can't prepare a response because it's a different build every time. Slightly different, depending on how bespoke the wall off is, how off-center the Nexus is, how many oracles he decides to randomly throw to their death. There's no method, really, to the madness. You can't plan for herO, General. He ain't gonna fit into your nice, clean timetable. We got herO attack waves incoming. What? Already? I know, right? And that's how it seems every time. This is just disrespectful. The Adept playing ring around. Chicanerous and deplorable. The Adept's just round and round we go. Literally leading the queens in a circle. Infuriating and impressive all at the same time. Wow. And the Oracle. Gonna take quite a response there and be shut down. The Zerglings on top of the base in time to potentially cancel. And he does cancel. It wasn't guaranteed. Reynor does delay the third. There's a Twilight on the way. DTs. DTs. Come on. SC boys, get them to chant it. DTs. It's going to be Glaives, but also DTs. We haven't had DTs yet, herO. Give the people what they want. You know how good Dark Templar thumbnails do? Inordinately well. Almost no other unit is as effective. Give me my Glaive to Depths, nobody gives a shit. Alright, nobody wants to see more Glaive to Depths. Dark Templar, on the other hand. I mean, most of StarCraft is dictated by one Dark Templar running around doing crazy shit. So, that's like half the storyline, if not 3/4. Well, the Zerglings will rip into the Adepts at the third, but they're all tucked into their little crannies there. And I actually think they're going to win this fight, which is hilarious and infuriating, yet again. The queen's hunted by the No. Yes! The smiling assassin gets another one. That was filthy. This has not been the cleanest series. It's not a sweep. He lost 4 adepts, yeah. So now he'll never expect him to go mass adept. But lo and behold, we got hero attack waves incoming. Surprise! And I'm not... Don't... This better not end with an adept waves build. Another queen hunted. The roaches are pop... Oh my, Brendan! Hold me! This is it, baby. I don't know. The queens hunted and killed. And then he just kind of chills with the adepts. 3 queens remain. He's just warping in more adepts because why not? If it ain't broke. It's not like the Protoss could fix it anyway. Well, it's not a wall, but he knows it's bait if he doesn't wall off. He's giving Reynor the benefit of the doubt. He knows that the wall off would be there if he needed it. Those roaches don't have speed. Did you know adepts counter roaches? Fun fact. If you're Protoss, well, without speed, it's still a questionable endeavor for both sides. Oh, that is a long way from the other base, isn't it? And he does complete the shade, and there's nothing there. And round we go. Where do we stop? I don't think anyone knows. The Evo Chamber wall's gonna finish. Oh no! It's a disaster! And now herO can swing in with the oracles. Oh, he finished the wall. +1 attack is gonna... He just keeps building adepts. He killed his own Evo Chamber wall just in time for the adept to potentially get in. There's a stasis mid-fight. It finishes, of course. Now he has to deal with that whole deal. He gets the stasis on some of the lings, and the adepts are dunking on the roaches. Reynor still has the economy. He still has the army. He has roach speed, but he's losing his roaches to adepts. Hydra's on the way. The thing is, herO has only done superficial damage. It's a lot of superficial damage, but 'tis but a flesh wound. There's still 4 bases and 70 drones. He's got Roach Hydra. He just keeps building adepts because we're mono battling. He's gonna fight heads up. There are Zerglings. Make that every single game. The Zerglings get in. Again, 100% Zergling rate. But, you know, at this point, it's tradition. And at this point, somehow it helps him. All right, diversity is the spice of life, and the spice must flow. He lets the Zerglings in so he can kill him. Only loses 3 probes. He's throwing mad shade right now. $26 adepts and like 3 oracles. That's it. That's the army. Write that down. It might seem stupid. What? And he dunks! He's gonna target the oracles. This is a horrible idea. herO has decided it's time to throw the game again. And we're going to Game 7, everybody. Thank you, herO. There he goes again. A absolute bona fide, certified hood classic here, as herO has never found a position he couldn't get himself out of. But the adepts, it's the last 2 to 4 adepts that somehow do more damage than the 55 before them. He kills 17 drones. All he has to do is hold the counterattack of 28 roaches and 10 hydras. 32 roaches. He has blink stalkers and +2 against +1. It's not impossible. That's not a super pylon. It's a slow warp-in happening now. A couple more stalkers, but he blunks forward, which means he can't really blunk back. A few shield batteries. The probes may have to be pulled. The Hydra's add a lot of DPS into this. He's warping in more. The probes on top of everything, drawing some fire. Reshields. herO. There's still enough to just continue sending Hydras across the map. As herO has once again found his way into game number 7. herO with the full commit. He dug way too deep and way too greedily. I didn't expect Game 7, but here we are. The Zerglings get in, and that wasn't even the defining characteristic. He just threw the Adepts completely away. And now, best of 1. Nobody's getting up. Nobody's taking a break. Production said they didn't want the tournament to end too early, so he had to throw. herO is always looking at as one of the oldest pro gamers. He knows. You don't get fans just by being good. You get fans by being entertaining. And good. herO. Oh my, someone's right next to the crowd mic. And having a great time. Good for them. Little jealous. Looks like a fun time. And now, after 6 games, Game 7 is when the Dark Templar, a shrine to dark. It's so obvious that I think it rolls all the way back over into being ridiculous. All right, can we get a zoom directly into herO's eyes at ludicrous speed, please, so I know who's playing? Tourmaline. Pretty even map. Reynor did say he likes to make it difficult for himself. Every series Reynor has played in this tournament has gone to the final game. 3-2 Maru, 3-2 Clem, 3-3 herO. Here we go. Yeah. I'm never ready. Oh. What even? Why? Well, game number 7 of the SC2 All-Stars Thunderfire Invitational. You probably didn't expect this finals going in, but now it all ends here on Tourmaline, a topsy-turvy series. Reynor skipping the second Overlord to get his hatchery down in time. I think they're asking for the cheers. So making sure he has that expansion. Which he really doesn't want herO to force him into an awkward position early. So he'll cut a small bit of the economy in order to guarantee it. Yes, let's watch Reynor hold down the gather key some more with the obscene repeat rate of his keyboard. herO. Reynor's just, like, it's herO's world. Reynor's just living in it. He manages to survive. In that game, I don't think herO was in a winning position. But he certainly wasn't losing until he threw away 20 Adepts for, like, 6 Hydras. So it was a lot more tentative. The Adepts had not done critical damage to the economy, despite being very annoying. And they're just not good at fighting in general, as we saw directly. The intensity of this mineral micro. Yes, what these two really care about is showing off their APM in Game 7 of the biggest tournament of the year. But how will I show off to my Diamond League friends that I have more APM than them? Is that a wall? No. There's 2 gaps in it. It's the idea of a wall. The essence of a wall. Oh my, the music is so loud. I gotta turn it down so I can think a little. Another herO speciality. herO, the uncivil engineer. The pervert pillow gets away. Oracle. The pressure's on. herO's been in a lot of Game 7. Remember Maru versus herO? Where every match went back and forth to Game 7? And then herO ended up taking it anyways. So he's no stranger. That was twice in a row. He's no stranger to the drama. An evolution chamber on the way. Looks like +1. That Twilight and Forge, we're back to the basics. We're not going to do some random glaives again. Not this time, it looks like. Ooh, doesn't quite get the creep tumor. Small victories here. Reynor holding it together. +1 melee is the choice. So it's going to come down to whether it's blink or charge. +1 melee, very good against blink stalkers, only kind of good against charge lots. So, because the charge lots themselves can cut right through. Oh, it does help with banelings as well. A robo, which is none of the above, and then the charger +1. A baneling nest is on the way, which will cover the weaknesses of the +1 against the charge lots. It's about time he's bringing it back. What a horrible wall-off. Just ugly. Just terrible. I hate it so much. Thank you, herO, for letting me feel these feelings. Oh my god. Every time. Reynor's like, well, maybe. Twilight or Templar Archives is on the way. hero's still building probes. Reynor is not building workers. It actually is hard supply block. That's a little rough. Oh yeah, just a few more gates. Throw them in there. What was that, 10? Gonna be. Reynor actually got supply blocked at a really rough timing. Clearly stressed. As he wanted to build drones behind it. Wouldn't be such a big deal if he was banking up for an attack, but delaying the drones. hero's at 63 probes, and I don't think he's killed any. He has a worker laid without doing anything. Just the threat. Finally, Reynor catching up. An Archon drop. But he does have the charge lots to fill in behind. He's gonna hit the 4th base. herO at 66. Yeah, he hasn't killed a single drone. herO at 66 probes. Going to hit this timing as sharply as possible. And the sharp end will be a bunch of charge lots with +1. Some banelings on the way. Here come the Archons. The 4th base is already done. An Overlord gonna bear the brunt of it. The Oracle's still intact overhead with plenty of energy. Do not do it. herO do not warp in there. That would be throwing the game. He would lose it immediately. He thought about it though. He plays it a little bit safer, even herO thinking a split second twice. He just takes out the 4th for free. And here comes the charge lot Archon timing. The end of Serral. And will be the end of the tournament. There are some banelings. The charge lots can split off a few. decides not to sacrifice them. This isn't the cinematic. Though actually, I'm kind of surprised he didn't. Like, why not try? Okay. Storm? herO pulling back? Everybody's stressed. herO's not even smiling. That's how you know it's serious. This is, yeah. We're really gaming now. Oracle. They still get away with it for now. There is the Warp Prism headed towards the main, and the Zerg a little bit slow on the response. He's gonna get out. Though the Warp Prism, it's gonna be fine. JK. JK. Does he lose it? It looks like it lived through no fault of its own. Wow. Only lost shields. So lucky. Storm is about to complete. Reynor is still on lair tech. There's a wide open window to get damage done with this Protoss army. And technically the Zerg are dangerous as well. But with Storm completed, 7 High Templar. I think he just merged one more Archon. But 7 High Templar. And the Storms are ready. The attack across the board. The Banelings on every side. And here come the Storms. The Archons merging in the midst of everything. And herO is wiped off the field. And he's got Zerglings in his base. Reynor overwhelms the army. And herO is completely obliterated. He lost absolutely everything. He lost probes, and he's got Zerglings in his main. 7 games in a row. Some more Templar, but a near 360 degrees around. And now herO went far too deep. And he must hold. The Templar holding. And some charge lots are sent out. He has +2 attack against just the play. He actually holds the wall and slices through the Zerglings. Reynor does not have that much more supply. He's actually swinging around to the left side. The probes need to evacuate. The Templar are coming down. He actually has a hard wall to stop the Banes. And the cannons will hold. Reynor, unable to break through, kind of jumbles the Banes around. And herO sending out a counterattack through a very questionable pathing. The Zealots cut down on the right flank, though taking a significant number of the Zerglings. Maybe not enough, though. The Banelings closing in. 1 hits the Templar. That's not enough. herO has the economy, and he still has 4 bases, which cannot be underestimated, but he's about to get collapsed upon. The Storms, as he fades away. More Storms, softening up the Zerglings. More Storms! The Archon's coming through. And herO getting jammed into the corner. Still a costly fight. A lot of the Hydra's badly bruised. The Warp Prism gets targeted, which means the charge lots go forward. He juggles back at Archon. And out of defeat, herO finds victory. Reynor went too far. He tried to snipe, but his Hydras are softened up, and the supplies are even yet again. herO cannot be stopped. Not by you, not by the Terrans, not by the Protoss, and not by the Zerg. Serral went down, Solar went down, and Reynor is now down 15 supply in game number 7. His 4th base is dying, 6 drones already dead. And if he couldn't do it with a 50 supply lead, what makes you think he could turn it around now? 1, because there are Zerglings in the base. For the 48th time this series, the Zerglings get in. But herO cleans him up and kicks him out. herO is up 30 supply. herO kept us guessing. He teased us till the very end. But when it mattered most, he came through. And now Reynor, holding on by the skin of his weird Zerg teeth. A desperate scenario. as he just started his hive. He just started his lurker den. herO has a fleet beacon on the way. herO has more probes. herO has better upgrades. And he's playing surprisingly pragmatically here. herO has sent us through a roller coaster. Reynor as well. But he's maxed out, and he's got nowhere to go. And Reynor does not have enough supply for a surround. There's a few banelings rolling in, but the storms are washing away the Zerg. He wades through it with the Archons. He's going to lose most of his probes, some of his observers, and somehow... How does he do it? herO giveth, and herO taketh away. herO manages to lose the fight. What a god. When you thought there was no chance he could throw, he's got another one in him. Put me in, coach. It's the 11th inning. I can throw some more. herO chopping through yet another base. His own storms washing away his shields. But herO still, he lost some probes to the banelings. He lost some probes to the Zerglings. He lost his army to a combination of Protoss and Zerg. But there's a mothership on the way. herO does have the tech to fall back on. He's got cannons scattered throughout. He's got the infrastructure and the tech. But Reynor now has a hive. Why was there a storm there? How did that happen? The mothership. Is there even a singular overseer? There's barely any spore crawlers. The mothership is complete. He hasn't built any Tempests. How is this game still going? herO has said it's not over yet. Your mother isn't singing. Reynor's gonna max out. Yet again. He's gonna find some... Oh, well. Everyone dies. Looks like the Warp Prism got taken out as well. So nearly a worst-case scenario here for herO. His mothership is revealed. A surprisingly little amount of buildings have died. 2 more Stargates on the way. And herO, yet again, smacking and battering the door of victory. But does he have the wrong house? He takes out yet another hatch. A attempt at a counterattack, but there should be a recall available, and he has the mothership as well. The observers are in place. The cannons slowly being whittled down. He's going to need most of the army to deal with this. Do not recall on that base, herO. Son of a... Oh my, he's putting it all on the line! And the Templar bringing the storms! But there are overseers overhead. herO coats the field in storm. And it's not enough to drive back the Zerg, but it certainly thins them out. The supply dipping for both sides, and I think more for Reynor, despite, I think, correctly diving on that army. herO. We don't have a smile yet. That means this game is still very much in doubt. Reynor is not yet biting his lip, which means he still has a chance. Oh no, there's the lip bite! And it's not a permanent fixture yet. A single lurker sneaking by. herO chopping through the Hydras. Plus 3-1 versus just plus 2 attack. The lurker can't figure out where it wants to go! And that's gonna cost her. He finally gets a lurker. Oh my. The probes will die eventually. But the lurker just tripping over itself. And so many lurkers. Actually stalled out by the cannons. will be taken down very quickly. Yep, those are lurkers. Recall is still a long way off. The lurkers will slice through. herO can't recall yet. There's no way it's off cooldown. He's going for the Tempest, though. Almost unchallenged. 16 probes dead. herO, what's it gonna be? herO is having he's having an actual stroke. He's base trading, and he has a mothership to do so. Both sides. A base trade is not something a Zerg really wants to propose against a mothership in Tempest, but he's running out of options. Is he going to recall to this base? I don't know what the cooldown is. The mothership is cutting off the heart of the swarm. Of course, we could go down to buildings. Nobody's mining anymore. The times of plenty have ended. Desolation, total annihilation, mutually assured destruction. This is it. There's no home left to go back to for either side. herO has no idea where the Zerg army is. But does he care? The observers may die to spore crawlers. He has a recall available. Almost loses that last observer, which is absolutely critical here. The hive itself. A single Viper on the way. herO's still been mining somehow. A storm on the lurkers. He's holding. He killed the hive. Is there enough to recall? Not on this base. The Archon, it does nothing. He recalled back, and herO brings the Golden Armada to bear. With absolutely everything. The Tempest unchallenged in the sky. And after 7 games, the storms are ripping apart the lurkers. 14 Hydras remain for anti-air and also everything else. Reynor is technically mining. herO is technically not. Wait, there's no more Overseers. He can't detect. The mothership can win it on its own. herO. He doesn't have a lair. It's gonna come down to buildings, isn't it? Or just the Tempest finding. He's hunting the Zerg to the ends of the earth. Lunges forward. What a joke. Returns fire. The Hydras being obliterated. There's no more anti-air. herO, he lunges away. Not a good sign. There's as many Tempests as there are Hydras. There are Zerglings in the base. A single blinding cloud. But herO closes in on the last bastion of Zerg. He's killed every single one of the top 10 Zergs. The storms washing away the drones. There's a Viper. How many buildings are even left? herO's probes are on the other side of the map. A storm on top of the lurkers. The Tempest take them down. There's nothing to answer the Tempest at all. The last base of Reynor will fall. The mothership returns to its home world and reclaim it. Another storm. But I think herO, with a sense for drama, will bring... Wait, where did the... GG! 7 games! And 7 games in a single one. Yet, it's all over. herO 4. Zerg. Done. The only Protoss, the best Protoss, the smiling assassin, the Mad King. And he gives us 3/4 of a cartwheel, which could have gone horribly wrong, just like all of his strategies. What a move. Reynor. He's so clearly hyped that you can't be that upset. And herO, for the 4th tournament he's participated in a row, or 5, I don't know how many. He takes the pretty sick trophy. It looks great. It's herO. We all know. I think that's his name, they said. His actual name.
这一刻，荣耀属于herO。他用一场一场精彩的比赛，证明了自己的实力。他值得你们所有人的掌声。
What a guy. We're not gonna have a translation, so that's gonna be awkward, but
全场一起高呼冠军的名字吧。
despite his best efforts, herO becomes the champion. Very question. I feel like, well, hopefully that trophy is sturdy. I feel like the top's gonna fall. Even herO feeling it here.
激动，尤其刚刚的最后一把，
I like the gold chain as well. Let me just put this down real quick. Let me put down my trophy.
刚刚最后一局决胜局，你的心情吧。
마지막 7세트를 되게 어렵게 이겼잖아요. 이기고 역전하고 또 이기고 했는데 그때 심정이 어떠셨나요?
Were you scared? Did you plan this? Or did it just kind of happen? I've never planned a single thing in my entire life. All right, it all just kind of works out for me.
우승 생각을 하다 보니까 좀 더 굳힐 수 있는 경기였는데 못 굳혔던 게 아쉬운 것 같고, 근데 그래도 우승했으니까 된 것 같아요.
其实比赛的时候可能想的有点太多了，会有很多小失误，而且我因
I
为
do
只
love.
想着
Wait, you
拿
think they
冠
had
军，
different
所以想法
colored
比较复
confetti?
杂，但是最后还是
Because it just
拿下
happened to
了
be
这
gold,
座
which is a
冠军奖
generic
杯。
confetti color. You think they had purple confetti if Reynor won?
本次比赛里面战
I
胜
bet
了
they
3
did.
位
The production's so good. I bet they
最
did.
顶级的冲族玩家，你淘汰
Yeah.
了 Serral， 淘汰了
Serral,
在总决赛
Solar, Reynor.
雷诺。
And Reynor was the greatest threat, as I predicted, because he just kept getting the Zerglings in the base. And it kept not mattering enough.
프로토스의 영웅이 된 그런
Did herO
기분이
play versus Serral? Oh,
일단은 제가 빌드를 다 쓰다
spoilers.
보니까
And here you go.
전을 했을 때 좀 힘들 거라고 생각했는데 계속 하면서 이게 보완이 되더라고요. 그래가지고 이길 수 있었던 것 같고 EWC에서 굉장히 아쉬운 모습을 보여주면서
Reynor with the hardest road. Reynor gets the MVP, I think,
다시 찾았나
for
모르겠는데 다시
maximum
찾은 것 같아서
games.
너무 기분이 좋습니다.
Making it very hard on himself and heartbreaking.
种族选手的话，其实我的战术已经差不多已经
herO says he was
完成了
overthinking and made some
但是打着打着
mistakes.
的话，我会自己去补充一下这些战术。
He thought so hard it rolled over into not thinking at all.
上被 Classic 打输了，然后没有拿到第一神族的那个称号。但是今天我拿下了这个冠军，我感觉我又重拾第一神族的这
You
个称号。
posting cast on the previous series? I was recording this and I'll upscale it, even though I wasn't sure whether I was going to use the cast from the live tournament, because I wasn't sure I was going to cast the live tournament. I think we'll be getting replays, but I'm not sure when. But I think the crowd seeing herO, maybe we'll cut out some of the bathroom breaks, but I think I'll just post this. So like and subscribe. Thank you for watching. Hopefully it made your day a little bit better. And spoilers, by the way, since we're probably posting this today. But
시기이기 때문에 우승하면서 좀 좋은 인터뷰를 하고 싶었고 잘 된 것 같습니다.
yeah, the crowd clearly getting into it. herO, you can't help but get hyped for.
然后因为最近的状态不是很好，但是这个奖杯会给了我很大力量。
那我们在
And it's kind of a rare occurrence. I do like the production was great. They did a great job with it.
线上也有很多人守在
Even the, you know, my favorite was Camera Zoom Dude. That's the real MVP.
们说点什么吧。
Camera Zoom Dude. On everyone on the left side, but especially herO's face. Really, really got me into the matches at maximum
할
speed.
말이 많긴 한데 여기 와가지고 애쉬보이나 주최 측 모두 그리고 스태프분들 그리고 팬분들 다 너무 항상 좋은 기억이었지만 중국은 이번에 특히 더 너무 감사했던 것 같고 그리고 저희
Yeah, I'll be casting the other series. I casted herO versus Solar at the beginning of the day as well, and that was quite an experience. Maybe we'll use that. Maybe I'll cast it again. Honestly, I forget most of it. I don't forget it, but it like comes to me right before I remember it,
팬분들과 가족 때문에
which
우승할 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
was dumb. But, you know, that feels like how herO plays as well. What if I let the Zerglings in my base again? And then I base trade for no reason. And then I base trade for no reason again. And then we go to Game 7.
和粉丝来到现场来为星际争霸2的一个支持，然后我非常开心能拿到这个冠军，谢谢大家。
如此精彩的比赛， 如此激烈的游戏，如此好的解说选手后，还有我们最好的观众朋友
And
们，
here's a little cartwheel.
争霸值得我们为他而热爱，把掌声再次送给我们的冠军 herO。
You did pretty good. You done good.
我们的比赛到这里就全部结束了，感谢我们所有选手这2天给我们带来的精彩赛事，感谢所有的观众朋友，感谢所有的工作人员的付出，谢谢你们每一个人的热爱与陪伴。那么我们最后想有请小herO再一次捧起属于他的冠军奖杯，全场高呼一下我们冠军的名字，好吗？
herO, pick up your trophy. You can't just leave it on the ground like it's a beer kit. I like how for the interview, you're supposed to just put this down. I gotta. Oh yeah, they got the trophy kiss. Can we get zooming guy on the trophy kiss? Interesting choice to kiss the bottom of it. I will say, I think he would go for the top, but I'm not the trophy. That's why I'm not the trophy champion, all right? You know, whatever feels right. I like the confetti on the graphic. That's pretty sick. That's a sick transition. Well, there you go. Your champion of the Thunderfire SC2 All-Stars Invitational. Going through the 3 top Zergs in the world, pretty much in order. The Smiling Assassin. It's herO. So, if you're watching after the fact, you missed out on the live experience, but hopefully you were able to relive some of it. Thank you to Thunderfire All-Stars as well for being at such a convenient time for vampires like me. Like, subscribe, Patreon, YouTube membership, what have you. Thank you for watching. Good luck, have fun. Congratulations. Stay tuned. And then we'll cut. And it'll go to the next video. Like that. Behind the scenes. herO's walls aren't the only ones we're breaking. The 4th as well. Yeah, that's gonna take like an hour and a half to render and then like another 6 hours to process. So if you missed it, well, the VOD is on YouTube, but I will edit and upscale to 4K, which I don't know if it's gonna look any good because, to be honest, the quality on the stream was just so-so, but it was good. It was fine. All right. I think it was solid. And it was accessible, like, at lower quality, so that way people with worse connections. Do you think he'll continue to improve to the #1 player? Let's see if Aligulac has registered his victory yet. Yes. Which puts herO... Well, it goes from 3rd to 3rd. But look, herO stalks to the moon! herO now solidly in 3rd over Maru. Still, Serral drops the most he has in months or years. At one point, Serral was 4K. It's kind of relative where people are at, but... Or near 4K. And 200 ahead of Clem, who was at like 3,800. But the dominance has been shattered by the Smiling Assassin. Destroying all 3 Zergs in a row. Reynor was not the 3rd best Zerg until after he beat Clem, I think. According to Aligulac, literally the victory over Clem pushed him to 3rd. Or to 2nd again. So technically, herO beat all 3 top Zergs in order, give or take. Just saying. This music's sick. But, that's it for me. There's no way I can cast more from replays anyway, so we're definitely using that VOD. Good luck. Have fun. Thank you again. Hopefully we get another opportunity to check out their amazing stuff. If you happen to be part of the Chinese audience, SC Boy, always putting up amazing things and stuff, and I look forward to more. Congratulations. I'm just going to let this music, it's sick. I really hope it's not copyright. Oh no. Well, we'll find out soon enough. Good luck, have fun. I'll see you next time. Second outro. Stay tuned.